do we have indication if any of the members are requesting to leave early?
Chairperson, good morning again.
Good morning.
PC of International Relations starts at 10. I'm going to be excused to attend that meeting, and I might come back later when it is done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do I have another, understood? I have another hand, Honorable Moss.
Yes, Chairperson, I want also to be excused. The latest is about 12 o'clock.
Thank you very much. I cannot guarantee that we will be done by then because we have a very detailed program today, and the matter of our reports would be extremely serious. So, Honorable Moss, if we definitely will be continuing beyond 12 o'clock, and I note your apology to be excused earlier if we do go, and I can guarantee that we will go on quite long today. Any further apologies? If not, before we start with the Auditor-General, may I request that we have the agenda, please? Honorable members, we are not going to have long opening remarks. However, I would like to make some comments on the Kinnear matter before we do a start properly. The briefing by the Auditor General, then the consideration of the annual reports of SAPS today. You have the long list, and then the consideration of the annual report of the Civilian Secretariat. Honorable members, for the sake of time, I have allowed that we have the SAPS annual report and the Civilian Secretariat annual report on one day. But if members do have a problem, I am prepared to consider your comments on this. I did not, the agenda was sent to members, but I did not receive any suggestions for any changes. The WIP approved the agenda and the program. You have all received the program. I know that if we get the Auditor General, SAPS, and the Civilian Secretariat, I am putting the meeting under time pressure. Honorable members, that is your agenda. It's going to be very tight. The Auditor General's report would be a critical report. I'm not just going to run through it. We'll deal with it in detail. Could I propose that we definitely do the AG's report and the report of SAPS, and that if we are rushed for time, that we then continue with the Civilian Secretariat. Of please, it's a South African Police Service, not South African Police Services. Honorable General Labia, you have said this on numerous occasions, and we have asked that it be corrected. It's very embarrassing if we put police services, and it's supposed to be police service. So could we continually remind ourselves, General Labia has in fact corrected us on several occasions. Members, any further inputs on the agenda? I will consider if we have complaints about the tight agenda we have. Do I have any further concerns about the agenda?
Chair,
Yes.
I think I would support what you suggested, but it be clear that today we'll deal with 5.1 and 5.2, because within 5.2 there's also DPCI. it might take longer. If it's allowed, we can then shift 5.3 to another day. If there's no time pressure from Parliament, we can shift 5.3. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, we are very hard pressed. You would have seen that our program is very hard pressed. We are meeting on Fridays, so we will again not formally move 5.3. Thank you, Honorable Whip. We are not going to move 5.3. We are going to try and manage it as much as possible. So, Honorable Whip, what we are agreeing with is that the agenda stands as it is. We try to finish it, and we do not just look at the surface of matters, but we have to have an in-depth understanding of what is going on. We will do our work, and as far as possible, we will attempt to do 5.3. So I'm asking that we adopt the agenda as it is and try and do 5.3, but not rush through the agenda items. Would that be acceptable to the members, Ter Blanche?
Chairperson, thank you. In principle, I'm happy with that. I just have another question, please. At our previous meeting, we discussed quite a few things, and you indicated that, or it was decided that we are going to arrange a meeting where the Minister and the National Commissioner is going to be present to be able to discuss those issues. And I'm just reminding you, maybe then we'll have to arrange that for another date. I'm just bringing it to your attention, Chairperson. Thank you.
Honorable Ter Blanche, you are absolutely correct. We are all in agreement that that physical meeting must take place. All political parties and members have indicated that such a meeting is important. Again, the whip and the chair with the minister and the national commissioner and the deputy minister will prioritize this meeting. But honorable members, remember the BRRRs must be adopted next week and must be done before the medium-term budget statement on the 26th of October. So, Honorable Ter Blanche, I hope that you realize I'm not running away from the meeting with the minister and the national commissioner. They are here today, and they do know that I am trying to arrange such a meeting. Could I then also publicly and formally request that the coordination of that meeting, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister is not here, but that message goes out that the meeting definitely must take place. We have been struggling to find a date which is suitable for all the parties, Minister and National Commissioner. This portfolio committee has expressed its concern that we're unable to have such a meeting with you and the National Commissioner physically. So again, now that the Minister and the National Commissioner are here, I would once again appeal to your officers that they do prioritize these meetings. It was a decision which was taken, a formal decision which was taken in the committee, and that decision was that we had to meet physically with the Minister, Deputy National Commissioner. Honorable Ter Blanche, because now we need the BRRRs to be adopted next week, I appeal to the meeting that we continue with the present adoption of the agenda. Do I have a proposal for the adoption of the agenda?
Linda Moss proposed, Chair.
Proposed by Honorable Moss. Honorable Marekwa.
I second the agenda, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Marekwa. Honorable members, as I'm saying, I'll first let the minister and the National Commissioner be part of the presentation. We need the Auditor General's report. I will comment on the Kinnear forensic report. The first one, an introduction would be through the minister. Minister, you could do your introductory remarks, and then I will start with the Auditor General. Minister, you don't need to comment on the Auditor General's report. That's the report of the committee. Honorable Minister, before I take the Auditor General.
Well, thanks. Good morning again, Chair and the rest of the honorable members. The meeting that Honorable Terry Pressure raised, I would just request that it should not be on Wednesday. As we know that Wednesday causes its pressures, but any other time, if it is arranged, we'll try to work and be part of that meeting. Chairperson, I don't think there is much to say except that we'll be part of the meeting as long as we can, especially the portion of the Auditor General, because that makes the department and the government tick. But thanks for the opportunity to be part of the meeting. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, we have been trying to coordinate that meeting, and it's been very difficult. So I'll appreciate it that you do impress on your staff that such a meeting is important, and that indeed we do get a date for these meetings. We do take note that the meeting will not be on a Wednesday. Could we then have your office prioritize an allocated time for the committee where we could have such a meeting? Thank you, honorable members. The office, a national commissioner, would you comment before I introduce the Auditor General's office?
Thanks once more, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to honorable members. Good morning to the Minister and the AGSA and colleagues. Not much to commend, Honorable Chairperson, except that the report was presented to SAPS, and we are taking very serious. Most of these matters, we are attending to them as we speak. So I think let me leave it there, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, National Commissioner. We appreciate your team. I welcome your team. And we note that you have brought us the members from certain provinces. You'll introduce them when you have that opportunity. The members of the Auditor General's office, I'm going to be allowing you, all the members of the Auditor General's office, to introduce themselves, to switch on the camera so that the committee can identify who you are. We would also then ensure that you have sufficient time to do your presentation, and I hope that you do have sufficient time for the members to interact with you. I will now give opportunity for the leader of the team of the Auditor General's office to introduce. Honorable members, I have too many numbers, unidentified numbers in today's meeting. For record purposes, you have to rename your gadget. If you do not rename your gadget, you have to say that you're either from the media. You have to please indicate your name. We have too many iPads, iPhones, Huawei. If you do not rename your gadget, you'll be kicked out of the meeting. You have 5 minutes or 10 minutes to rename your gadget. If you do not rename your gadget, we'll accept that you no longer want to be part of this meeting. We may be introduced by the team of the Auditor General. I do not have an indication who's leading the team.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning. How are you today?
To you, Honourable Chair.
Very good to see you again.
Always good to have interactions with you, Honourable Chair. So I think from my side, let me quickly do an introduction. And first of all, let me say good morning to yourself, Honourable Chair, Honourable members, and also the Honourable Minister, and then also morning to the National Commissioner and General Dimpane, and also General Rabi, and all the other police officials who are also in the session. Really good morning. Again, as always, it's really an honor to be here to come and give feedback in terms of the audit outcomes for 21-22. But yeah, before we start with the formalities, let me do a quick introduction. I'll ask my team members just to switch their cameras on and just also to introduce themselves. And then I'll start with my executive or business unit leader being Andries Segeto.
Please, apologies for interrupting.
No problem.
You have not introduced yourself, Eugene.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Chair. So my name is Eugene Dehaan, and I'm the Deputy Business Unit Leader, and I'm also responsible for signing off the police department, specifically the department. But yeah, as we go through the team of the AGSA, I will just ask them just to introduce themselves and also what role they play within the specific audit or portfolio within police. So yeah, thank you. I will then hand over quickly to Andries, and then we can go to Nelly. Thank you.
Thank you, Eugene. Good morning, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable members, Honourable Minister, Commissioner, as well as all the generals and other officials present, as well as all the other colleagues who may be on the call. My name is Andries Segeto. I'm the business unit leader from the Office of the Auditor-General. I head up the business unit within the Office of the AG that is responsible for the police portfolio. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I will hand over to Nelly.
Good morning to you, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable members of the Portfolio Committee of Police, the Honourable Minister Cele, General Masemola, and all protocol observed. I'm Nelisiwe Mhlongo. I'm the Senior Manager responsible for the portfolio of police. And with me, I've got my two other colleagues who are senior managers. One is responsible for the IPID audit and the other one responsible for our information system audit in the portfolio. I can ask them to just switch on their cameras and also introduce themselves. Portia first and then Tendai.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson. Good morning, Honourable members. As Nelly has indicated, my name is Portia Nguna, and I'm the Senior Manager responsible for Information Systems Audit. Thank you.
Good morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable members, Honourable Minister, and all the Honourable Generals. I am Tendani Stanley Mafunyiswa. I'm the Senior Manager in the IPIDS Audit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tendani. Are we ready to do the presentation? Is that the team?
Yes, thank you very much, Honourable Chair. That is our team from the AGSA side. So we are ready when, if you want us to proceed, we're ready to proceed with the presentation. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
It is your opportunity to start the presentation now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. So again, maybe from my side, just to do a quick introduction and of the purpose of today's session, and then Ms. Nelisiwe Mhlongo will then take over the actual presentation, and after that we'll be then taking some questions for discussion after the presentation. So from our side, the purpose of today's session is, like I mentioned a bit earlier, is to come and to present to the Portfolio Committee and the honourable members the audit outcomes, not only for the Department of Police, but the whole portfolio. And what you would also notice then, it's a 4-year trend that we're trying to establish and to show as to what the department has been achieving in the last 4 years. And from the information we're also providing, it's also then for the Portfolio Committee to be supported in also then executing their oversight in terms of the oversight responsibility that the portfolio committee members have towards the police portfolio. Nelly, you can go to the next slide, please. So within the Auditor-General, we have a new 2030 audit strategy that we are implementing. And one of the key objectives and initiatives that we are implementing or that we are driving towards is the shift of public sector accountability. And there are 3 actions that we need to take in terms of how we're going to shift public sector accountability. And this is what we're trying to illustrate here in this specific slide. So if you look at the middle of the slide, it then makes reference to insight, influence, and enforcement. And what we mean with this specific slide presentation is we want to say is that the insights we are deriving from the specific audit, the insights that we obtain from the officials through our auditing, from the senior management, and also from the accounting officer side, we will then use those insights to start influencing the executive authority and also the national structures, being the portfolio committee and SCOPA, crafting key messages that can then help the specific oversight structures to ensure that they are also then helping us to shift public sector accountability. If we find that at any point in time, those specific insights are not yielding results that we want, we then move forward in terms of the new regulations. You would recall that was amended for the Public Audit Act, and that is specifically regarding the enforcement, and that's where we then specifically start crafting specific material irregularities. So that's just a quick synopsis of our new audit strategy, what we're trying to achieve, and the purpose of us coming to present to the portfolio committee and its members our key messages that we have crafted for this specific portfolio, and also then how we take the journey going forward and working with the portfolio committee and also with the department and the executive management to make sure that we at the end of the day can move forward in trying to achieve clean administration. I will then hand over to Ms. Nelisiwe. She will then start with the presentation from her side, and like I then mentioned, as soon as we are done with the presentation, we'll then open it up for questions. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair and members.
Thank you so much, Eugene. Chairperson, just trying to get my slides in the right order. Honourable Chairperson, thank you so much for this opportunity as well to present you with the audit outcomes of the police portfolio. I think in the first slide, I'd like us to just reflect and look at what it is showing here. This is just a slide that seems that wants to give some kind of an overview. Chairperson? Okay, this slide aims to just give a picture of the overall.
My apologies quickly, that wasn't me. Because please, we have to concentrate and we don't want any disturbances. Those, could you please switch off the mic? Major General Leon Gosman, please, you are disturbing our meeting. Thank you very much. Could I have all the mics muted, please? We cannot allow any further disturbances. We are really hard pressed to concentrate. This is a very critical presentation. And if you are disturbing the meeting, we're going to mute you, but we'll also be very happy to assist you to exit our meeting. Please, honorable members and members on the platform, I do not want you to disrespect the minister, the members, and the chair of this committee. My apologies, Nelly. You may continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, before I proceed, I'd also like to acknowledge some of my colleagues who are on the call with me. This is the team of my managers who are supporting me. I've got Mukiti Mulauzi, Cameron Diamond, George Pila, who are joining virtually wherever they are, just to acknowledge them, Chair. So, Chairperson, the overall movement of the portfolio, we are actually trying to unpack the movement in terms of from the first year of administration right up until to the audit financial year we just concluded now. If you look at in the portfolio, there is no major changes, or there are no changes in terms of the opinion. However, the changes are within the auditee themselves, where we will see the movement. First, Chairperson, I think on the right side of my screen, we just highlighting some of the audits that are outstanding, those that had disclaimer audit findings and adverse findings. And if you look at it from the 2018-19 financial year to date, none of the auditees in the portfolio belong there. But however, in the qualified audit findings, Chairperson, we are seeing a regression in the current financial year, where one auditee, which is the private security industry regulator, who previously were on clean audit or were unqualified with no findings, but however, in the 2021-2022, they've regressed to be in the qualified audit findings. The major reasons for the regression, Chairperson, is the quality of the financial statements that are submitted and the specific transactions which were not adequately supported.
Chairperson, sorry.
Yes,
Chairperson.
Can I continue? Chairperson?
The chairperson is out of the meeting, I think so.
Yeah, it would seem the chairperson is out. Honorable Honorable Peacock, did you want to say something?
I was just requesting that.
Sorry, honorable members, I lost my connection. I'm just trying to get onto another network. And Honorable Whip, can you just assist me, please? I'm changing my network. Sorry. Honorable Whip, please assist me.
Okay. Honorable Peacock.
No, thank you, Whip. No, I was just concerned of this sound that we were hearing. There was a background sound. I think one of the people that are connected to the visual or to the meeting, one of their gadgets are unmuted, because there was a disturbing background even while we were trying to concentrate on the presentation made. Can you just look onto that, Whip? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, I ask that you do not disturb us today. When you do the presentations, can you ensure that we have a quiet place and that we do not have background noise? I am appealing to all. Honorable Whip, can we please ensure that we do not have disturbance in today's meeting? I now have a better network. I've switched to a different network, so please, can we have all gadgets muted? I repeat, and where we do have background noise, those who are doing their presentations, could you ensure that all other gadgets are muted, and that wherever you are doing your presentation, I'm not saying that it's the presenter, but just for future sake purposes, can we please take this session seriously? You may continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just for interest sake, I'll just repeat my last sentence, where I was saying there was a regression in the PCRA audit, the audit outcome, where they moved from being unqualified with no findings to that of qualified in the current year. The biggest contributor was the quality of the financial statement. Specifically, it was a limitation in terms of a liability that they reduced in the current year that relates to a specific project, where the reduction of the liability was not adequately supported by evidence like invoices and recons, to just make sure that whatever was paid for, actually the goods and the services were received by the entity. As well, within that, they also had other material misstatements in other line items in the financial statement, which those ones they actually corrected in the current financial year. So the improvement over the administration term, Chairperson, relates to SEPS. We would recall that in 2018-19 financial year, SEPS was actually qualified in the areas of completeness of irregular expenditure and then the network assets. But however, in last year and current year, SEPS has moved from unqualified qualified to qualified with matters on compliance as well as performance information. Chairperson, we continuously see that the department, which is the police department has been struggling to actually resolve or get their performance information right, which is one of the key areas of concern that remain to be there. We know that last year there were action plans that were planned by management to address some of the issues that are sitting in the environment. However, what we actually are seeing is that those action plans were not fully effective to actually prevent further findings. In the prior year, we only had one program scoped in or audited, which was visible policing, but in the current year, we had program 3, which is detective services. So we continue seeing similar findings as well in terms of the program. So the key action plans that are there, as much as they try to address the issues, but the correct root causes are not always identified and address those root causes continuously. So what we've seen in the previous year and the current year, IPIT and Department of Police are sitting in this category. The IPIT itself has improved in one area where IPIT in the previous year had material findings in terms of performance information, but in the current year they've improved where they don't have those findings, but however they've regressed in terms of compliance with the SCM prescript, because in the current year they had material findings or a finding in terms of the supply chain management area. Second, the last block, which speaks to the unqualified with no findings at all, we see that CSP consistently is sitting in this category. As you would look at that from 2018-19, they've been consistently here, and that's consistent in the prior year and even in the current year. SIRA used to be in this category, but however, in the current year, there was that major regression in terms of their audit opinion. What we're just saying with CSP to say, since they're able to get their checks and balances correct in a continuous matter, this is an opportunity for them as a department to actually fully implement or enforce their own key service deliverables where they support the Department of Police in implementing their own key mandate. Chairperson, I'd like to move on from the audit outcome slide and move on to the next slide. The next slide, we're just unpacking some of the key issues that we identified in terms of the audit of performance information in the portfolio. For the PSIRA, CSP, and IPIT, there were no material findings that were identified in the current financial year. As I've already indicated when I was unpacking the audit outcome in the opinions, the Department of Police continue to have material findings in this area, which is an area of key concern. If we look at program 2, which is what we looked at last year, the action plans were implemented and to a certain extent it was effective. However, they had continued to have findings, though some of those findings and the number of misstatements did decrease to a certain extent. But we continue to see that the underlying records that we actually audited where they materially differed to what management had audited. An example would be if you look at one of the indicators that talks about the contact crimes or reduction in contact crimes against women. So matters like
very important meeting today.
Matters like the genders, the ages, and everything where they'll be incorrectly recorded there. We also had material limitation in terms of the 2 indicators that are also sitting in that program. Similarly to program 3, which is the detective services, we also had material misstatements in terms of the underlying record, which did not agree to the actual information reported by management, and as well within that, there was limitation. And we're just saying the key impact into this whole area where management has reported that something has actually been achieved. There's just that risk or that issue where we cannot fully substantiate if the achievement, if they've recorded it in their own annual performance report, is actually correct, because the records we are seeing are not agreeing to that information, and as well there's key limitation in that area. Chairperson, the next area we're just trying to unpack what is the achievement of targets against the budget, or general the achievement of targets by the department or by actually the portfolio. So Chairperson, I just want to look at overall the portfolio, how it actually performed. We see IPID and CSP, which are sitting with an achievement rate of above 90%, and that of PCRA at 80%. However, for the Department of Police, you'd see that the achievement of overall of the department is looking at 70%. And that's the one we unpacked more, Chairperson. And this is based on what management had reported in their annual report and an annual performance report. We also have highlighted in terms of the information, as we've seen in the appropriation statement, of what is the key budget, or what is the budget that was allocated to the department, and what is the achievement rate per program. And we are highlighting the two programs we have there, which is visible policing and detective services, which were the two programs we actually audited against. And you look at one program, which is program 2, is 71% achievement, and the detective services, which is of a concern, and it's sitting at 51%. Some of the key issues and other things that we saw here will also unpack later in my later slides, Chairperson. But this is just one of those key concerns. And we, reflecting on this slide, we think this is an opportunity to management to actually look at what we are seeing in the picture. If the department has actually spent 99% of its budget or 100% in certain programs, but however, the overall achievement of the department is 7%. There's a bit of misalignment between those two, you know. And as well, you'd recall that in terms of the Constitution, one of the key mandate of the Department of Police is actually to prevent, to combat, and as well to investigate crimes. And if you look at those two programs which we've highlighted, that's where majority of the processes or key mandate indicators are sitting. And if those ones are not fully achieved or not achieved at a higher rate, then it means that to a certain extent, the mandate of the department has not been fully executed as it's required it to be. Chairperson, on the next slides as well, we're just giving key example or specific examples that speaks to some of these indicators. This slide specifically highlights the indicators and the targets as they are outlined in the MTSF to say what is the target. So the country's target to actually reduce the number of contact crimes in its overall level, it's 7.8%. But however, we've seen that in the prior year, the achievement actually the crime increase instead of the planned target. Similarly to the two indicators that talks to reduction in contact crimes against women and children, it was similarly where instead of a decrease, there was an increase in that area. The next one is what sits in program 3, the detective services. The targets are sitting at 60% in terms of neutralizing of arrests in the drug syndicate and as well of arrests in the organized groups, but however, the achievement is lower. So Chairperson, some of the reasons are what has been outlined by management in terms of the annual performance report, which I was noting. What follows, Chairperson, are some of the indicators and targets in terms of the forensic service laboratory. We do know that this area is a very key area in terms of actually fully executing your mandate or the department's mandate in terms of processing samples, some exhibits, and all that information that goes through it. But however, we also are noting the achievement or the lower achievement in those areas. Chairperson, on top of whatever we had performed in terms of analyzing the annual performance plan, the appropriation statement, we also further had another unpacking on assessment in terms of how the department actually plans their targets and indicators and how as well they report on them. And these are just some key insights into the observations we had into how those indicators and targets were actually planned. I will also unpack some of this in more detail as and when we continue. So what we found is that there are some indicators or there are targets within the annual performance plan that were set so low as compared to the achievement of that of the prior years and as well of what they achieved in the current year. So we're just saying that to an extent, we could not be given assurance of the full extent of the measurement of those indicators, of those targets, if the targets were set so low. As well, we know that the indicators or the targets of the department, they mostly deal with a reactive process or reactive nature. So they're measuring the reactive nature and not the proactiveness. But the Constitution says the department needs to, or the portfolio needs to prevent, to combat, and investigate. So therefore, it's not clear where are the efforts and the actions that actually are supposed to do the prevention of the crime, so that when the department comes and measures the reactiveness of what then were the outcome, at least some kind of a process or some kind of policing strategies to prevent crime went into it, so that whatever they realize or becomes their achievement at the end of the day, it was also informed by the prevention of the crime from the start. The next area is just the inconsistencies of what we identify in terms of the planned outputs of what the department wanted to be the output and the indicator or the target that is aligned to it. Because then, therefore, there could be misalignment between what you actually planned and what you actually achieved, because you could be putting more effort or resources into indicators and targets that don't necessarily assist the department in achieving its mandate. And just some of the key impact of this overall issues that we actually identify, you would know that the Chapter 12 of the National Development Plan is actually planning to see a country or a South Africa where its citizens are feeling safer. So if we are continuously having some of these issues in terms of what we have in the plan document, then therefore that plan to have the citizen feeling safer could not be materialized. A key thing that needs to be addressed by the department in terms of this is that when planning is actually done, this is actually aligned to the key objectives of the department. And on top of being aligned to the key objective of the department, whatever is being done, it must be aligned to more the proactiveness of policing of the organization or of the country, to just make sure that at the end of the day, the crime is reduced to a certain extent. Chairperson, what then follows after this message, it is a similar message, but however, we've tried to unpack it and group it to a certain key findings or key indicators and targets that we found within the plan documents of the department. So we have three things we identified. The first one that spoke to the reduction in contact crimes, that including the crimes against women and children. These are indicators and targets that are sitting in both the detective services program as well as in the VISPOL program. The next one is the utilization of the forensic leads to actually finalize some of the cases that are already outstanding and that are sitting there within the department. And the last one is enhanced processing of forensic evidence case exhibit. And this one mostly speaks to the indicators and targets around the forensic scientific laboratory of the department. Some of the unpicking in terms of theme one, we actually identified 12 indicators that are spread throughout the two programs. So out of those 12 indicators, we actually found that 3 of those are the ones that have been achieved. And again, we're going back to what I've already unpacked when I was talking about the achievement of targets and all of that, to say, if we've identified these 12 indicators and targets as one of the key targets or targets that assist the department in achieving this mandate, and the achievement so low, what does that mean for us? Again, the issues around the supporting evidence, the issues around the evidence we looked at that doesn't correlate to what is reported by management. It's just some of those issues where we're saying the output or the desired output not being linked to the indicator, Chairperson. And there we've also just highlighted about 2 examples that seems to be speaking to to the same issue. So from this message, what we seem to be saying that it's not clear how the department aims to discourage all crimes by preventing and having a responsive policing. And this is in terms of what they themselves as a department had planned and put in their own documents. So this is what they wanted to achieve. So with the picture that we are seeing, so we're just asking ourselves, where has that alignment been in terms of the achievement? The second thing, Chairperson, is the utilization of those forensic leads that we identify. 4 specific indicators identified in this area. These are newer indicators that were not there previously. I think it's only in the last 2 years that the department has had. So 3 out of those 4 targets were actually achieved in the department. But what became key when we were looking at the indicators was the planned numbers, because the planned target was set way too lower as compared to what the department actually achieved in the prior year, as well as what they achieved in the current year. So again, it comes back to say, we don't know to what extent should it have been measured to fully realize the proper service delivery if the indicators and the targets are done in that manner. The last theme, Chairperson, is that one that was focusing on the forensic laboratory. I think this is a matter that the committee itself might have been aware of, even management, and the challenges that are coming out of there. 5 indicators and targets are identified in terms of this theme, which is the forensic laboratory. And we have seen that the department actually achieved 0 out of all those 5 ones. But again, within the same theme, Chairperson, there's a key matter that we've actually identified where we are saying the processes are not fully measured in such a way that it is consistent with the lived experience of the citizens of the country. And it's a specific example that we are given. In terms of the APP, or the annual performance plan, the department actually planned to measure the number of days that it takes them to finalize a sample. So what they're actually measuring is, when did the sample get to the lab at that particular time, and how many days did it take for them to finalize and test the sample and do everything. So if the target is 35 days, they are measuring that. But the real lived experience, Chairperson, continues beyond that or starts before that, because sometimes, or in most instances, the samples are taken from either the perpetrator or from the victim at a particular time. So the time between that sample is taken and the time that the sample gets processed or gets to the lab, that process is not measured. And then we had specific examples where we saw that even 1 or 2 samples that are set in 2 or 3 years within the process. So we are just saying this is not really aligned with the experiences that the citizens have out there, because somebody could be sitting out there and waiting for a case to be fully finalized, or finalized could be sitting for 2 years to be finalized. And the department could be sitting or have reported the fact that they've achieved the mandate within the 35 set days, but in actual fact, the full extent of the impact was not necessarily looked at. Some of the key challenges that we saw with the storage facilities of the labs, I think the specific example we had was the KZN one, which was for concern, which we say management need to actually look at. As well, one of the other areas is the fact that if you look at the program where we're struggling, that is the Detective Services Program 2, is the fact that they have the lowest achievement, but this is where majority of the processes of the departments are within their control, as compared to, say, the example of the other program which we audited, which is Program 2. So there are other external factors that could potentially impact this. But this one, in most instances, majority are what is controlled within the department. And that concludes the key messages around the performance information, or the unpacking of indicators and targets of the department. The next area, Chairperson, is what we looked at in terms of the IJS project, the Integrated Justice System. My colleagues Portia here and the team actually looked at the project in terms of its or how far is the implementation of the project in terms of the whole cluster in its entirety. But what we've brought here are the issues or the matters that are of concern that we identified only in the Department of Police. So just the key takeaway from this, Chairperson, is the fact that there are excessive delays in terms of implementing this project, or most majority of the deadlines were materially missed. Some of the systems that have already started being implemented that are completed has an outdated operating systems, which therefore puts a threat in terms of the system and how it functions continuously because of them. And we're just saying what we have seen would continuously, chances are, would see more extension in terms of the project. Some of the key impact of this is the fact that we're likely to just see that project being extended further, and as well to just say this project, if not fully implemented or not done on time in terms of site, this could impact the full objectives of the project in its entirety, because other departments or other key role players are fully dependent on who gets to do what. The key things that were noted as delays, as discussed with management and having engagement, is the relationship or the reliance with SETA to actually assist the department in getting those systems up and running, and the procurement. And as well, itself, the project management within the department as well had its own shortcomings, where it did not effectively implement some controls or some processes to ensure that the delays are dealt with timeously, and then as well, there are limited delays in the project management. So similarly to our recommendations, they align to what we are seeing, obviously, being able to have that proper agreement with SETA and make sure that they are able to hold it accountable between SETA and the department, improving on the project management and continuously ensure that the delays or any possible delays that are seen in the project, they are continuously dealt with and also as well minimized. This would just ensure that the objective the project realizes its full objective, which is very important to what was planned. Chairperson, I think that concludes that message around the information systems. We then move on to the material irregularities within the portfolio. Chairperson, you would recall since 1 April 2019, this came into effect in terms of the amendments we had with the Public Audit Act. And over time, we have been phasing in auditees to actually implement the MI process and them. And in the current year, in the police portfolio, we're implementing the Department of Police itself, and then the CSP as well. Right now, from where we are, there are no confirmed MIs in any of these two organizations. However, there are still some matters that are being further assessed and analyzed to see if they meet some of the definition of MIs. Person, we're just here to remind you to just what is as well the process and what are some of the key responsibilities of the role players that are sitting here. You would know that should we identify any irregularity in terms of the implementation, we have a responsibility, or we may refer the MI to a public body for further investigation. We may recommend actions to resolve the material irregularities in our audit report and take binding remedial action should they be our recommendation previously not fully implemented. And as a last resort, if all those things are not done, the issue of certificate of debt. Person, this slide just tries to outline what are just the key responsibilities of accounting officers, accounting authority, the executive authority, as well as oversight bodies like yourself, and as well with us as AGSA throughout the different processes. In terms of the accounting officer, we do see that the accounting officer has a responsibility to actually address some of the key root causes that are identified and to ensure that nothing that similar irregularities occurs or reoccurs occur within the department, that is accounting office and accounting authority, and where the MI has been referred for a public body for investigation, that they cooperate with the public body as well and implement those recommendations, where we've put our recommendation in the audited report as well to continue implement those. And if those recommendations were not implemented, and we issue a remedial actions to implement those actions within a stipulated date that we've put there. And the executive authority's responsibility throughout is actually to just monitor the progress and support the accounting officer in improving and addressing some of the irregularities that are identified within that. And the oversight body's responsibility is to just monitor progress and call the accounting officers and accounting authorities to just account for the actions and the outcomes on any of the possible or the MIs that have been issued or that are sitting within the portfolio. So, Chairperson, that concludes the material irregularity part. And in the next slides, we are just unpacking some of the issues we have in terms of what sits in the audit report, the financial management, the compliance that we saw, and the other findings that we have in that area. Chairperson, I think I've already completely dealt with this slide that talks to the audit opinion of where are the issues, where are they sitting. They highlight the fact that the Department of Police need to properly address the issues that are sitting with the performance information, which would also just look at in terms of the root causes and all of that, and the recommendations that are sitting them. But as well, there's a matter which relates to the non-compliance, because they have repeat findings in terms of the SCM prescripts which are not complied with, the consequence management in terms of people who permitted irregular expenditure that was not effectively taken by management within the department. So those need to be addressed by management. The P01 is specifically to the issue of the liability or the principal liability, which was not effectively monitored and reviewed within the year to just ensure that whatever payments go in there are correct. I put the issues and the matters that are sitting in the SCM, we're just saying they need to fully address those. For CSP, we're just recommending the fact that more support should then now be given to the department to just ensure that, you know, whatever recommendation, whatever research they have done, actually assist the department in achieving the other part of its mandate, because, you know, they continuously have tried to maintain their clean audit status. In terms of quality of financial reporting, I think I've already spoken about this, and I've already spoken about the PCRA within the portfolio. They are the only organization or entity that had material findings, which then therefore led to a qualification in that area. But the three other organizations did not have any material findings in terms of their financial statements. The next area, Chairperson, we're just unpacking the financial health of the portfolio. Key things that are worth noting is the fact is the matter of the collection days or that collection period of CIRA, which we do know that they're self-funded, and then they rely mostly on the revenue that they actually receive there, where we are just saying they take 174 days to actually collect their days. The average number of days for payment of suppliers within the portfolio, it's sitting averagely at 29 days, which is good. And as well, we're just highlighting the fact that the Department of Police had a bit of a deficit in the current year where the expenditure was more than the revenue, which means what this means is that for any expenses that the department should have paid or could have paid, they might have ended up in a deficit situation. This is looking at what sits there as the other accruals or other commitments that were supposed to be due, and what as well was the amount that remained that had to be surrendered back to Treasury. But in general, we are just saying none of the four organizations had any issues with going concern or foreseeable issues with going concern in future. Chairperson, the next slide just unpacks the non-compliance that are sitting in our audit reports. You would see that for Department of Police, they continue to have repeat findings, which means that consistently the internal control issues that are sitting in those areas have not addressed. Procurement and contract management, continues to be one of those areas. We identify findings in the current financial year. The prevention of irregular, fruitless, and unauthorized expenditure as well was a non-compliance area, and effective consequence management, which was not done. CSP obviously had nothing. IPID had a new finding in the current year in terms of procurement and contract management that dealt with the local content thresholds that we implemented, and CIRA, which as well was a new finding. It was the quality of financial statements, which one ended up in an adverse, not very adverse, but a qualified audit opinion there. As some of the status of the issues that we identified in procurement and contract management in the current year, 2 organizations in the portfolio, Department of Police, the IPID, were the 2 entities where we identified that they had findings around the procurement management. For the department, we actually found that the criteria that was used to evaluate the department, used to evaluate bids, differed material to what was advertised by the department and as stipulated in their tender documents. And in terms of IPID, the threshold for local content, which was not properly applied in its general. Then the next slide then analyzes the movement of the current year of irregular expenditure, where the irregular expenditure was identified in the current year. There is a slight increase in terms of the rand value. In the prior year, we're sitting with 131 movement. In the current year is 152 million. So this 152 million, Chairperson, relates to contracts, bids, or other procurement that occurred in the prior year. You'd recall when you were presenting to you in the previous year, in terms of when we came to the committee, we actually identified that there was a high number of irregular expenditure which is sitting under assessment. What does that means is that Treasury says the department can put irregular expenditure under assessment while they're still trying to confirm and do a determination if really that transaction is irregular, and they have 90 days to do that. So the department looked at some of the balance that was sitting there and confirmed 152 million rands worth of irregular expenditure in the current year. Some of the issues that were there, they relate to the prior year, which we're talking about the compliance with the preferential and procurement regulation, where the subcontracting issues were not properly and adequately applied. However, Chairperson, there is some irregular expenditure that was there in the previous year that continues to be there, that has not yet been finalized by the department. And to a certain extent, the department is still determining out of this 152 million, is there further any other amount that needs to be disclosed or increased into this irregular expenditure. Chairperson, the next slide, we're trying to just unpack the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The amounts that are sitting there, they are materially lower as compared to the other figures we are seeing. And here we're only unpacking the Department of Police, a little bit to a certain extent to IPID, because you see even with irregular expenditure, only these 2 departments had some balances in their financial statements. The first paragraph or the first graph on my left, this one deals with just the current year's movement, where we're saying in the current year, only 1.2 million of fruitless and wasteful expenditure was incurred by management, but however, the balance is sitting at 9 million. And the reason, Chairperson, we also bring this slide is because within the financial statement, like I've already said, Treasury allows management to actually, when you identify a possible irregular or possible fruitless and expenditure, to have about 3 months to go investigate and go assess if any of the indicators or if any of the matters that are there do meet the definition of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. In the current year, the Department of SEPS, there was a matter that was investigated and there was a possible fruitless and wasteful expenditure that was sitting there, which they only disclosed subsequent to year end, which is worth 1.8 billion rands. And what we are saying is that the department is in a process to go determine if it fully meets the definition of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And should it meet that definition, in the next financial year, you have a possibility of the balance of fruitless and wasteful expenditure to go up by that amount. we're just saying just some of the key issues that are sitting as interest within the department. They talk to the license fees, some interest that were paid on the claims against the state, and as well payments to the wrong suppliers. And then the issues of IPID, which just matters around employees, disputes, and then some software renewal. In the next slide that deals with all the matters that are sitting with the audit report, we are looking at the issues around the balance of irregular expenditure and how has the department actually dealt with it in terms of consequence management or other processes that we're supposed to have done. So what we are actually seeing is that if you look at the current year's balance in terms of the financial statements, the closing balance, which talks to the accumulated balance of over the years, is 1.9 billion rands within the department. But we specifically focus on the prior year's balance, which was 2020-2021, where to say how has the department actually dealt with that irregular expenditure. And we actually find that majority of that irregular expenditure has not been adequately dealt with. And when we say not adequately dealt with, none of them have been condoned, or just the small amount which was condoned. Majority of their cases, they are still under investigation. Some have not even concluded investigation or had not even commenced with investigation. For IPID itself, or for IPID as well, almost all their cases are under investigation. For CSP, they are just waiting a condonment from National Treasury, and hence that balance is still sitting there. We're just saying as well, there's still some irregular expenditure within the department that is still under assessment, still under investigation, that could possibly even increase the balance at the end of the day. That concludes the financial AOPO part and message part. But here, what we are coming back to do is now unpacking what are the key root causes we are seeing within the department and how can some of this be addressed. I think the engagements we've continuously had with the National Commissioner and the team, and as well as with the Minister, some of these things were unpacked, and we've been engaging on some of just the recommendation and the root causes we are seeing within the department in general, and including even the other organization within the portfolio. The issue around the poor record keeping of case docket needs to be addressed by management, as it continues to be another problem. We spoke of the storage facilities for the Department of Police, which is an issue and as well hinders on actually the department actually achieving its mandate, and to a certain extent even supporting the performance information that sits in the annual performance report. Consequence management for performance information, or where performance information is not adequately dealt with, which is not implemented at the correct level. And as well, the issue around the key root causes, which are not always the correct ones that are addressed. And hence you will continuously find repeat findings, the reviews, and as well controls around performance information, and as well the prevention of irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, or any other non-compliance that sits there. In the current year, I think I've unpacked or had said the issues around the PCRA, where those recons need to be properly done and the management of the project properly done, just to ensure that the repeat of what we saw in the current year does not recur in the next financial year. And then as well, just implementing the correct or effectively implementing the action plans as management develop them continuously. And then the recommendation as well, Chairperson, they are just aligned to just some of those areas to say, the department need to engage DPW in terms of the issues with the storage facilities or with the FSL, because that is been cited as one of the key issues, the accommodation, which they've been struggling with. So that matter needs to be done. The consequence management for performance information and the reviews of the performance information as it's reported. That should be done at the correct level, Chairperson, because sometimes that needs to be at almost commander level to make sure that you get the right action and you get the right reviews, and then the information that ends up being filtered through to the annual performance report is that of a correct amount. Some of the controls around the NCM environment, the control environment be done. Consequence management effectively implemented, Chairperson, to just ensure that some of these transactions that are within the irregular expenditure and all other areas are adequately addressed, Chair. Chairperson, I'm almost at the end. This last slide actually just reflects some of the discussion and the issues with the committee itself. You'd recall last year, I think the team came in and did a presentation, and there were some recommendations that were given, specifically on performance information, on consequence management, as well on the compliance. And majority of those were to the two organizations within the portfolio, which is Department of Police and the IPID. We see that IPID, for the performance information, those issues they've addressed, but however, they had a regression in another area. The action plans for performance information and all other areas, and even taking off consequence management, to a certain extent, we could see that management did implement that, but they, however, were not always effective, and hence we are still sitting with the repeat findings. Just some key message and key takeaway for yourself as a committee, Honorable Chairperson and the members, to just say the department really need to look at the indicators and the targets and how they are planned. And if some of those indicators and targets, are they aligned to what we need? A key area that needs to be looked at is the proactive policing as well, just to make sure that everything is come together. The strategies that deal with the policing itself or the prevention itself are very important to just ensure that the mandate is fully executed and achieved. Management must go back, redevelop, or do the same action plans, but however, the root causes must be correct, and as well, whatever action is taken at the road level, and they must come back and report back to the committee on how they have effectively dealt with some of those issues that are sitting them. So the oversight around CSP and IPID, who provide some kind of support or are independent from the department, but however, their recommendations are key into the department's full functioning, and therefore the strengthening of that oversight around that area to just ensure that the portfolio in its entirety actually does better. I think, Chairperson, that concludes my presentation as I've done, and we can take any question if there are further. Thank you so much, Chair.
Yes, I am here. Thank you very much. Sorry. Thank you very much for the presentation. Honorable members, we have kicked out a number of people. I think we accidentally kicked out Honorable Shimbeni. Could we administer could we just indicate to the staff that Honorable Shimbeni has been kicked out? Could the host, the co-host, Nicolette, could you assist Honorable Shimbeni?
I'm back.
Are you back? Thank you,
Yeah,
Honorable
thank you.
Shimbeni. Honorable Shimbeni, there were a number of gadgets which were named iPad. So apologies that you were kicked out. Honorable Shimbeni, for record purposes, can you please identify your gadgets? Lieutenant General Patekile, iPad 3 was kicked out. I'm requesting that you please record and indicate who you are, or else you'll be kicked out. I have noted the following hands. Honorable members, we have until 4:30 this afternoon. We may go on until after 5 o'clock. So we have to be disciplined. We are going to have serious problems if I have to continue asking people to name their gadgets, to mute their mics. This is going to be a long meeting, and we need to conserve our energy for the real matters and the substantial matters that needs to be discussed today. The members who have raised their hands: Honorable Whitfield, Honorable Sheikh Imam, Honorable Shimbeni, and then Honorable Meshu, Honorable Siabi. In that order, Honorable Whitfield, you may start.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to the AG for an excellent presentation. Chair, just an introductory comment, I think, for the committee. This is where the rubber hits the road. This is where we need to focus our attention if we have any chance of turning around the performance of the South African Police Service. The AG has identified a number of systemic, institutional, administrative, and management crises, if I can put it that way, that should never really arise if you have a professional administration within the department. And I am concerned, Chair, that we often reflect on the crime statistics more and the performance in that respect, but really the nub of the issue that affects those policing outcomes is within the institution itself and its failure to address its shortcomings. Now, Chair, the presentation was very involved, and I will limit myself to a number of general comments and then a question. But we have a clear and very obvious crisis in the Detective Services Program. This is no secret to the committee. We have since 2019 been championing this issue of forensic services. There have been some improvements, which hopefully in next year's report we will see those reflecting. However, it is very clear that when a program can spend 99% of its budget and achieve half of its targets, that there is something fundamentally wrong within the system inside the department. Chair, it's also interesting to note, and I've done a little bit of research on this, is that we besides the fact that forensic services is a problem and has been in a state of crisis for a number of years, the number of detectives keeps declining, which means that the number of case dockets on the desk of our detectives is increasing. And it appears that we've lost at least one detective per day over the last 3 years. And this is something that we really need to focus in on and ensure that SAPS is identifying solutions to recruit and to remunerate our detectives to an adequate standard. And many of our detectives complain about not receiving adequate remuneration compared to some of their colleagues in other programs such as visible policing, whereas detective services is a highly specialized program. We need to reward those individuals and keep them interested in remaining in the department. Chair, supply chain has been identified as an ongoing problem. We can see that if we look at our fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we see that in the irregular expenditure. And what I'm interested to hear from, and forgive me if I am asking the AG's office to repeat themselves, but I think it bears repeating, whether or not the AG is satisfied with the department's response to this fruitless and wasteful and irregular expenditure. The question really is, in terms of consequence management, what steps is the AG aware of that the department has taken to discipline individuals responsible for incurring such high levels of fruitless and wasteful and irregular expenditure? If we could just get some more insight on that, because that is where we need to focus on holding the minister and the department accountable for the lack of consequence management, if that is the case. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Whitfield. Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Yeah, thank you. Chairperson, allow me to first of all start in paying tribute and condolences to the family of Tatum Hendricks, Chairperson. Apparently, she was knocked, but the allegations are that she was knocked by a police officer. This child was apparently thrown and knocked by such force that she landed on the roof of her neighbor's house and died, an 18-year-old child in Bonteheuwel. But perhaps we need police to investigate and tell us what is actually going on, if it is a police officer or not. But coming back to the AG's report, and thank you very much for that. I had the opportunity of listening to the AG's report yesterday on the Department of Health. And my question again is going to be, And I see you have alluded to the fact that there is very little or no consequence management, particularly with repeat offenders. And perhaps the department is now going to have to tell us, you are supposed to be upholding consequences for those that are regularly breaching the PFM. Okay. And it's not the first time we've been hearing this year in and year out. And if you remember, Chairperson, during COVID-19, we've asked the very same department questions on PPE, particularly the 5-liter sanitizers, where one was 2,500 for 5 liters and the other one was a couple hundred rand, and asked us to provide them why was there such a huge discrepancy between two service providers. And to date, we have not had that information from them. Now, a very important thing the AG has highlighted. My understanding and interpretation is the police services has a responsibility to prevent crime. Given the situation in the country, that's not what they do. They come in reactive, which is correct, which is after the crimes are committed. Now, what measures do you believe this department should be putting? And one of these, in my view, is, which we've discussed before, a lot of the crime is committed, and we raise concern time and time again. The girl is raped, somebody is murdered, gender-based violence from perpetrators that are known to the victims. What measures should be put, particularly at school level, where we could then identify problem children, the responsibility of different departments together with SAPs, so that we could get to the root cause of these things, and instead of these kids eventually becoming criminals, we'll prevent them. But it's really not happening. You know, so that's the other thing that I want to talk. Now, on the issue of detectives, my problem is that I see that, you know, we're setting targets. And yes, I agree the targets that are being set is low, but there is no way to measure the money spent and the value that you're getting for money. And that the targets that the department talks about that they've achieved, whether in actual fact on the ground, you can feel that success. Because I can tell you, people on the ground feel there's very little or nothing happening, even if there's something happening. Then we have the key. In fact, when you come to the, you know, we've been on an oversight visit, Chairperson, and areas like Belcom and Pumalanga and all these things. And one of the serious concerns was, which the AG is also reporting on, is the laboratory services. And that is why cases are not being finalized. That's because they lack the capacity to be able to provide these reports timelessly. Cases are being withdrawn or unduly being delayed. Now, what should happen and what is it going to happen? Now, when I asked the same question I asked yesterday to the AG, we've given you more powers. Is the powers on the amendments that we made? Or do you think more power should be given to the office of the AG? And what response are you getting, particularly from SAPs, when you are reporting on these violations, the irregularities and things? Can you give us an update on whether the response, you're getting the feel that something is being done, whether they're taking you seriously or it's business as usual, year in and year out? Now, I see you also raising a concern on the issue of contract management. Again, you know, and that is to do with the supply chain process, something that we have raised before. Maybe if you could give us some specific cases and issues of this so that we could interrogate it further and see exactly what is going on and why we're having this kind of problem. I will stop there for now, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sheikh Imam. Honorable Shembeni.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to everybody, the Minister and the SAPS management and the Auditor-General's representatives. Thank you very much for the report. Yeah, a lot has been said by my fellow honorable members. Yeah, but shortly, I will just say, when looking to the report and the comment by the Auditor-General about the internal control in the SAPS that it's not addressed, this is what we've been complaining about, the management of the SAPS. Nothing has changed. And meaning that nothing is going to change if we continue like this. The change must start from the management of the SAPS, whereby we will see a better position or a better look of the SAPS. The ICDMS, it's not yet completed up until today. When was this thing implemented? Why is it not yet completed? Why is the IPM delay? If you look at these things now, when you talk about the IPM, the identification of persons that links to the justice system and the SAPS, it is also being delayed. But you don't get the reasons why. The SAPS is reactive. It's not proactive. As we speak, there are illegal mining. In the illegal minings, there are a lot of firearms. And not even our South African firearms, foreign firearms, AK-47s. The information is there. Nothing is happening. The action that we're going to see, it's after something has happened that will draw the eyes of the outside world, the internationals. It is then that the South African police will start acting. The repeat findings and consequence management, Chair, to me, it is very, 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 very difficult now to say when now are these things going to be addressed, because we cannot each and every year find that what is being mentioned here was mentioned last year, but nothing is being happened. Hence, what I'm saying is that the management that we are having is the very same management that we had last year and the very same management that we had last year. Now, we will continue with these findings until these members retire. So the best thing, I don't know where we must start changing. As the committee, we have requested that the management must produce or they must apply for their positions so that we can be able to see that this person does qualify for that position or not. A lot of promotions have been identified where people don't qualify. Qualifying people are not appointed to the relevant positions, but it's only corruption and nepotism that is taking place, and that is not helping. Now, as Mr. Sheikh Imam has been saying, that I don't know who must be given now the powers to deal with these things, because now really we are going nowhere with the management that we have. Because in most of the things, when we talk about irregular expenditures and fruitless expenditures, these are cover-ups. People are covering each other, as we've seen the arrests now of senior police officials. I don't know how this leaks, but there is a lot that we are still going to see, and a lot of senior managements that are going to be arrested. Now, I'm begging with the so-called now the minister to please deal with this management of the SAPS, because we are a laughing stock outside there. Let the people have confidence in the South African Police Service. It must start with us. This is what we have been saying. The SAPS must be an eye of the country, and the SAPS must be the first to be clean in order to be able to deal with other departments. If we are not clean, then there is nothing that we are going to do. Consequence management is important. The management of the SAPS must be restructured, all of it. And then we've got capable people with qualifications who can run this organization, Honorable Minister. I thank you, Chairperson. Sorry, to add on the other one that was mentioned by Honorable Whitfield. We did mention the issue of the detectives, the members, that we are losing members from the detective branches because of remunerations. How can you cut the so-called standby allowance? It's there. Whether I've attended to a complaint or not, by mere fact of being standby, not going anywhere or doing my other things, waiting for a call, it means I'm working. I'm standby with a state vehicle. I'm going to check whether there are cases or not that are being reported that did not even need the urgent attention. But by mere fact that there is a docket in the CAC, by mere fact that I'm going there on a Sunday, I am not going to church because I must wait for any call or any incident to be attended. That means that I am on duty. I must claim for that Sunday. But these people are overlooked. That's why many of them, we've got names, it is there, Honorable Minister. Many of those people are going back to Vispol because they say Vispol has got incentives. You are working on Sunday, you claim. You are in the CSC sitting there doing nothing, you claim on Sunday. You are not going out. When you call the detectives to go and attend, you call them, you sit in the office, they go outside there to attend. But they are not remunerated. What is that? And what are you expecting from these people? So something must be done to change this thing. And this, it all started, Honorable Minister, when you hired people to the high ranking officials who were not police officers. They've never been on that field, but they were hired here. They started from the rank of colonel or superintendent, the way they were called, and directors. They changed everything. When a police officer was studying in this technical Pretoria, I remember, there way back in 1996, 1995, they were being paid when they were getting these so-called qualifications and all these things. They were being promoted. But all of a sudden that you got people outside to come and manage the policing environment who were not police officers. They said those people are developing themselves. Why SAPS must pay them? And police officers stopped developing themselves. Though we do have those that are still in the SAPS with qualifications, but they are not considered. We consider those with fake qualifications. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Detectives must be looked after. And then we cannot say that we don't have specialized detectives. We do have, but for being special, they are not paid. So they decide to do some other things. We must check on the records for police detectives that are at Vispol as we speak. Qualified, those that the police sent to the college to do resolving of crime and all that. These are certificates that they have, but they are no longer using them. They are sitting in the uniform branch or the Vispol because they think that there they can earn a living better than the detectives. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shembeni. Honorable Meshu.
Thank you, Chairperson. May I start by linking what I'm going to say to what Honorable Shembeni just said. It is a serious worry that you would have detectives who leave their very important job and choose to be with the Vispol when they have training and capacity to investigate just because they are not paid and they are not treated fairly. Even though I've never served as a policeman, I think to be in the VISPOL is not as challenging as to be a detective, because it is possible to drive around in a van and not deal with a single case and not have a single complaint. That is possible. But to be a detective, you are given problems that you must solve. And many times, a single detective has to enter a dangerous area to solve a case, to investigate. So I really don't think we are showing seriousness of getting professional and proper investigations that will end up with convictions. Many times when cases are thrown out of court, you hear about poor investigations. So if our detectives are not properly remunerated, how will they do their best to ensure that their investigations are of excellence? So I really would want to agree with my colleagues that our detectives must be shown more appreciation if we want to see more convictions. The fact that even with rapes, convictions are still below 10%, I mean, this is laughable and it is ridiculous. And many times you are told, poor investigation. I think the focus now has to be on empowering our detectives so that convictions can also increase. It is worrying that the Department of Police has continual findings. For a number of years, we have been talking about and even complaining about top-down heavy structure that we have in the police. Now, when we always have findings, you always hear of corruption, you always hear of irregular expenditure, you always hear of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The question arises, are the people who are dealing with these finances, who should be ensuring that there are no findings when it comes to expenditures because they are properly expended? Is it because of lack of capacity? And if it is because of lack of capacity, it might be a difficult question to ask the AG. Are you, as the AG, allowed to say, we recommend changes, maybe even the people who are responsible for dealing with these finances? Because you cannot every year have the same findings, have the same irregular and wasteful expenditure every year. So how far are you allowed to make recommendations? Are you allowed as the AG to say warm bloods must be moved around? Warm blood, that warm blood has been dealing with this issue, but looks like they don't know what they're doing. So that's my question then, whether you are allowed to go that far. And also, AG, I would want to know if you think that your recommendations are taken seriously, they are implemented, or do you sometimes think that they are being ignored? When there is no consequence management, you have the same findings, nothing is being done about that. Can it be a matter of refusing to implement, being ignored, or what would be the problem? Because this problem must be solved. We cannot have findings and they are not implemented. Consequence management obviously has to improve so that when we meet again to look at the expenditures, we are told that no, definitely there is an improve, and you can see the graph things are improving. And on the issue of poor record keeping, how many times do we hear about poor record keeping? Do you, as a AG, say, we want to see physically how you are keeping your records? Because to be presented with a complaint, poor record keeping all the time, this is not fair. There needs to be signs of progress. There needs to be signs that there is an improvement in keeping records, because when you have poor record keeping, again, dockets get lost. And when dockets gets lost, somebody does not get justice. So I would want to know finally about how the department plans their targets, how they plan their targets, because we've heard that their planning is more reactive than preventative. Have the recommendations been very specific to ensure that the targets are not low and they are not reactive? Do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because crime in this country is too high. Our relatives, our friends, our neighbors are complaining all the time. And it is not fair to always be bombarded by the complaints, by the cries that the police are doing nothing. I mean, some would go to an extent of saying police do nothing. And in some communities, when you look at what's happening, really you are tempted to believe those who are saying the police are doing nothing. So when targets are planned, does the AG only note that they are reactive and not preventative, or does the AG inform the department that to move from reactive to preventative, this is what we have to do, 1, 2, 3. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Meshu. Honorable Siabi.
Thank you, Chair. And good morning to the Minister, the National Commissioner, honorable members, and everybody who's on the platform. Let me also join colleagues in welcoming the presentation from AGSA. Of course, is concerning in terms of their report that SAPS is struggling with their performance. But also worrying that in terms of expenditure, they are almost 100%. And we're told in terms of the performance, they are at 70%. Also worrying that according to the AG, SAPS is not addressing prior concerns. But what I want to check is, I know that AGSA can meet with the department on a regular basis to assist them and check whether their recommendations are being implemented. I want to check whether that is done. But in your audit, AGSA, were you, because I see somewhere you reported about the issue of ICT getting into agreements with CETA. Were you told that these outsourced services like CETA and Public Works are frustrating the department in terms of their performance? so that when you finalize a report, you are aware of that. But I don't see that coming as a report from SAPS, that they are unable to move in certain areas, which ultimately affect their expenditure, because the departments, CETA in particular, and the public works, who's supposed to deliver certain services, are not doing that. For example, the issue of record management, which is related to office space and so on. The issue of a system that is supposed to be delivered by CETA. And if you were told, what would be your recommendation? Are you not allowed to recommend? Because as a committee, we've been recommending a number of times that maybe SAPS must be allowed to perform those responsibilities on its own, so that it can take accountability on the expenditure and non-performance. But their performance sometimes is impacted upon by departments which the National Commissioner has no authority, the Minister has no authority, because they have their own accounting officers and accounting authorities. So I just want to check with AGSA whether it's not prudent that if they were told, that they make a recommendation, because Cabinet can also take such a recommendation serious. That because the other support departments are failing SAPS, it's better that SAPS gets back those services so that they can perform on their own. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Whip. Honorable Whip, those are complaints we have had consistently and recommendations we've made consistently. Honorable Peacock.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to the Minister, to everyone on the virtual platform. Chairperson, let me take this opportunity to appreciate the presentation made by the AGSA. Mine, Chairperson, is when you look at the findings by the AGSA, are still the same as the previous findings. When you look at the finding itself, it speaks to regressions, misstatements, similar findings as I've already mentioned, underspending. It speaks to misalignment of targets. It speaks to a lot of issues that I've just mentioned and also been mentioned by other members. But the concern that I'm having, Chairperson, is that what is also the responsibility of the audit committee that's supposed also to look into the targeted set or to look into the previous findings in order to find and assess steps in terms of mitigating the findings that were found previously. Because the concern that I'm having is we can't be having repetitions of the same findings that were found on the previous year. And you see that there's no improvement at all. Now, the concern that worries me is what is the responsibility or how is the audit committee assisting in terms of making sure that we are moving away from finding us in the same situation that we are in now. With regard to the misalignment of APPs, Chairperson, you know that we always have concern as the committee on how these APPs are set and are they really speaking to what is expected, and are these targeted set really being able to be realized? But when you listen to the presentation, you find out that the concern that we've been having as a committee, it's agreeing to what the outcome speaks of today. With regard to the integrated project system, the issue on SETA. I don't know how, but there must be a solution that we should find in order for us to deal with the issue of the SETA in terms of the delayment they always have in terms of finalizing projects. And as you can see, it's also an indication stated by the AGSA that it's also a finding showing regarding SEPs, and it's a concern for me too. When you look at the whole presentation, you will see that there's a deficiency on internal control, generally, Chairperson. That states that then we must find a way whereby, as this committee, we focus on the previous findings, see to it that there are mitigations, also trying to check that the audit committee should be able to assist, because if we are not going to do that, we'll find us in the same situation that we are in today, whereby even the unauthorized wasteful expenditures has been increased, where there is no improvement. And to that, it gives you also a concern whereby, is there really proper people placed in position to make sure that these findings find expression, and that at the ultimate end, what we expected to deliver as SEPs is delivered. So the concern that I'm having, Chair, is that we really need to check into the issues of management with regard to SEP, because it's really lacking and there's no capacity, or even if there's capacity, but there needs to be a certain improvement on that. I think that's all from my side, Chairperson. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Peacock. Honorable Blanche, welcome, Honorable Groenewald, and then Honorable Majosi. I've noted you.
May I proceed, Chairperson?
Yes, you may.
Chairperson, thank you. I also want to start by saying good morning to the Minister, the National Commissioner, and all the people on the platform. Chairperson, a lot was said, a lot of ground was covered. But Chairperson, let me say that I also want to commend the Auditor-General for the excellent report that they tabled. Chairperson, we really reached a very serious point. And I don't want to go into all the issues that was mentioned already. Chairperson, the very basis of my concern is the fact that the police are not able to function in their prime responsibilities. The Section 205 responsibilities, visible policing, detective services, those are the basic things that the police are supposed to be doing. Chairperson, we cannot just leave here today without saying to one another that serious intervention is needed. It must be remembered that the National Commissioner is the accounting officer. Yes, I know that General Masemola, started, a while ago, but still, and the minister is the responsible person also for the police. Chairperson, we have a failing police system in this country. They are unable to do their work. They are regressing in terms of their very basic police functions. And we cannot just leave it at that. Chairperson, we will have to decide what are we as a committee going to do differently. The police will have to come up and say, what are they going to do differently? A regression in stuff, a repeat of the previous year, and we are getting nowhere, and we are spending police budgets, and there is not proper service that people experience on the ground. We need to change the situation, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Blanche. Honorable Groenewald, Majosi, and then Marekwa.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to everyone. Chairperson, this audit report, I want to classify as a shame on the South African police services. Why do I say that? if you go to slide 6 of the presentation of the Auditor-General Chairperson, it gives actually the broad picture of why I say that this actually shows that there's a shame on the South African police services. And I do hope that we're going to get answers today. Not just answers to say, well, this and that and these problems, and we will attend to it. We want to hear exactly what is going to, and the police service is going to do to ensure that we don't have a repeat. Chairperson, if you look at slide 6, it says all, because what is important for the people of South Africa is firstly, when we talk about crime, what are the crime statistics? Is there progress? Is there reduction? And all serious crimes? When we talk about firearms, when we talk about forensics lab results, outstanding forensics reports, when we talk about violence against women and children, those are the important issues for the people of South Africa, and those are the important issues to see whether there is progress from the police services in the effective fighting of crime. Now, slide 6 says, the findings on program 2, and it says the underlying records materially differ from the reported, the number of reported contact crimes. So there's a problem. The crime statistics is actually wrong at that one. Number of reported crimes committed against women and children. Number of identifiable stolen or lost subs firearms recovered. Number of stolen, lost, and illegal firearms recovered. If you look at program 3, the underlying records materially differ from the reported. Percentage of outstanding case dockets related to contact crimes older than 3 years. Percentage of outstanding crime-to-crime DNA investigative leads finalized. Percentage of the outstanding integrated ballistics identification systems investigative leads finalized. The percentage of biology DNA intelligence case exhibits finalized. The percentage of results of trial updated in respect of the following not guilty verdict. Honorable Chair, what this actually is saying is that we do not get the correct statistics from the police services. They are misleading. And I know it's hard words this morning, but I am really disturbed to see this slide 6. It is disturbing because it is clear that when an audit was done, the public and the people of South Africa, we are misled by the statistics given by the South African police services. And if we look what the finding is, it says the Department of Police continues to have challenges of reliability of reported performance information. It means it's not the first time. Chairperson, how many years now do we hear that there is a differ in the reported cases and what the audit reveals? And the impact is quite clear here. It says the achievement of targets not aligned to the realities of the country in terms of crimes due to achievements not supported by accurate records and material limitations experienced. Higher achievement by department, however, this is not translated to actual realities of society. Chairperson, I hope that we get the answers on this slide today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Groenewald. Honorable members, I wish to really re-emphasize what Dr. Groenewald has said now. We have consistently been saying that the presentations we are receiving are inaccurate. We are going to reach that stage where we will have to tell SAPS in writing and formally that you are coming to our meetings and you are misleading us. This is a serious offense. So I would really want National Commissioner to take note of the fact that as the accounting officer, we are going to be calling you to account on the fact that your team misleads us. Honorable Minister, we have consistently reported that the information we receive on the forensic science laboratories is misleading. The Central Firearm Registry, you are sending us information that is misleading. And the committee has reached a stage where we can legally not accept this any longer. The committee will be held legally responsible for accepting information presented to the committee which is inaccurate. Now this concern of the committee is raised by the Auditor-General. The SAPS came to us and spoke about the reduction in the backlog of cases at the Forensic Science Laboratory. We are now being shown that we have been misled. Now, we are going to have to take serious action, and this is not, we cannot tolerate it, because I will take you through all the minutes where you gave us certain information, and those statistics have been inaccurate. It is legally unacceptable. It is not just now the committee expressing a view. What you're doing to this committee is a criminal offense. And I want to caution, please, when you do give us presentations, that you give us accurate information. Now the Auditor-General is confirming the fact that we are not receiving accurate information from SAPS. Honorable Majosi.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to honorable members, the Minister and Sub-Department and the AG. No, I think what Dr. Groenewald has said, it sums up almost everything, Chairperson, because I wanted to come there in terms of the reports, because what the AG report is telling us is that we have inaccurate numbers. The minister then must get his house in order. What is happening in this police station? That is the first point where he must go to. What is happening in the police stations where all these cases are reported? And how are these cases reported? Because, which means there are shenanigans that are happening in these police stations. There are scenarios that I can tell now, but I don't want to. Roka police station is the worst. In Ekurhuleni, Foslorus police station, it's a chaos. So how will you run a department that has police stations that you cannot even count on? People in Soweto, people in Ekurhuleni are crying out because of this police station, and it's not the only two. So you can imagine all these reports that we've been getting and everything else, which means we've only been reporting about half of what is happening, not everything that is happening. I don't want to say it is not the truth. I just want to say it's half of what it's happening. And it is alarming to us as this committee that we must sit for hours, listen to a report, engage these reports only to find that we are engaging on reports that are not accurate, reports that are brought to us as members of this committee, which are not saying exactly what is happening in these police stations. What causes that? We have police officers that are not that do not know the mandate. We've got police officers that do as they please in these police stations. We've got police officers that take bribes for cases. That is why you'll find that there is chaos in everything that is happening there. So all I want to say, Chair, is that the minister must get our house in order and truly go to these police stations, at least have a program of visiting each and every police station, and maybe sit in the other office so that you are able to see what is happening exactly in these police stations. It is chaos, Chairperson. There is no way that we're going to get an accurate reports of cases and everything, where else everything that is happening, it's bad. And how can it be explained? How do we get to almost finishing the budget and not meeting our targets? How do we get to that? Do they even know? Do the regions even know that these are the targets that are set for national, so that they're able to do their work? It is chaos, Chairperson. It is alarming and it's very concerning in this committee that we must now sit and listen to the AG's report, which is something that is totally different from the reports that we've been getting for the whole year. I mean, which means we've been told what? Half of the story. And it is not fair on this committee. The police department must get their house in order, because they are not going to reach their targeted KPIs for as long as we've got police officers who do as they please in these police stations. Chair.
Honorable Majosi, are you done?
Yes, I'm done. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Malekwa.
Thank you, Chairperson. And good morning to the Minister, the Police Commissioner, the subs management on the platform, and honorable members. Good morning. Chair, having read and listened to what the members have been saying on the platform, I think it's really concerning. But let me talk to what has been presented by the document from the AG's office, where it touch on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. I think, Chair, for me, when you talk wasteful and fruitless expenditure, it's as much as you're talking underspending, because it means there is money given to a department, but the department is not using the money on time or on specific and identified targets. But then as time goes, in terms of having a report and closing books at the end of the year, we use money on whatever that comes our way so that we are seen as spending. So it's as much as underspending when you waste and when you have fruitless and wasteful expenditures. And doing that also, it means, Chair, from my side, that we are robbing communities of a particular service where that money that is wrongfully used could have been used for something that will be fruitful for the communities, could be used for empowerment, awareness raising campaigns, because where I'm seated, Chair, we have 2 women who have been brutally murdered, raped and murdered, one to the extent of being burnt to death, meaning that GBVF is still rife and is still rearing its ugly head. And some of the funds could have been used to empower and have a provincial or whatever programs that talks to empower all residents, including men, on the dangers and the issues of GBVF. So the fact that these crimes are still continuing, it means somewhere, somehow, the department is not really reaching out and making sure these things are happening. We know that they have to also ensure that the systems internally are running and up to scratch, like your laboratories and the police stations that needs to be refurbished, and especially the space for the detectives and the storage for the detectives. Most of them don't have, they carry more than 300 dockets, but they don't have actual storage to save those dockets. So I think some of the money could really be channeled, things that will have a better and proper or positive impact in the work of the police, rather than have wasteful expenditure, Chairperson. And the other concern is also that having reports with findings, I think the police needs to work to have having unqualified reports without findings, because findings can mean a lot of things. So I think they need to really work towards having clean audits, as we speak, as we would call them, Chair, without findings. So I think from that part, Chair, the next one will be the issue of consequence management. I think if the police management, we know that the divisional commissioners or whoever will allocate certain tasks to other police officials, senior police, and where a person has not really delivered on the task given and the responsibilities, consequence management must take place. And it cannot be a matter of fearing one another when we have to really deal and have people accounting. Because if there is no consequence management, people will continue doing the wrong thing, thinking is the normal and is the thing, acceptable thing to be done. But if we can also emphasize, and from my side to say that consequence management is really needed where people are not performing, because not performing of any department, and in the main SAPS, where a lot is happening in the country currently, the finger points to government. Government gives money, but people rather underspend or use money for fruitless and whatever expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And then government, the finger points back to government, and as if government does not allocate the funds. So I think the consequence management really needs to be looked into if we really want to have the SAPS that everyone would like to see being there, out there performing, and making sure that things are happening, and accounting also for money given to them. The other one, Chair, is the indicators that I've picked up from the AG's report that talks to indicators that are not consistent with the planned objectives. Obviously, there won't be any achievement. There's a mismatch from the beginning when you have indicators, but then they are talking something different to the planned objectives. So we will continuously sit in meetings and have these, like other members who spoke before me, saying that the reports are basically the same. I joined only this year, this committee. So I think if we can get alignment and make sure that what we plan and what we seem to identify as indicators, they must really talk to the objectives, because there won't be any good outcomes if there's a mismatch on these two, Chairperson. And then the other one that I want to raise, Chair, that I've just noted here is the setting of targets that are too low. Am I still audible, Chair?
You see the problem? You're audible, but there's a background noise. What's happening?
I don't know. I hear people talking, so I'm not sure who are they.
Can I just check what? Sorry, Honorable Marekwa.
Yes, Chair. Oh, they have stopped now. I don't know what was happening.
My apologies. Sorry, someone was disturbing you. You may continue.
Okay. Yeah, the last point that I've noted here, Chair, is the setting of targets that are low. Obviously, when you set your targets too low, well, it will definitely not in any way afford the citizens of this country the safety and the safe and secure environment that we all want to see. So I think the setting and their targets that are too low, they must also look into that one to say, if you want to achieve something, really look into how we set your targets and how you also your indicators and your objectives to match, and make sure that citizens of this country are having the safe and secure environment to live in. I think every woman, every young man, every young girl wants to be in the streets at night and not be bothered to say, hey, people will be chasing me. We need to look into that one, Chairperson, because we are currently running after the Zamazamas. You remove them from one area, they go to the next, because they know that the planning of the police will be forever chasing after them. But we need to also, when you talk of these Zamazamas, because every week there's something about Zamazamas occupying certain things. So it's like we are chasing the police and we are chasing after them. And we need to really be proactive and make sure that the budget we have needs to make sure that where we remove them, they don't find any other space to can operate. But they know that the police doesn't have that resource or whatever, whoever gives them information. I think proactivity also of the police can play a major role in making sure that this country becomes safe, because you'll chase them right through from Gauteng, they will be Northwest, they'll come to Northern Cape, they'll be all over the shore. So I think proactivity also, budgeting for budgeting and making sure that the crime prevention or visible policing budget is enough, so much that it can be able to allow police to be acting proactively in many areas in this country, because you cannot wait for them to come to another province and will forever have oversights and running and chasing after these people, and they are looking at us and just smiling and say, they won't catch us. So I think we really have to allow and assist and make sure that the budget that is given to the police, let it also be utilized properly with accountability, but crime prevention or visible policing be the main area that is given the budget. Because when even when we do oversight, we don't even see police patrolling. It's only the police that are accompanying us, but where are the rest of the police who are on duty, who have to be seen in the streets patrolling? So I think resources must be budget allocated, let it be utilized. And we cannot also, like in the previous reports that I've seen, where money was taken back to Treasury, but we cannot allow, even if money is not taken back to Treasury, fruitless and wasteful expenditure cannot be tolerated. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Marekwa. Honorable Molekwa. Is Honorable Molekwa still on the platform? Nicolette?
Chairperson, good morning. I don't see her on the platform, but I'll quickly give her a call and just ask.
Thank you. Honorable Whitfield, you raised your hand again and then it got dropped. Are you still asking another question?
No, thank you very much, Chair. I was in two minds, but if I may take the opportunity just to highlight a point in preparation for the committee to receive SAPS's responses at some point. On slide 14, SAPS theme 3 in the presentation from the AG, which refers to enhanced processing of forensic evidence case exhibits. The last bullet point says, and I quote, "Overall, from our understanding, this is one of the core functions of the department, and the process is 100% within the control of the department. However, this was one of the worst performance targets when compared to other functions of the department," end quote. And the reason I highlight this, Chair, is that when SAPS often gives us responses, it's filled with excuses. We get different templates for presenting on the same indicators in different meetings. We are told that there are externalities that affect the performance against target. But in this particular measurement of the forensic evidence case exhibits, this process is 100% within the control of SAPS according to the AG, and we can therefore not accept any arguments or excuses about external factors, given that we've raised this consistently since 2019. I thought it was an important point to highlight so that when SAPS does respond, that they constrain themselves in their response to honest reflections on their own failures and not look to shift blame to the external factors which may have an influence. And in this case, it appears from the AG's perspective that there are no external factors, that this is 100% within the control of SAPS, and the committee should just be vigilant about that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Whitfield. Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. Two things. Chair, I've just got confirmation that in fact that accident, it was not a police officer, although a very serious accident that cost a life, but let me correct that. The latest information is it's not a police officer. Secondly, Chairperson, I'll take the opportunity of asking one more question. Is it possible, do you think, given the fact that SAPS sets very low targets, and it's very difficult for us to measure performance to the targets that they set, that perhaps that when they're setting targets, it should be done in consultation with the portfolio committee so that we would be in a better position to measure that, to ensure that, yes, indeed, that they are meeting targets that are set, that are realistic, and more importantly, would be able to find solutions to the challenges that we face on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I'm first going to allow the Auditor-General's office to respond, and a number of these questions will be repeated when, we are not going to repeat the questions, that will further interrogate it when, after we have received the presentation from SAPS. So I'll allow the Auditor-General's office to respond, SAPS and the Minister to respond, and then back to the Auditor-General's office. The representatives of the AG South Africa.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Thank you very much for all the questions from all the honourable members. I do take note of the questions, but I also took note of certain comments from some of the honourable members, and I also did take note of some of the questions might not be directed to us, it might be more directed to the department. But having said that, I will start with answering some of the questions. I will also ask my colleague, Ms. Nelisiwe, also to help me in answering some of the questions that I might not have the specific details of. And I think then towards the end, if we have missed any specific question from any honourable member, please do raise the question again. We can just make sure we do adequately address all the questions that have been asked. So just doing that formalities. So maybe to start from the top, Honourable Whitfield asked in terms of the steps that the police are taking regarding consequence management. So I think from our side, we audit according to the framework from a National Treasury in terms of what consequence management should be conducted and how it should be conducted. So in that instance, you would have also noted that the reason why we also raised the specific matter was that what we identified is that some investigations have started, but they're not being concluded, or they're not being done within the 90 days as what is prescribed by the framework. So the framework prescribes as soon as you identify irregular or fruitless and wasteful expenditure, you've got 90 days to determine whether or not it is in actual fact fruitless and wasteful or irregular. And once you have confirmed that, then you then move over to the actual consequence management process, which there are not a specific time frame for, but we have noted from the department side, it may be something that they would want to expedite. And the reason being the fact that if you still need to do consequence management for any officials that are still within the employment of the police services, you can do that. Or if there's any specific recovery of money that you need to do, you can also do that. The challenges starts coming in when some of these matters, irregular expenditure or fruitless, have been outstanding for a long time. Then you would note, and some of the officials have actually left the department, you would note then the actual consequence management does become a challenge in that regard. So again, maybe just as a word of recommendation is to maybe start looking at the most recent cases first, where you can still do proper consequence management and then work back to the ones that are maybe older. So that's just to give some perspective. So we have identified that they have started most of the investigations. The challenge is more lying with them just concluding on these investigations and then moving forward in terms of what the investigations reveal, what should be done. Then regarding from Honorable Sheikh Iman, regarding the load targets, so I think from our side, what we noted, and I think that's maybe also something just for the committee to take note of, is then the question that should be asked is to how are the targets formulated? What informs your plans? What action plans or what information within the department informs the specific targets, first of all? And then second of all, how are those targets actually being linked to the financial and also human resources available to actually execute those specific targets and make sure that they are at least a reliable estimate, if you can call it as such. So as much as we highlighted low targets, we also noted in program 3, there were quite high targets as well, which also seemed from a trend. If you look at a trend over the last 3 to 4 years, we would have seen that those targets seemed high again. So again, just questioning that, how are the targets actually being formulated in this regard? So I think maybe that is the correct question for the committee to venture into and to get a confirmation from the department as to what informs the formalization of the targets and how is that then also benchmarked in terms of what is the available resources, being financial and human resources that they have to actually achieve those specific targets. Regarding the consequence management and executing responsibility, I think I've already mentioned that in terms of we have seen that the department do the consequence management, they do take initial steps. It's just maybe just from our side, it's just how do you expedite the processes and how do you focus on those ones that are maybe easy ones that you can get through the system and the ones that are more challenging, what resources or what additional effort is required to finalize them. I will ask Nelly Siwe towards the end, my colleague, just to give feedback in terms of what specific SEM cases you can refer to that we've identified that might be a bit long outstanding. Then regarding the question on the proactive responses. So I think when we looked at program 2 and 3, you would note program 2 in its objective, it's got a specific wording that says proactive strategies, or it's a proactive measure to try to do the visible policing. So when we then took that specific objective that is included in program 2 specifically, and then we then try to confirm how the targets are being set, we didn't realize that obviously some of the targets more reactive and proactive, and we could not confirm whether or not the department is actively then drafting targets that do the proactive visible policing as to what they want in the objective of the program 2. So there was only one target that we noted, and there was one target that talks about the police joining public community forums and then also getting specific insights into what is the issues within that specific community. So that was probably the only target that we noted within program 2 that's a bit more proactive. Of course, from our understanding, that's probably where you would then go and identify what is the key crime matters in the area and what the specific station within that specific area needs to focus on regarding that specific area. Because as we know, the crimes do differ from area to area, and therefore you cannot have one standard plan that will just be executed in terms of a specific area. So that's the one thing we just noted in terms of the proactive, and that's where we came from in terms of identifying to say that it's something that you formulated in your own program too, as being that you want to measure, but we're not seeing it in terms of your target. So that's just to give some perspective as to how we arrived at that specific statement that we're making. Then regarding the impact of material irregularities, so just to give you an indication, we did start scoping in the Department of Police as part of our material irregularity process. You would recall it's the extended powers that was given to us in 2018 by the amended Public Audit Act. So just to give some information through to the committee, there are some matters that we're busy looking at. We haven't finalized them. There are some irregular and fruitless or wasteful expenditure that we are going into a bit more detail to see if it meets the definition of a material irregularity. But at this point in time, nothing has formally been concluded as yet. And the process to be followed, as what my colleague Nelly would have explained, is to first then obviously, once we identified, go to the accounting officer, which will be the national commissioner. And then from there on, we get the recommendations or the actions the national commissioner will want to implement in addressing the specific material irregularity. So at this point in time, we don't have anything formally to report, but to give some assurance to the committee, there are some matters we are busy looking at from that aspect where they might meet the definition. But as I said, it's still very much in the research stage and investigation stage from our side, and we're busy just looking at that specifically. Then regarding the comments from Honorable Mashu, do the AG do proactive and reactive recommendations? Yeah, I think from our side, what we identified then was to say that we can see that all your targets are more reactive, it's not proactive. As much as we are not necessarily always the subject matter experts as to what proactive measures you should put in place, we could at least identify to see that what you're trying to measure is more reactive. So the recommendations we give through to the department are recommendations that we will then allude them to say that maybe you need to start looking at just how do you actually craft indicators a bit more reactive if you want to be preventative in nature. Do they take our recommendations seriously? Yes. I think from our engagement specifically with General Dampani and General Rabi, there are quite a lot of discussions that goes into our recommendations quite regularly. What we do from our side is we try and customize our recommendations to be a bit more specific and to also try and help the department to go into a certain direction. Some of these things are not as easy as it might seem. Some of the matters are quite complex, specifically when it comes to some of the performance information and how they're reporting and how they're crafting their targets. We've also had some various engagements with management in that regard, and we are trying to also then understand as to what are the challenges that the department faces throughout the crafting of these indicators. So I think one area that we've seen that there has been improvement is specifically the financial statements area. We have really seen over the years where they used to be qualified, and now this year currently they actually submitted a financial statements that was free from material misstatements. So for such a big department, from my own personal opinion, that is quite a good achievement. It also shows that there has been some progress on the financial side. The reason why in our presentation we're highlighting the audit of performance information and the compliance is because we feel those areas still do require intervention. They still do require to go to a bit more detail as to what is the actual root causes and the challenges that are tripping the department and ensuring that they can actually have a clean administration in that regard. So we have a good relationship with them. We try and follow up on our recommendations as much as possible. But yeah, so that's just to give some perspective in terms of the department. They do take the audit process quite seriously. I must really commend the department in that regard. Then, do we review the physical record keeping? Yes. So as part of the audit process, we do substantive audit procedures. Not only look at controls, we also look at substantive audit procedures. And in that regard, when we look at substantive or when we perform substantive audit procedures, we will go down to this physical documentation and as to how the record keeping are being managed. So that's hence where we also then identify some of the matters and challenges that we've noted. So for instance, in the forensic laboratory services, we did note that there are quite significant challenges with the record keeping in that regard. So that's also hence why we did raise that matter. And it's also one of the key, how can I say, the key fundamental targets for the detective services, because we all know the impact if you don't have proper evidence in any cases going forward through the justice system. Then from Honorable Siabi, do we confirm if the recommendations are implemented? So from our side, what we do is we have the annual audit, which is then more towards the latter part of the financial year or the year under review. But then during the audit year, we also got a process which is called your status of record review, where we will go in and identify to see whether or not some of the recommendations have been implemented, and what we will focus on is key areas. It won't be a full audit approach because of just it's not viable for us to do that. But what we would then do is we try to do it as an early warning system, where we go in, we will look at some key audit areas that might have been red flags in a previous audit, and then we go and we try and give the accounting officer or the commissioner then some feedback in terms of what has been implemented, what's not been implemented, and what is the status of those specific areas. So we have done it in this year. We did it we gave feedback in February, if I remember correctly, or March, and we will again be doing that going forward. It just helps the department also then in their journey to make sure that whatever they're implementing is actually yielding results. Then the second question from the Honorable Siabi, what do we see? So the question was regarding those departments that also play a key role to actually for the police to execute their mandate. So I think this comes back to one of the things that we've noted on, let's say, the forensic laboratory services. Some of the reason for variances, and you will recall in your annual performance report, you have your targets and you have your achievements, and then you have got your reason for variances as to why you may be overachieved or underachieved. So when you go and look at those reason for variances, we did note there are some explanations referring to the buildings from Department of Public Works not being sufficient for them to actually execute their duty, either being the air cons are not working, or the building is dilapidated, or whatever reason there might be. So I think from our side, the thing is, and what we say is that it's not the first year this has been reported. So if that is the matter, and you know that is the case, and the building that you're operating in, what alternative action plans are you putting in place? And what alternative processes are you then following to ensure that at least you can still execute your mandate as what is required? So I think that is the questions we posed to the department, where we asked them, okay, so we are aware that you are reliant on the specific building for this example I'm using now. But then what alternative action plan do you have in place? What alternative processes are you suggesting, or how do you ensure that at least you still have got different plans to come and to still meet your specific targets? And I think those were the things that we were not provided with, and that we struggled to get assurance on, that the department has taken those other departments which they rely on, let's say for instance the public works buildings, and also then for instance the CETA, as to say, okay, well, what alternative processes are you then formulating to at least to either bypass those departments or to hold those departments accountable and making sure they can actually give you the necessary processes and the services you need to execute your mandate. So again, coming back to some of the matters where if you are aware of those environments, then, and it's not new to you, then you should, from our perspective, you should have alternative plans in place to try and either circumvent or either move around those challenges, or then have specific initiatives to hold those departments accountable. So I think that's just to give some perspective regarding what we assessed in that regard. Then from Honourable Peacock, in terms of what responsibility the audit committee has, so I think that's more a question that can be maybe directed to the department and then to the audit committee. But from our side, yeah, we do join the audit committees that they have. They do go through an action plan. They have an action plan in terms of formulating internal audit and external audit findings, and they do then monitor that specific action plan and ensuring the implementation thereof, and also then ensuring that the matters actually gets addressed. But as what you would have seen is that sometimes what happens with these action plans is that they might not be addressing the correct root cause, and therefore you have then the recurring matters going forward. So again, maybe the question should be the effectiveness of these action plans. How are they actually properly being monitored, and also how are they ensuring that the repeat findings do not reoccur? I think from my side, I've answered in all the questions. I noted some comments from Honourable Terblanche and Groenewald and Majosi and Honourable Marekwa. I didn't pick up any specific questions. It was more comments and considerations for the committee to take note of, maybe in the discussions to be had with the department. Maybe from your side, Nelisiwe, I'm not sure if you want to add anything that I might have missed. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. I think there was one matter you requested me to deal with in terms of the specific cases, especially of irregular expenditure. I think that would likely be more what management would be able to provide. However, the specific instances of non-compliance in procurement that we saw this year, and as well, there is cases that relates to prior years that has been under assessment, which management only confirmed in the current year and brought it in the main disclosure note of irregular expenditure. So the details is in the transaction what they are. I think they are more suitable people to deal with those. I think, Chairperson, there were a couple of questions around the consequence management with fruitless and irregular expenditure. I think maybe just more details on that is that there is something that is being done by the department. However, we are just seeing a slow progress. I think Eugene did touch on it. So there's the first assessment process where they actually confirm. So they're moving them from that assessment, the 3 months that they're required to, and then move it to the main node where they're confirming it as irregular expenditure. Then from there on, they're required to then, they can perform the full investigation, whether to determine if the irregular expenditure, there's any fraud element, what are the losses, who's responsible. So what we found that the smaller number of cases now that remains that have not been confirmed, which we've raised with management. And then the second part, majority of the cases are sitting in the investigation. So they haven't finalized all that process. And it is also a concern because they have not effectively started the consequence management. Remember, the longer you take to implement some of these recommendations or some of this consequence management, the more the other people think that it's okay that you can continue incurring this kind of cost. And then at the same time, there are some cases that have been fully investigated by the department. But what we actually found is that those cases apparently are sitting somewhere in the HR or with the line manager where the actual consequences have not been effected. So those are just some of the issues that we actually identified. There was a question around, I think, from Honorable Mishwe, who asked about the recommendations, if we can recommend certain things. I think the process that we undertake when we raise something or we identify something as a deficiency in the environment, would have those kind of discussion with management and do our own assessment to actually see what is the problem. If the problem is about the skills that are there, we are able to issue the recommendation and say, well, we feel like there's a gap in the skills, and therefore training or equipping the people who are there with the right skills we can do. So those are the kind of recommendations, and majority of them are just based on what are the issues that we are identifying at that particular time. I think, yeah, that sort of sums up what I had captured that maybe we might have forgotten, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Nelisiwe. Any further? Luyanda, you have your hand up. Are you there?
Yes, Chair, sorry about that.
Thank you.
My audio, I was trying to adjust it. Chair, I'm trying to get my visuals sorted as well so they can just see. I'm the audit committee chair. I just wanted to respond to the issue raised, directed to the audit committee as to what exactly is the audit committee doing to assist the department to address the issues that have been raised by the AG as well. I think I'll be visible there shortly. Thank you, Chair. Chair, as audit committee, I want to just maybe report that we have a very close working relationship with the Auditor-General, and I think that does assist because we are jointly assurance providers that ensure that at all angles we assist the department in pushing forward. So a lot of issues that they've raised, we actually identify absolutely with them, and actually a number of them we've raised as well the department over the year, and therefore this is almost like a culmination of what is the end of the year assessment. But maybe let me just take a step back to say, as an audit committee, we are of course an advisory oversight structure, and therefore even though we do make recommendations during the year, we really are dependent on the department taking our recommendations and implementing them. And what maybe I can say is that overall, we have seen that there has not been implementation that is impactful. We've followed up on findings raised by internal audit. And I think in that respect, our internal audit assists us in raising issues that need to be addressed. But what we've seen is that there is still a room of improvement in making sure that the findings raised are taken right across steps so that the department does not only focus on the specific test cases which are being raised. That's one area of improvement. I think on the area of the audit action plan, we have seen that even though there's high levels of reported implementation of the action plan in the past, but at the end, we do see AG coming back and raising similar issues, which means, Chair, as AG has said, there is room of improvement in terms of ensuring that the effectiveness or the focus of the action plan on targeting the root causes that will assist in preventing repeats is what we need to focus on going forward, so that we make sure that they are directed exactly as to what makes us not to achieve levels that we envisage. So in the past, this has been the case that we've taken note of. Currently, the department is busy putting together or finalizing its action plan, and will be continuing to pay due attention to look at whether it is precise, it is directed at areas that will cause impact, rather than simply responding to the specific finding, which does not assist going forward. Also, Chair, I just wanted to report to say, I mean, as an audit committee, we meet on a quarterly basis, and we assisted, maybe let me use the term, our hands and feet are the internal audit function, which we give direction in terms of which areas to focus on. And as they raise findings, they do report to us on a quarterly basis. And these are the instances when we hold management to account in terms of whether or not they are responding timeously and effectively to all issues that are being raised by internal audit. Because if those are not taken seriously, then they will culminate into a not so positive picture at the end of the year, which is what AG will reflect. What we've seen, Chair, we're still building up, let me say, a database to make sure that as internal audit, we're able to have a full database of all the issues that have been raised so that we can be able to hold management to account. That is being built steadily, but on what we have seen, we've seen that, of course, there are gaps, as I've mentioned before, but we're continuing to zone in into that space so that we're able to know exactly in which province, in which police station, and what have we done to make sure that those findings raised in a particular police station are actually communicated across the nation, so that should internal audit or even age later choose a different police station to audit, they will not find similar repeat findings. So that database of findings, which is basically a tracker, is what internal audit is still assisting us to build up. And that I think in this year, we should be able to get to a stage where the full population of all internal audit findings is able to be followed through. This is fairly easier for AG, because what we do is we monitor the action plan, its implementation. Every year we take the action plan that management has prepared and we continue to monitor that on a quarterly basis. One of the things, Chair, that maybe I wanted to share with you, that maybe as of what we've done as an audit committee as well, is that especially halfway through the year, on a regular basis, we would provide a report which we communicate to the accounting officer. But we've made sure as well that we communicate our report in terms of what we've observed and what our recommendations are as audit committee. Also to the highest level, the minister gets our report. And this is what we use to make sure that we are sounding alarm bells early enough on areas that need to be looked at. Also, our report is being shared with the AG. So there's open communication to make sure all the stakeholders are aware of the concerns as they come through. Hence, I was saying much earlier, we have a very open and productive relationship with the AG, where we always make sure they're invited to our sessions to be able to see how we're holding the department to account. As I conclude, Chair, what maybe is a main part that I'd like to bring forward, what we've seen is that there is room to improve holding members within SAPS to account in areas where they do not perform. I think we've seen that there has been areas where there's been non-performance. People basically have not done what they should have done. And it takes very long for us to see that they are being held to account. And this has an effect of perhaps spreading over time if it's not checked. So we continue to raise the alarm bell to say when police stations or when any area within SAPS is found to not to be doing what they should be doing, we need to have speedy measures to hold them to account so that we send or create a culture where people know that we've got to commit to doing what we need to do. And this is one area which I think is important. When it comes to specifics as in performance reporting, we have as an audit committee as well raised absolutely our concern around the issues that AG has also touched on, especially in assisting the department to review and reconsider some of the outcomes that are on their performance information reporting. And if I make examples, I mean, some of the targets that we're hoping in the next reporting cycle would be relooked at is, for example, where we still have targets for areas we believe we should be targeting zero in those areas. For example, the issue of lost SAPS guns, or even the number of SKPs, or let alone the liquor outlets that have always been spoken about. So we continue to advise and make recommendations to say, in the planning process, let these be relooked at to make sure that we ultimately have an impact on the ground. Because we've seen that in some cases, SAPS may report 100% performance consistently, but you don't see the impact simply because of how the targets have been set. And this is the area that we continue to raise as well. So let me leave it there, Chair, but it was just a demonstration to say, as an audit committee, we are very much involved, we're on the ground, and we continuously, in writing for that matter, escalate any issues that we raise, not just to the AG themselves, but to the minister, to the accounting officer, and all our stakeholders. And I think close cooperation is there, and we are pressing. And there was a comment made as well by one of the honorable members to say, what about clean audit as the outcome we target? We've made it very clear, Chair, to the department. In fact, we had a meeting just as early as yesterday with the National Commissioner, that the target, we can't stagnate on the unqualified. We're happy that we turned the corner about a year ago from qualified to unqualified. We've repeated that for 21-22, but going forward, the next calendar year, we're putting pressure on all systems to make sure that our target is clean audit. And that's then what we need the action plan to talk to, the response to audit findings, to make sure that all of those are put in place expeditiously. Thank you, Chair. I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate the work which is done by our internal audit committee. You have certainly helped us in our endeavors. And from the side of the portfolio committee, please convey my highest respect and regards to the internal audit committee. And thank you very much to the chair for the diligent work that you are doing. And we commend the outcomes of your hard work because we can see the progress that you have achieved. Honorable members, all the questions that you have raised will also be relevant to the presentation of the BRRR reports of SAPS. So I'm not going to take the direct responses from SAPS on each and every question you've asked because this is the session with the Auditor-General. I'm quickly going to take inputs from the Minister and the National Commissioner, and then I'll ask the Auditor-General's team to wrap up, and we'll then take the BRRR reports. Honorable Minister, if you are still here.
Indeed, Chair. I'm still here.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
And listening. Chairperson, I'm not going to really go and delve in all other aspects, as you have said. It might take the half of your time, half of your day. Mine would be, especially the AGSA, AGSA, together with the internal. That I hear that the internal, they met the accounting officer yesterday. Yes, while one is in contact with them, it does feel, especially from the side of the ministry, that maybe you are not very much frequent and regular in those kind of meetings as they would with the accounting officer and the management. Also, it goes to the AG. One has met. We had a thorough meeting with the AG's office or personnel, but it was on the matter that not necessarily on this broader presentation that are happening today. That was listening rather than engagement, but there was an element where we engage properly, where we think if things could be done that way. I don't know what would be the level of that kind of engagement, of the questions that would have been raised as we engage rather than those questions raised here. For instance, Chairperson, going back to Honorable Member Whitefield, slide 14, the last arrow, where he says, overall, from our understanding, this is one of the core functions of the department, and the process is 100%. If one is engaged with the AG on that, I'll raise some issues. I'll take some issues with that. For instance, the point made, Chairperson, is that AG has visited the Manzimtoti laboratory. Manzimtoti laboratory has flooded 4 times. It floods with chemicals. It floods with machines, and has become a ghost town to such an extent that some members have been moved from that laboratory to other laboratories, especially in Cape Town. And for the last 4 or 5 years, we have been requesting Public Works to help us on this matter. I hear AG saying they want to hear our alternatives and all that. That is a question that we would have discussed if one had this adequate time of sitting down and raising those things. Because to us, that is an objective problem that we can't do anything. We can't lease our buildings when we expect that laboratory to flood again come the summer. But it's not in the powers of the police to make sure that we move fast before those floods come there. So things like those, I hear CETA, there are things that are legally binding that you can't bypass. I heard one member of AGSA say, how do you bypass those things? Those things are legally there, you can't bypass. So from the side of the ministry, really if we can get an extra time of debating and discussing these matters, not that we want them to change if it's their belief, but it would be good if we're ahead before it comes public and all that. So that is a thing that one would really love to get that space to discuss those matters. There are many questions that are raised. Honorable Shembeni raised the question of the management. The management, if you look at it, it has changed, Chairperson. This portfolio committee knows that even from the side of the Ministry of the Police, we have called our supply chain management a hell. That section, that division has been a hell for some time. There is a new management, there is new divisional commissioner that has been brought in there coming from Treasurer, which we hope it will improve and all that. So the things, rather than responding, Chairperson, one would really love to have that opportunity, including internally. The chair of our internal audit would know that we spend more time fighting on a certain member of his committee because the management in that particular time did not see eye to eye with them. We had to intervene. I wonder how much job we did in that instead of fighting over that member and all that. So I would simply say, really want to be given a platform that if it is allowed, if it could be done, even at the level of the ministry, that there should be some areas that would be raised on that. So I'd like to end there. There are quite several points, Chairperson, that one would have to raise those issues, but I think it won't help much to raise those. We'll answer those questions when the time comes with the portfolio committee, but also would love to have that platform. The slide raised by Honorable Dr. Groenewald, slide 6, is also emphasized by the chair. Chairperson, you remember that about 3-4 some years, I can't remember the years, we requested to work with the SG, Statistician General, trying to work on the validity and the believability of these statistics that the police do. And it is known that we work with them on the count. It was from the side of the police ministry and police management that let's do that so that because the Department of Police is not the department that would know much about the statistics. We still work with them on those matters. So what the members have raised is an issue again of discussion, since we have made ourselves available and we have put ourselves in the hands of the SG, Statistician General, to work on those matters that we have raised as the police. And those are the discussions, maybe if one had adequate time with AG, would have put on the table and discuss with them on the matters. Shortly put, Chairperson, as management, there are a lot of things that we'll have to, as ministry and management, respond to. The question of the non-consequences and the question of the repeat of these matters when they have been raised, and those that as the police management is supposed to deal with, those are the matters. But also those questions that really are beyond ourselves. For instance, I've raised this in time and again. Chairperson, you are dealing with a ministry that doesn't have the office. We don't have the office. The office, both the minister and deputy were working from our official residence because we don't have the office. The office is supposed to be at the 25th, 24th floor. The lifts are not working now and again, and there is no connectivity in that office. You can't phone from that office, and that does not come from this ministry, from this management. Those are the things that would have been raised, especially with this last point of 100%. The last one on this one, that's for discussion. Chairperson, everybody knows that the budget of the South African police for the last 5 or how many years has been downgraded and cut by 33 billion. 33 billion. That is an external factor to the police. The numbers of the police have been dwindling all the years, moving from 200,000 to 170,000, have been dwindling. So when you talk about visibility, when you talk about fitting in, as Honorable Whitefield has said, in terms of, and Honorable Shembeni, in terms of detectives, there are no new pools. There are no new pools to get and fit on those environments. So that 33 billion cut has really impacted in the police. Indeed, it's important that those resources that are there are properly utilized. But look at the organization that at 50 million South Africans, 2010 had 200,000 members, and at 60 million at 2022 has almost 170,000, 25,000 down. And definitely that will impact negatively on the service delivery and all that. So there are these objective and subjective matters that we can't really work until they are corrected. But indeed, there is a lot of those that we need to correct internally. So we'll subject ourselves, we'll avail ourselves to work on both. Thanks very much, Chairperson. Chairperson? Chair?
Good morning.
Sorry, I'm here. I was speaking, but now it was muted. My apologies for that.
Okay.
My apologies, Minister. I was listening to you, but now I don't know if I was too slow to unmute this gadget of mine. My apologies. So, Honorable Minister, could I just, Minister, we don't engage with this too much, even though in terms of protocol, the National Commissioner doesn't speak off to you. Could I give the NASCOM just 1 or 2 things to say, and then the Auditor-General wraps up? National Commissioner, before I let the Auditor-General's office wrap up.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members and the Minister. Chairperson, we acknowledge and accept the report of the AG. We also acknowledge that we come from a era where we were qualified and now we are unqualified with findings. And we do acknowledge in terms of performance information, we do have problems. There are areas that have been identified in the audit report, which I did write a letter to provincial commissioners to demand accountability in terms of especially performance information, where the records and the reported information is not tallying. So that is in the process. And then with regard to how we matters that were raised by the AG, we said that key objectives and deliverables of the department are not aligned. We have drafted a policing strategy, which we will still consult with the minister and yourself. I think yourself is somewhere in November. And we believe that if we can finalize that, the consultation, we think will be in the right go. But also, Chairperson, we take note that in various areas, the organization works as a system, and this system influences one another. In areas, be it your forensic or your CFR, there has been dependencies in those environments. Over the last 3 years or so, or 4, there have been a problem. Yes, we acknowledge in most areas it was within the department to put out those contracts. But unfortunately, there was a lot of contracts that had lapsed and were not renewed, or new contracts were not brought into being, and that have affected many areas of performance, including your forensic environment. And the last straw was the combination of general detectives with forensic division, which became very cumbersome. And of course, to an extent, the question of objectivity becomes a bit, becomes blurred, because you can't find a detective that is going to investigate a case, at the same time coming to collect evidence, and the same chief of detectives analyzing. So we are currently looking at that, because it's something that can, in the future, create as a problem, the merging of these 2 divisions. So with regard to supply chain, I think the minister spoke to that. I will not talk to that much, except to say that the new divisional commissioner has been appointed, and he is busy with establishing a team. And in the process, we have taken action against areas of fruitless and wasteful expenditures. Recently, there are officials that are under investigation. Some have been suspended for similar misconduct. So we indeed do take action. But in general, Honorable Chair and members, we are going into this time of the year where we have to go into a planning session for each department. And as we go in there, we commit that we will look into the indicators and also look at what the AG have said in terms of the impact, to say that the achievement of targets is not aligned to the realities of the country in terms of crime due to the achievements. So we will look into those areas and find better indicators, and of course liaise with the relevant offices in terms of when can we bring that into action, because changing in mid-year might not be advisable, but we'll, in the planning session, look at coming with realistic, practical indicators that will make an impact to the realities of crime in the country. So that's what we will do with our other sister departments as we move along. Honorable Chairperson, I think I will stop there unless you allow me to ask some of my colleagues to explain some of the things, unless they will explain later. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable, thank you very much, National Commissioner and Honorable Minister. Honorable members, remember I said that SAPs will come in after their presentation, so it's not as if I don't want responses. National Commissioner and Minister, I hope you realize that I am not restricting or limiting you, but that we'll give you an opportunity when after you have done your presentation on the PRRR reports. May I allow the Auditor-General's committee office for them to round up, and then we will start with the presentations of SAPs. AG's office, you may round up before we thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I think from my side, I just want to say thank you again for allowing us the time to come and present the audit outcomes. We take note of the Minister's comments and also of the National Commissioner's comments. Maybe to give some perspective, we have already started engagements with the different generals involved for those specific areas, as much as the National Commissioner also mentioned now that they're busy with that planning workshop. We're also then trying to also facilitate our debriefing sessions and also our assessments of the plans, and also to see how we can help the department in sorting out these challenges. So we definitely take note. Again, coming back to, we always get good cooperation from the department. So maybe just to give some context, as much as there are these challenges, like I also mentioned in the presentation, some of them are not as simple as what they seem. Some of them are quite complex, and it does take a combined effort to try and resolve and find out what's the most appropriate way to actually measure some of these matters. So from our side, we are committed in also helping the department move forward. I know in our engagement that we had on the 12th of September with the Minister also asked for us to have a session with the specific generals involved, and to also then see how we can find appropriate solutions. So we're definitely on that same track still to what the Minister asked us to do, and to try and see how we can also then formulate specific responses, and also see if we can actually help the department move forward. And this is also then in conjunction with the Audit Committee, as what was mentioned by the Chair of the Audit Committee as well, which is also a key stakeholder in this whole relationship as we move forward in ultimately helping the department move forward in having clean administration. I think from my side, that was just in a summary. And again, I do appreciate all the questions from the honourable members, and also the inputs that we received, like I mentioned, from the Honourable Minister and National Commissioner. I don't know if Andries, if you want to add something, my executive. I don't know if Andries wants to add something before I close, or can I close from the Auditor-General side? Thank you very much.
No, thank you. Good afternoon, Eugene. With your permission and indulgence, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, and Honourable Minister and Commissioner and our other colleagues. We do appreciate the engagement from my side. I must just express my absolute gratitude and appreciation for the committee. I think the committee really got the essence of some of the key issues that we were trying to elevate, and especially as insofar as it relates to the setting of the targets and the crafting. So we're extremely grateful that the message was well received. We also would like to then finally also express our appreciation to the Minister and to the Commissioner. Indeed, a lot of engagements and work before, and for their availability as well. They really also received our message as well, so they weren't defensive about it. They actually listened to what we're putting on the table, what we're trying to articulate in terms of some of the gaps that we may have seen that could potentially assist the portfolio in going forward. So we are also appreciative of that. So thank you, Chair. Thank you, honourable members. Keep well.
Thank you. On behalf of the committee, I would really like to express my gratitude for the work that has been done. Exceptional standard, impartial, objective, very professionally done. The reports are in detail. We are not going to just be perusing it today. It has become a reference document for us as a committee. We may call you in outside of the processes of the PRRR, so that we engage with you on the concerns we have raised as a committee. Convey our sincere gratitude to the AG. She is really doing a sterling job. We appreciate her team. And Nicolette, could we please thank them in writing? Honorable members, you would have received an email. Babawa, has that email been circulated to the members? The email will be on the stakeholder feedback. Babawa, has that email been circulated?
Yes, Chair, I circulated the email to all the members.
All right, all the members, I know that on the stakeholder feedback from the office of the AGSA, we can just send, you will know that we will just be sending you the best performance and best recommendations. From our side as a committee, thank you very much. And we hope to be working with you in the same manner, but even improve our engagement with you. We apologize where we have had to postpone meetings with your office and with your good selves, but thank you for being patient, and thank you for your professional approach to working with the chair and the committee and the minister, as well as the National Commissioner. From the Office of the Auditor-General, you may decide who will continue in the meeting and who would then be leaving the meeting. You are at liberty to decide who will remain and who will be leaving now. Honorable members, I'm not going to call for a comfort break. Everything will be, it will be a working lunch, a working comfort break, a working tea session. So if you need to be away for a minute or two, we'll understand that comfort breaks will be required. It's a human need. Please do take that comfort break. I am moving from place to place. I've just realized that the network here, it's not my network, it is actually happening in the area where I'm living. There's no load shedding, but I don't know what's wrong with the Wi-Fi, but I'm not the only one affected. So Honorable Whip, thank you very much for coming in when I am struggling. I am here, I am listening. The next presentation, thank you very much, Eugene and your team. You said that Ms. Nelisiwe will stay on behalf of the AGSA and represent the office of the AGSA. To those who are leaving now, again, once more, my gratitude and appreciation. Honorable members, while we are loading for the next presentation, could SAPS and the officials prepare themselves? I'm now taking the presentation. We are done with the Auditor-General, and I'll now take the first presentation from SAPS. Would you load those documents for me, please? The annual report, SAPS annual report. Could I have the introduction? Minister, and then the National Commissioner.
Yes, Chair. Chair, it's the introduction will be the document that will be mounted and immediately hand over to the National Commissioner to take us to specific people to make presentation. I can see we have a very long day and impact day, so time saving will be one of the good things to do today. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. National Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members. In attendance, I am with Lieutenant General Libya, the national head of the Directorate of Priority Crime Investigation. I have Lieutenant General Shabani, Divisional Commissioner PSS and Acting DNC Policy, General Dimpani, CFO and Acting DNC Support. From the provinces, I have Major General Lucia from the Free State, where the PC is on leave, General Mawela, PC Gauteng, General Mkonazi, PC KZN, Lieutenant General Khadebe, Limpopo, Lieutenant General Manamela Mpumalanga, Lieutenant General Pategile from Western Cape is connected, he's on leave but is connected. Major General Asane standing in for PC Northwest, and Major General Dival standing in for PC of Northern Cape. We do have a new PC in Northern Cape, Honorable Chair, Lieutenant General Watola. Fortunately, she's attended other matters today. PC Eastern Cape is also on sick leave. We have Major General Fupiso in that regard. And then we have Lieutenant General Jacobs from Inspectorate, General Nzie from HRM, Major General Hankins standing in for Lieutenant General Fani, the new Divisional Commissioner Supply Chain. Unfortunately, we had a slot with the Department of Public Works, Honorable Chair, today on the matter around the forensic lab in KZN, but because we have been struggling to get this slot, we couldn't lose it. So he's meeting Public Works on that regard. We further have Lieutenant General Sana Vispol, Major General Mavundla, acting TMS, and Lieutenant General Zulu for HRD, and other component heads, Honorable Chairperson. The annual report for the SAP for the 2021-2022 is going to be presented. The presentation will be led by Major General Ravi, Honorable Chairperson, and I'll ask him to take us through the presentation without waste of time. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members of the committee, our honorable minister, the National Commissioner and senior managers of SAP's management in attendance. Honorable Chair, the presentation as indicated will focus on the SAP's annual report and it's divided in 4 sections, of which I will be dealing with section 3 and 4 on the audited annual performance results as well as the audit findings. And with your permission then, Honorable Chair, I will hand over to the CFO, Lieutenant General Depani, to deal with section 1 and 2 that relates to the annual financial statements of the department. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Good morning to the Honorable Chairperson of the committee, Honorable members of the committee, Minister of Police, Deputy Minister, National Commissioner and all sub-senior management. Honorable Chair, I'm going to be dealing with section 1 of the presentation, which is the AGSA audit outcome. If we go to the next.
Chair, there's an echo that is coming. Can maybe the person presenting try to find a correct spot, please?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I have switched off the video. I'm not sure whether the video was the one that was giving problems. Chair, in terms of the AGSA on slide 4, we are indicating that the Department of Police for the 21-22 financial year, the annual financial statements were unqualified. As discussed earlier on, I will not spend a lot of time on this particular issue. When we go to the next slide, Chair, you will recall that we had a an era where we were struggling with two matters. In the 1920, we were qualified as a result of issues surrounding the network assets. But for the 2 years, Chairperson, we have managed to resolve this particular issue for 2020 and 2021. That particular issue was resolved, and for 21-22 as well, we did not have any issues that resulted in qualification. As a result, we maintained our unqualified audit opinion around the financial statements. Chair, in the next section, we are going to be taking a summary of our financial statements. The first one being the income statement. Here, this is a highlight of the financial performance for the period. In terms of revenue, Chair, for voted funds, we had 100.473 billion that was allocated to the department. At the end of the financial year, expenditure was at 99.595 billion with a net surplus of 878 million. We also had other revenue that was collected for the revenue fund amounting to 662 million. And this was surrendered to National Treasury as per note 13 on the financial statements. We did not have any donor funds. At the end of the financial year, the department has spent 99.1% of the voted funds. In terms of the appropriation statements, there is a summary per program, Chair. In terms of performance administration, which is program 1, actual performance at the end of the financial year was 98.4%. This is 19.526 billion that was utilized in, as a result of the final appropriation that was 19.844 billion that was allocated. Visible policing, actual performance was 100%. We had 52.6 billion that was allocated to this program at the end of the financial year. 52 billion was spent in this regard. Detective services, which is program 3, there was a 20 billion that was allocated. Actual spend was 19.713 billion at the end of the financial year, which represents 97.4% in this regard. Crime intelligence, which is program 4, there was 4.2 billion that was allocated at the end of the financial year. 4.277 billion was utilized with a 99.6% actual spending in this regard. For protection and security services, performance was at 99.7% performance. This was 3.490 billion that was allocated at the end of the financial year. 3.480 billion was spent in this regard. We will then go to the highlights in terms of overview as per economic level, as well as shifting that were performed during the financial year. The total expenditure for the year, as I indicated, was 99.595 billion, which represents a spending rate of 99.13%. National Treasury had provided approval for the department to utilize some of the capital project funding that was specifically and exclusively appropriated, as well as funding from other underperforming areas in capital assets in order to defray financial pressures experienced in goods and services expenditure. The accounting officer also approved minor amounts that were to be shifted between programs of the vote for the financial year, which was well within the 8%. In terms of program 1, there was a net underspending that was realized on this program as a result of decreased spending on projects, as well as hosting and network upgrades within the information technology environment. This was especially due to third-party dependencies, which did not realize the necessary expenditures as anticipated. Of the amounts not earmarked by National Treasury, an amount of 28.678 million was available for environment to program 5, which equals to 0.14%. When we look at program 2, visible policing, this is the largest program that had been allocated more than 52% of the total allocation, or 52.2 billion of the adjusted appropriation. There was no overspending that was realized on this program, even though expenditure was incurred on this program for substantial deployments to police unrest and looting incidents in July and August. These deployments were not planned for, and reprioritization within the baseline of the subs had to be performed to fund the expenditure. In addition to the additional amount allocated by National Treasury and the in-year environment approved during the 2021 adjustment estimates and by National Treasury. In terms of program 3, there was no overspending that realized in this program, as well as in program 4. Program 5, a marginal net overspending of 0.83% or 28.7 million was anticipated to realize on total program for spending, mainly as a result of increased spending on compensation of employees. Compensation of employees contributed to a weight of more than 89% of this program. Budget reductions on compensation of employees introduced in 2021 MTF and overtime payable contributed towards the compensation pressures. The amount shifted to the program in the environment approved by the accounting officer was not utilized in full, and the net amount that remained was 0.28%. When it comes to departmental receipts, this is the revenue that I spoke to earlier. Revenue collected for the National Revenue Fund during the year amounted to 662.344 million. This is included on note 2 of the financial statements. This revenue is as a result of sale of goods and services produced by the department. This is mainly on your firearm licenses, accidents, the reports, etc. And then we also have fines, penalties, and forfeits to the amount of 38.670 million that we collected. We also have interest received via corporate banks to the amount of 2 million, sale of capital asset that was 121.431 million, and transactions in assets and liabilities were 137.994 million. This is mainly in terms of the recovery of debt. As I go per program in the next slides, Chairperson, we have program 1, which is administration with its sub-programs. This particular program performed at 98.4%. In terms of corporate services, it includes sub-programs such as human resource development with a 2.3 billion allocation, human resource management with a 2 billion, and technology management services with 3.1 billion that was allocated, supply chain management 3.8 billion, of which capital works were 315 million, financial services with 1.2 billion, and we also have medical support with 241 million that caters for injury on duty treatment as well as health risk manager. So the performance to this program was 98.4%. In terms of program 2, visible policing with its sub-programs, we will note that spending was at 100% at the end of the financial year. And this constitute of the following expenditure drivers: crime prevention, which includes all the police stations, the 10,111 centers, and all those environments as highlighted, border security as well with a 2.2 billion allocated, and specialized interventions, which includes your special task force, your POP, TRT falls within this particular program. Facilities included with lease amounts amounting to 1.5 billion, municipal services amounting to 1.4 billion, maintenance and property rates with 1.6 billion allocated to this. The performance was at 100%. In terms of program 3, detective services, in the next slide, with its sub-programs, we had a performance of 97.4% with crime investigations at 100%, criminal record center at 92.7%, forensic science laboratory at 89.4% with specialized investigations. This is DPCI at 92.9%. We do have specialized investigation through the enhancement of DPCI functions that will be organized and commercial crimes. Processes to invest in additional human resources are realized at deferred timeframes than those plans, and therefore the DPCI's exclusive amount was not spent in total. Amount is specifically allocated and funding not spent may not be utilized for any other purpose in this regard. When we go to program 4, crime intelligence, with its sub-programs, performance was at 99.6%. The expenditure drivers were as follows. The spending performance at the program is guided by the weight of the compensation of employees allocation in total to this program. Other cost drivers include equipment and operational expenses, fuel and oil, vehicles, etc. It must be noted that the Secret Service account is not part of the vote of police. When we go to the last program, which is program 5, protection and security services, which with its sub-programs, performance was at 99.7%. Expenditure drivers for this particular program includes the protection, services provided for the protection while in transit of the President, Deputy President, and former President and their spouses, and other identified VIPs. We also have static protection, which provides for the protection of sites and residents of identified VIPs. These were the performance in terms of the 5 programs of the vote. If the chairperson allows, with permission, section 3 and 4, I will hand over back to General Rabi with the permission of the chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Honourable Chair, thank you. As far as the performance results are concerned, it will be addressed in the next 2 sections. As on the first slide, we just give for the purpose of a committee, just a quick rundown again of the respective financial programs that has already been highlighted and the purpose associated with those. Without going into detail, I assume the committee is aware that we have 5 programs that we are reporting on. The SAPS, Honourable Chair, is monitoring a total of 93 performance indicators, or in the previous financial year, in which we have achieved 65 of the performance indicators, as it was indicated by AGSA. That represents a percentage of 69.89%. If one look at the respective programs, and I will be going into their detail a bit later in the presentation, the programs where we had high levels of not achieving targets, as it was again highlighted by AGSA, is in program 3, where we had 14 targets not achieved, and in program 2, we had 7 targets that were not achieved. Going into an overall of the achievement within the department, the administrative program, we achieved 80.95% of the targets. The areas that were problematic includes the firearm losses, the establishment of new police stations, as well as irregular and fruitless expenditure. In program 2, we achieved 70.83% of our targets. The problematic areas includes the reported crime, the recovery of lost and stolen firearms, the processing of firearm licenses, as well as escapes from police custody. In program 3, where we had the highest number of targets not achieved, we achieved 51.72% of the targets. Underperformance were recorded in terms of our detection rates, organized crime, the drug syndicates and groups, the update of trials, and then your processing of exhibits within the forensic environment. I just need to mention at this point, Chair, that excludes the performance of DPCI. They are not reflected in the examples that I've highlighted now. Within the crime intelligence environment, we had an achievement of 91.67%. There was only one indicator that proved problematic in terms of processing requests from Interpol, and in the protection and security environment, we had a 71% achievement of targets as a result of security breaches that were recorded. Going into the specific financial programs, Chair, first of all, program 1, administration, we will just briefly focus on those areas that we did achieve the targets. In terms of your mobile establishment of mobile contact points, we converted 33, and then we have overachieved the targets. We have modernized the planned 4 high sites, and we have also established wide area networks in terms of the national network communication infrastructure sites at 94, which is also better than the target that we planned for. When one look at the respective training programs, in respect of all of them, Chair, we did achieve the targets. There are 7 areas that were prioritized in terms of crime prevention, crimes against women and children, then your specialized capability that includes public order policing, forensic science, crime intelligence, and cybercrime. Now, with regard to all of them, we have achieved the 97% of the learners that has been declared competent. IPIT recommendations, we implemented 180 of those, 166 within the prescribed timeframes, and we did not record any unauthorized expenditure in the financial year. In terms of our ethics and integrity program, Chair, without going into the detail, we achieved all the targets in terms of, for instance, your financial disclosures, in terms of our ethics and integrity advocacy awareness programs. The financial disclosures within the specific environments includes, for instance, financial management and the supply chain management environment through the utilization of the e-disclosure system. So all of those sub-targets that were set with the figures that are reflected there were then achieved. Our audit component, internal audit, concluded 100% of their planned audits, and we concluded 33% more in terms of our forensic audits, where there was one investigation or one audit in addition to what was initially planned. In terms of our inspectorate environment, they conducted a total of 246 inspections at various locations, and that was 16 more as to what we initially planned for due to emerging priorities that the National Commissioner identified that we need to attend to. Our corporate governance framework has been
Chair.
Anybody home?
Yes, Honorable Sheikh, I think we've lost Major General Rabi.
I think the chair is having some difficulty as well by the looks of it. Chief Whip?
Yebo.
Kuluma, huh? Can you take over, sir?
General Rabi.
Yes.
I just wanted to say no use to, oh, there the chair is back here.
Yes, no, I am here. General, what is happening now?
Is it not the sinkholes?
Hey, man. Honorable Shembeni, for a minute, I thought I'm living in a sinkhole.
Chair, can you kick out Shembeni again? Kick him out, Chair.
Yeah, no, but be careful today. I'm kicking out anybody, so don't be too vocal, Honorable Shaky Mum. You may end up also being kicked out.
I can see, Chair, the moods are not right this morning. I can see
Yeah,
tension.
today I'm kicking people out. Be very careful. Colleagues, can we get an indication quickly? Where are they now? So it's not my gadget. It's not me on my side. Minister.
Yes, Chair. I'm flabbergasted as you are. What happened to the general presenting the report? One's trying to find out if is he or the whole lot of them are kicked out. So it's your fault, Chair. We are kicking everybody out today.
No, Minister. The only person that's not been kicked out to you today, it's you. Everybody is at risk here today. You're the only one who's not at risk. Your people are still here, but I don't know, man. I thought it's my gadget, Minister. But is that building you in, eh?
No, I think they just went dead.
Yes.
I'm trying to
Is
find.
NASCOM there?
I'm trying to find out from him. Netcom.
Honorable members, we can take a break while we're trying to sort out this problem.
Okay, Chairperson, thank you. We'll have a Kit Kat.
You can have a comfort break. When you hear us back, we'll be back. I have no idea. Minister, can you assist us? I'm trying to call the NASCOM. What's happening to the NASCOM? Is our National Commissioner still with us? We didn't kick him out, Minister.
Chair, I think they're trying to connect, Chair. I just called General Rabi now. So.
Chairperson,
Yes, Minister.
I've spoken to General Timbana. I thought they were together. They're not together, but speaking to him, they're trying to reconnect General.
All right. We'll take a comfort break until you are ready, Minister.
Okay.
Chairperson, my apologies. I've managed to get back into the meeting.
Thank you, General Rabi. We didn't kick you out.
No, Chair, there's in Telkom Towers, there's a problem. We have a very unstable network connection and I just lost everything. So, but I think I will be able to proceed now.
You may proceed.
But Chair, you have given everybody a break.
No, I said it's a working comfort break all the time. Working lunch, working comfort break. Those who are here must continue.
Okay. All right, Chair.
Chair, thank you again, and apologies again for the disruption. In terms of, I think the committee lost me on this slide, so I'm just going to repeat the firearm losses. This is the areas that we did not achieve our targets. We have noted an increase in firearm losses, so a total of 712 were lost. The building of police stations, the one station that we planned for the year, Rimfasmark, was problematic in the Northern Cape because there were challenges during the construction that included interference from your local business forums and sourcing of material, etc. Then, Chair, we have confirmed irregular expenditure that increased with 352%. That is actually 19 incidents more, 19 in the previous financial year that went up to 86 incidents. But we just want to mention on this point, Honourable Chair, that the increases in irregular expenditure was not as a result of new cases that has been reported, but as a result of an initiative implemented by the CFO to deal with long outstanding cases that were not finalized. So as a result of that, the increases that we note here is as a result of long outstanding cases that are now in the process of being finalized.
Recording in progress.
As far as fruitless and wasteful expenditure is concerned, Chair, we note an increase of 191%. It went from 36 to 105 incidents, and this is made primarily as a result of payment of claims against the state, as well as penalty fees on licenses that were paid late. Going into Program 2, Honourable Chair, visible policing, as I indicated, we achieved 70% of the targets in that environment. The areas where we did achieve our targets is the recovery of firearms, where we recovered a total of 3,210. We closed a total of 31,449 identified illegal liquor outlets. We recovered a total of 32,529 stolen or robbed vehicles. And all of those, the first that I've mentioned, is more than the initial targets that were set. And we have also ensured that in terms of our victim-friendly services to be provided to victims of crime, 1,155 of our police stations were compliant in terms of the set criteria. The CPFs, Chair, we currently have functional CPFs at 99.83 of our police stations. There are a couple of police stations where we cannot implement CPFs due to the fact that it's sparsely populated and it is not viable. That includes Kubusi Drift, Mokopong, and Boetsap. And then we have new police stations, Mabiskraal, Mugavuma, and Chatty, for instance, in the Eastern Cape, that are newly police stations where we are still in the process of establishing those CPFs. The progress that has been made in terms of the community in blue concept and traditional policing. We have implemented the community in blue in the 6 identified provinces. That includes Free State, Gauteng, KZN, Mpumalanga, Northwest in the Western Cape, where it's been prioritized, and they have completed the registration of the patrollers. The traditional policing concept has been implemented in the Mpumalanga province, and we've initiated the Safer City Framework in 10 additional cities and towns. That includes East London, Welcome, Ekurhuleni, West Rand, Pietermaritzburg, Richards Bay, Port Shepstone, Mbombela, Potchefstroom, and Stellenbosch. If one look at the border policing environment, Chair, there we achieved the border policing environment targets are dictated by activities on, for instance, on our enhanced movement control system. So there we screened a total of 1,023 wanted persons that we reacted to specific hits on the enhanced movement control system. We also responded to 1,453 hits on stolen or robbed vehicles. When one look at cargo coming into the country, these cargo are being profiled and then searched where necessary in terms of illegal facilitation of persons, contraband, illicit goods, and robbed or stolen property. At land ports, we've profiled a total of 1,584 vehicles. In the seaports, a total of 3,324 containers, and at airports, 2,278 cargo consignments. We also attended, Chair, to 6,149 peaceful crowd management incidents, 2,604 unrest crowd management incidents, 1,278 medium to high risk incidents in terms of the deployment of the National Intervention
Recording
Unit,
stopped.
Special Task Force, as well as illegal mining operations. Just to comment on this, Chair, this is an area where we had clean audits. I just want to indicate that it's not a matter of audit findings in all the respective programs. What I've just presented here in terms of sub-program where we're looking at the border control and crowd management, etc., we actually received a clean audit. In the areas where we did not achieve the targets, in program 2, we recovered a total of 215 identifiable lost, stolen, SAPS owned firearms, which are less. These are all less than the targets that we planned for. The application processing of applications for firearm licenses, we were planning that 90% to be processed in 120 days. We have achieved 51%. Our reported crime that has been presented in terms of the categories that we monitor, Chair, your contact crime, your crimes against women, your crimes against children, as well as your contact crime at high contact crime stations. We've noted decrease. For instance, contact crime went up with 13.5%, and contact crime at high crime stations went up with 11.1%, which is then lower because as far as all of these are concerned, we were planning for a reduction in reported crime, specifically aligned to the commitment that was set by the President in the SONA. If you look at the reduction in violent crime over the next decade. Escapes from custody, we noted an increased, Chair, that went up to 568 in the financial year that were recorded. We, however, had 2 incidents where multiple people escaped, more than 10 people escaped. I've already dealt with the issues around crimes against women and children, where we indicated that there were notable increases in terms of those crimes. And as far as contact crime is concerned, the major root causes or crime generators that contributed to this increase from an environmental perspective include your liquor and drug abuse, your gang-related violence, your domestic violence, your organized crime phenomena. And then we also had issues, if you look specifically at the characteristics of your contact crime specifically, where a lot of these are taking place in secluded or private social settings.
Recording in progress.
The majority of people in terms of crimes against women and children, you will find that they do know each other. It's an intimate partner. And as a result, it is difficult for the department to address these types of crimes through conventional policing strategies. Moving to the Detective Service Environment Program 3, Chair, there we achieved 51.72% of the targets. The areas where we did achieve the targets was the finalization of outstanding case dockets on contact crime that are older than 3 years, where we finalized 18% of those that has been identified in the beginning of the financial year. and that is a total of 10,472. We've also dealt with 29% of the wanteds at our high contact crime stations that has been circulated. That amounts to a total of 7,378 outstanding wanted persons that were traced and arrested at your high contact crime stations. Our arrest for dealing in drugs, it increased by 12.64%. And then as far as the taking of buccal samples is concerned, Honourable Chair, the target is on your taking of buccal samples from your Schedule 8 offenders. That increased to 82.98%. So we did take buccal samples from 128,000 arrested persons in terms of Schedule 8. In terms of the, just move to the next one, 38. Still, Chair, with the dealing of the targets that we did achieve in terms of the outstanding person to crime DNA investigative leads, we dealt with 38.68%. So that is a total of 217 outstanding leads that were finalized in the financial year. And we dealt with 17% of our outstanding crime to crime DNA investigative leads, and a total 55.8% of the outstanding fingerprint investigative leads as it is reflected, and then also 21.51% of our outstanding IBIS investigative leads. And the one on the, I'm just going to briefly refer, Chair, to the DPCI environment. I know that they have prepared their own presentation, so I'm not going to go into that detail. They've achieved the targets in terms of all their trial-ready dockets in terms of serious corruption within the public sector, private sector, as well as the JCPS cluster, where they achieved 76%, 84%, and 86%, 76%, and 84% respectively. Still with the achievement of targets in terms of the successful closure of registered serious organized crime project investigations, a total of 16 were closed from 22. That represents 72.73%. The maintenance of an informer network ensured the dismantling of 23 from a total of 25 identified clandestine laboratories, and that included 47 arrests. That is still within the DPCI environment. They've also recorded a trial-ready case docket for serious commercial crime of 66.98% against a target of 65%. And as far as the serious cyber-related crime support investigations are concerned, they finalized 53 of those within the set target of 90 calendar days. The non-achievement of targets, Honourable Chair, within Program 3, first of all, the detection rate is problematic with that environment. Now, the detection rate refers to the successful investigation of cases that has been reported. Now, we targeted a detection rate of 55.77% for contact crime. We ultimately achieved 46.36%. Our detection rate for contact crime at the high contact crime stations was set at 40%. We achieved 33.5%. What contributed to that, Jay, there's an increase there. If you look at the number of reported crime, the committee would note that there was an increase in the number of reported crimes. There are also other factors that influences on as an impact on the solving of this specific crime, because it includes complex crimes like your murder, sexual assault, etc. We do experience problems with the turnaround time in terms of a decision of cases within the criminal justice system. That is specifically as far as your assault-related cases are concerned. There's an increase because of the fact that you see an increase in the number of reported crime versus the number of detectives that are actually going down. There's an increase in the detective to docket case ratio. And then we also experience some administrative problems where cases are being investigated by IPID and then not properly updated administratively on our systems. The detection rate for crimes against women, our target was set, or the actual achievement was 75.2, sorry, to my apologies, We did not achieve the target of 75.25%. We achieved 69.97%. And if you look at crime, the target was set at 70.15%, where we did not achieve that specific target. Now, as far as the crimes against women and children are concerned, we experienced similar problems to what I've mentioned as far as contact crime in general is concerned. We managed to neutralize a total of 11 this is now within detective service, not within the DPCI environment. They've managed to neutralize a total of 11 identified drug syndicates with 10 arrests, but that was 36.36% of those that they identified. And they also there was also identified organized criminal groups, a total of 10 or 20% of what we've identified that were neutralized with 11 arrests. But unfortunately, as far as those figures are concerned, we did not achieve the target. Moving to the Criminal Record Center environment, we marginally missed the targets in terms of updating the result of trials on the respective system, specifically for guilty verdicts and not guilty verdicts, where we achieved 91% within the prescribed 20 calendar days for guilty and 94% for not guilty, and the target in that regard was 95%. What influenced the achievement of targets in that environment, Chair, we were actually on par and in line to achieve the targets, but we had to do a transition to a new automated fingerprint identification system. The system was shut down from 17 to 24 January, and some of the sites were only restarted during February 2022 due to technical problems. We also noted further interruptions due to the disconnection of electricity, as well as the lockdown of a specific office in Pretoria that had an impact on the achievement of targets. Within the forensic science environment, routine case exhibits finalized within 35 calendar days. Our target was set at 70%. We achieved 22.75% of the exhibits were finalized within the prescribed timeframes. Sorry, my apologies, that was the target 75%. And then the non-routine case exhibits, where we have a target of 70%, within 113 working days, we achieved 51.38%. In terms of the forensic backlog, Chair, our target is that the backlog should never exceed 10% of the registered case exhibits. At the end of the financial year, we had a backlog of 57.46%, meaning that of the 536,000 open records at the time, 308,000 were falling into the backlog category. The ballistic evidence finalized, it was 91% or 59,659 was processed within 35 calendar days. It is slightly below the target of 95%. The reasons why we did not achieve the targets as far as these are concerned is, first of all, Chair, the maintenance issues that is dealt with by public works, environmental conditions in terms of the requirements for our laboratories and building related equipment. That includes, for instance, your air conditioning equipment that is not being repaired, your high backlog of volumes of backlog that were generated in the previous financial year that we had to deal with now. And then the minister also referred to the incident of the flooding in KZN that also impacted on processing. The DNA exhibits, Chair, the target is that 80% needs to be processed within 90 calendar days. We achieved 8.78%. Now, the problems that impacted negatively on this environment was the FSL admin system that is not configured to process cases in bulk. There was also a lack of consumables for the crime index and the reference index systems with that includes your polymer POP4. I'm not going to go into that detail of the names, Chair. It's there for the purpose of the committee, and that was not available for a period of 2 weeks. The lack of spin columns used to process semen, that was not available for 2 months. The lack of alcohol for sample submission for a period of 7 days, and the StratLab system that was not functional to print a statistical report for a period of 5 days. Moving into the crime intelligence environment, Chair, we have achieved all the targets in this environment, except the one that relates to the activities of Interpol. When we look at the number of network operations, etc., we conducted a total of 682 network operations. In terms of the security clearances, we dealt with a total of 625. That is 54.16% and the target was set to deal with 50% of those. We conducted 2,726 security assessments of ICT hardware and software that was utilized by SAPS. Our target was 2,300. In terms of our overt mandatory physical security assessment, the targeted assessment for the financial year was 156 inch. We did, at the end of the financial year, manage to finalize 307 due to the reassessment on premises and to look at in terms of taking the security posture of the organization into consideration. When we look at the utilization of our proactive and reactive intelligence products, Chair, the target is to ensure the optimal utilization of these intelligence products at national, district, and provincial level. Now, the proactive intelligence products, we have achieved a 93.45% operationalization rate in terms of police state or at district level, 96.45% at provincial level, and 98.43% at national level. Looking at your reactive intelligence that relates to your investigation of crime, we have operationalized 84.99% of the products at district level, 89.3% at provincial level, and 95.79% at national level. We dealt with 6 requests from Interpol countries for assistance in cross-border operations. Chair, those were dealt with. The only area that we did not achieve the targets was as far as Interpol requests for the arrest of transnational crime suspects is concerned. We dealt with a total of 27 requests, and 25 of those we were able to facilitate before the end of the financial year. So there were 2 that were outstanding that negatively impact on the achievement of the targets. Moving to the protection and security services environment, we are monitoring, Chair, a total of 7 performance indicators that are distributed between protection and security services and presidential protection. The achievement of targets, we did not have any security breaches recorded by protection and security services during the provision of in-transit protection or by presidential protection during physical protection. Protection and security services, they also audited 124 strategic installations. There they achieved the targets. And they also dealt with 209 national key points that were evaluated by protection and security services and 11 national key points that were evaluated by presidential protection services. The area that we did not achieve the target that we need to mention, Honorable Chair, there were 2 security breaches by protection and security services during static protection at identified government installations. That includes the incident at Parliament in January 2022, as well as a housebreaking in theft at a VIP residence in Waterkloof in February 2022. The next or the third security breach within the presidential protection environment, Chair, is actually part of the first one that relates to Parliament, because it also affected Tainais that is adjacent to the areas that were affected. So it is the security breach in this regard is actually part of the same incident where the arson was committed at Parliament. Chair, the audit findings, I think we heard a lot from AGSA and they've indicated the findings that has been made, and we do not want to include matters here that we have not initially included in our presentation. So I want to believe that we will get an opportunity to respond to the matters that is raised by the AGSA. What we are reflecting on the various slides have already been presented by AGSA that talks to the reporting of crime figures where they found material differences in terms of your contact crimes against women and children. The firearm recoveries has also been mentioned. They also made reference to the DNA investigative leads, etc., where they found material differences. And there are various reasons that contributed to this. Maybe if I just highlight the primary cause of this, the findings have been made is the fact the South African Police Service is a national department with a footprint right throughout the country. And at the same time, Chair, we acknowledge that that's not a reason for us to have audit findings, but it is complicated in the fact that our footprint is so big, and the actual transactions that the Auditor-General refers to where they made findings are transactions that are being captured at local level, where we have a total of 1,158 police stations. So what needs to happen then is we, as the auditor indicate, efforts needs to be implemented at local level to ensure that there's accurate record keeping and that the evidence that we provide is then confirming the actual results that are included in the presentation. Honourable Chair, with your permission, I'm going to end the presentation there, and I would like to thank the committee for the opportunity to present. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, General Rabi. The honourable members, honourable minister, when we had our presentations the last time, if I correctly remember, General Dr. Labia had asked for DPCI to also have an opportunity to do their own presentation. So I know that I may have missed this, but I've asked Nicolette if indeed they had given us a presentation. So may I just hear from Dr. General Labia
Recording stopped.
What their situation is like now from the DPCI.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members, the Honorable Minister of Police, the National Commissioner, and all my colleagues, as well as the other role players. We have indeed prepared the presentation from the DPCI, but I think that General Rabi has covered the areas of performance that we are being measured on, which is the indicators that we have achieved all of them. The other area that he shall not have highlighted is only the successes that we have highlighted, which I'm not sure. We have also given him the slide, which maybe he might also want to be sharing. From the DPCI, Honorable Chairperson, I'm accompanied by the acting...
My apologies, General. General, I am actually going to be requesting you to do your presentation. I think it is important. I will give you that leeway, and I will make an exception for you. I'm just requesting that you do then forward your presentation to the committee secretary so that it could be distributed to us. So before you start, you could introduce your team. And if you do have your presentation at hand, they can load it for you while you're doing the introductions. And then when you do your presentation, you can just briefly mention the slides that have also been covered by General Rabi. So where the slides have been addressed, you can just glance through it and You don't need to go into detail. But if you have a submission, you are at liberty to take a few minutes. I'll give you and the DPCI, let me say I'll give you half an hour, and then I'll start taking questions from the committee members.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let me request General Rabi to send our presentation and also load the slides for me on the screen. I'm struggling to share that. Let me, in the meantime, introduce my team. I am accompanied by the acting Deputy National Head as the post has become vacant, that is Lieutenant General Musibi. I'm also accompanied by the acting Divisional Commissioner, which is Major General Nkosi. And I'm also accompanied by the Section Head of Strategic Management in the DPCI, which is Brigadier Matthews. So those are the people that are accompanying me. In the slide, Chairperson, I will just move directly because General Rabi shall have covered the first few slides. I'll go straight to slide number 21. The previous slides, he have covered all those performance which we have achieved. It's just the highlighting of some successes, the highlights of some successes, which is a slide DPCI successes. That is starting from here. Moving to the next slide, Chairperson, we have just highlighted some of the achievements because they cannot be reflected in the statistics that we do on those points that we measure. But the Honorable Chairperson and members can see that more than 2,800 arrests were effected during this reporting period as compared to the period previously where we were more than 2,200. So it means that there was better performance as compared to the previous year. Looking at the convictions, we also reflect on the charges because at times we just look at the number and do not know what is sitting in these successes. We indicate that there were convictions in more than 296 counts, which means that there has been a lot of achievements that have been put in this
Recording in progress.
With regard to the seizures of various exhibits, if one look at the amount, the value that is involved is more than 600 million rands of the various goods that we have seized. This include the firearms and the ammunition, as well as the explosives, the vehicles. Some of these have already been forfeited to the state, which will reflect the amount. We obviously work closely with the asset forfeiture unit in the National Prosecuting Authority that takes through the request that we put forward to have this proceeds of crime forfeited to the state. So that is, it can be seen that an amount of 209 million rand is reflected. So moving to the drugs is part of those that we normally deal with. We dismantle clandestine laboratory. It can be seen the number of drugs that we confiscate even on the streets, those that are trying to move them from one area to the other. Moving to the next slide is just the breakdown of the drugs that we say that we have seized, and as well as the indication of the number of arrests in this environment. 307 arrests for the drug-related cases. At the extreme right-hand side is just an indication of the street value of these drugs that are intended to intoxicate our nation. Moving to the next slide.
Recording stopped.
Next slide. Most of the successes that we have highlighted here is fraud and corruption, because it is the areas that we look at. It can be seen that when the COVID-19 set in, there were people who were helping themselves in stealing, including the defrauding the UIF. It's just an indication that we have been dealing with those. We just reflected one example here, but generally both the entities that are working from the Fusion Center, there has been more than 100 arrests that were made. But here we just reflect a few examples where the accused person was also found guilty and sentenced. I move over to the next slide, which slide will also show that there have also been a focus on dealing with corruption, both related to the state-owned entities as well as the corruption affecting the municipalities. These are but part of those successes that we highlight.
Recording in progress.
This one is just an indication of a sentence that are being meted out, but it is not in our control to say that the sentence should be harsher than what we see. We only give evidence and give the circumstances on how the crimes were committed in order for the court to meet the sentence that is appropriate to the type of offense. Moving to the next slide. Again, is still corruption in Limpopo. Let's move to the next one. Here we are dealing with 22 suspects that
Recording
were actually arrested. So in most of our cases, we are not
Recording
dealing with
in progress.
individual. It deals with
Recording
grouping.
stopped.
Next slide. We can proceed. Is still the corruption in Limpopo province, which also affect the municipalities. And moving to the next slide, this one is dealing with, again, corruption in Limpopo. We can proceed to the next
Recording in
slide.
progress.
Corruption in the Western Cape. There has also been a seizure of some of the exhibits, and including the conviction on some of this that we shall be seeing, that it is not during the reporting period, but we have already secured the conviction. Let's move to the next slide. Also in the Northwest,
Recording stopped.
There has also been some successes that we have registered. And I think the members will also remember that although here in Klerksdorp Magistrate Court, we are hinting about this specific case, there are other matters that we have been dealing with, including our visitation yesterday. Here, the suspect was also found guilty on 3 charges of corruption. Let's proceed. Among the cases that we deal with include money laundering. There is a various cases where we have achieved the arrest and conviction on money laundering activities. Usually in most of the fraud cases and corruption, there is also an element of money laundering. So we also reflect on this, that we deal with those. We also indicate that amongst corruption, there are several cases that we deal with emanating from the South African Revenue Service. So this is just an indication of some examples that we deal with here. The 2 suspects were also arrested for extortion. the matter obviously appeared before court and is still serving before court. This is where some of the officials obviously do what they have not been assigned to do. So it's a corruption from various areas. Moving to the next slide is in Gauteng province, also theft-related activities that have been registered. We also deal with issues of fraud that have happened. Part of the investigation that we'll be observing is that there are certain investigations that will be handled in another province, whereas the activities have happened elsewhere. This is to protect some of the investigation when we realize that some of the suspects seems to pose a threat to part of our investigators. Let's move to the next slide. Again, in Gauteng, we just cite some few
Recording in
examples
progress.
Of corruption cases, which also include the UIF, as I have indicated, the money being deposited into some various accounts, including in the First National Bank. The accused obviously seen that there is sufficient evidence, decided to plead guilty and was sentenced. As I've indicated, the sentencing is not in our control. The person given 6 years, which is wholly suspended. That is but the discretion that the presiding officers exercise. Moving to the next slide is again in Gauteng, where the director of a pharmacy was involved in fraud-related activities. And that is just an indication that we are not only focusing on officials working in the government, but we also deal with those that commit various offenses from outside. In this regard, the accused was found guilty as charged and fined 18,000, which they normally pay this out. And in this regard, the offense, the sentence was obviously suspended, is out of our control. Moving to the next slide, let's proceed to the next. Next slide.
Recording stopped.
Again, in the Eastern Cape, has not been spared, and also in this regard, money laundering is part of the poker related activities. There has also been an order that has been given to the accused here of an amount of 33,000 rand, which must be paid in the Kara account. Most of the cases that we deal with, we ensure that the proceeds that have been generated, the court take note and order that the money be paid back to the state, which is paid in the Kara account, the amount which can be used to fight crime again. Part of the challenges that we have, which we have been dealing with, is the theft of cables. Individuals that we catch are at times been sentenced, and I think that the majority of this we are able to secure a conviction. In this regard, we just show 16 years imprisonment, which I think that it will serve as a deterrent to those who might want to be committing this type of prisoners' offenses. Moving to the next slide. Again, damage to infrastructure, which is not only copper cables, but we know it moves also to other type of infrastructure. But I think that we are on top of this. There is also some of the infrastructure relating to the fuel that suspects have decided to target the pipelines, which I think it is an area that we have also made several arrests and some convictions that are following. So in this regard, we just shows that 10 years imprisonment was meted out on the accused in this. Obviously, the sentence that had been given 12 years and 10 will run concurrently, which means that the accused person can only serve 12, but we discount the fact that there will be parole system in place.
My apologies for interrupting you, General. General, can you just remember now we are moving against time. We're running a very tight schedule today. So can you just concentrate on here and there, because you send us the presentation. So we just want to save time and really look at performance indicators. We'll give you a chance to do
Recording in progress.
to do the highlights. We do appreciate the highlights, but for the sake of time and the management of time, can you please assist us, send us the presentation, and please remain in the meeting.
Thank you very much.
Please don't go.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think that I will no longer be dealing with the details, as the honorable members will be able to read when received. All what I can conclude with is that, Honorable Chairperson, we are trying our best to deal with all those challenging areas, including the syndicates that are involved in illegal mining. As said, the honorable members will recall, in October last year, there was an arrest of 88 suspect illegal miners in the Northwest Stelfontein, where we visited with the Honorable Minister yesterday.
My apologies again. Are you speaking to a slide, or have I lost the slides?
The slides, I see they have been removed, Honorable Chairperson. I am concluding, just making the last remark.
All right, thank you, thank you.
The members will be able to read when the slides are received. I'm just saying that the honorable members will recall last year in October, where we arrested 88 illegal miners in Stelfontein, where we also confiscated 11 firearms, including the rifles. Yesterday, we visited the very same area with the Honorable Minister of Police, where there are 21 arrests, where 24 firearms have also been confiscated. Both sets of criminals, the 88 and the 21, which makes 109 suspects, are appearing today in Stelfontein. We already know that the 21, their matter has already been postponed so that they can deal with the issue of formal application of bail. So it shows that there is a focus on the areas that are creating a challenge to the South African. With those remarks, Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much for giving us an opportunity. I submit.
Thank you very, very much, my General. Honorable members, I've noted Honorable Whitfield's hand. I'm going to hand over to the Honorable Whip to chair this session. So Honorable Whitfield has his hand. I'm handing over to the Whip now.
Thank you, Chair. I see the hand of Honorable Whitfield, followed by Honorable Shembeni, followed by Honorable Groenewald, and Honorable Terplange. And the last hand is Honorable Boni Marekwa. In that order, please, Honorable Whitfield, followed by Honorable Shembeni.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, Honourable Sheikh, could he put his device on mute? Thank you. Chairperson, thank you very much. I think let me first start by saluting the work that has been done by the Hawks under the leadership of General Labia. It appears, based on the first slides indicating number of arrests comparative to previous financial years, that the Hawks has really started to turn the corner and turn up the heat on organized crime in South Africa. I'd like to specifically highlight and thank the Hawks and General Labia and his team for two highlights in the current financial year, the one being the recent arrests of former councillors and current municipal officials, including a city manager, involved in tender corruption relating to the bribing of councillors in a council meeting dating 2018. We know the wheels of justice turn slowly, but clearly they do grind exceedingly fine, and we thank the Hawks for their efforts there. And then in Mthatha, also in the Eastern Cape, the Hawks have cracked down on a long-standing issue where criminal syndicates have hijacked government buildings and led to the deterioration of some of those communities, and surrounding property values have declined. So well done to the Hawks in that regard, and may the good work continue. Chairperson, in terms of the presentation from SAPS, it certainly confirms that SAPS has not had a good financial year in 2021-2022 in terms of performance. In fact, the findings from the AG are almost double any of the preceding 5 financial years, with 29 findings. And I'd like to reiterate my point around forensic services. Every time we talk about performance in forensic services, the minister has become like a bit of a broken record when he talks about flooding in Amanzimtoti. Well, we accept that, but the question is, what has actually been done to resolve that issue in terms of redirecting those case exhibits to other laboratories, or to establish private sector partnerships to expedite the analysis of these DNA samples? We can't keep using the same excuses without presenting new solutions. And I think that is something that the committee would very much like to hear when it comes to a program which spends almost 100% of its budget, but only achieves half of its targets, and has really pulled down the performance of the South African Police Service in the previous financial year. On protection services, Chair, there was a slide which indicated that there was overspending on compensation of employees, and that I think that the compensation of employees in that particular program is almost 90%, or certainly over 80% of the budget. I would appreciate it if the National Commissioner or the relevant official could just explain to us how it is within a financial year that there is an adjustment to compensation of employees. So effectively, they are being paid more, as I understand it, when they already consume over 80% of that budget. I will go into other comments once we had a response to that. Chair, and then my last point, my last question at this point is with respect to police stations which have been built but are not fully operational. I refer specifically to the police station in Chatty in Nelson Mandela Bay, but would also like an indication in terms of the other police stations. What are the reasons for the delay in ensuring that these stations are fully operational? Surely in planning and project management, the transition from completion of project to operationalization should be a smooth process. And I think the committee deserves an answer as to what the holdup is now that those stations have in fact been built, such as the case is in Chatty. What is the holdup? And why can it not be fully operational? Thank you. Chairperson.
Honorable Whitfield, are you done? Sorry.
Yes,
I was kicked out a bit. Okay. Honorable Shembeni.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Whip, Chair of the moment, thank you very much from the SHPS report and the DPCI. I will start from the DPCI, just a few questions or a question. Of the 109 that have been arrested, I'll just want to know from the general, from these 109, are there any of these suspects that have been identified as kingpins, or these are the just ordinary dirty runners that are going in and out of the mines with the minerals? But would like to know, where are these people taking those minerals? Do you have any kingpin from the 109 that are the ones that are giving instructions to those people to go down deep the mines and get these minerals? Number two, to the SAPS on a wing, I can see that money is being, or the funds are being used. But where and when are our helicopters utilized? Because we don't normally see them where serious crimes are being committed or have been committed. The only time that I sometimes, or we see the helicopters are during the ministers' imbizos and the like. So we would like to know exactly where and when is the helicopter being used. I remember one day when we asked, we were told about the diesel that is expensive. That is why the helicopter could not come to the scene or to help find the suspect. And serious crimes like the bombings of ATMs, attacking on malls is being happening where the helicopters are needed to help in solving those crimes. But we've never seen anything like a helicopter in those areas. Number three, how many cross-border operations did the SAPS have in the previous financial year? If there was any, what were the successes? Because we have never had such. And we have recently seen in the social media in Malawi, whereby they spoke about vehicles that were stolen in South Africa. And some of these vehicles, it seems as if were being used as state vehicles in that area. I would like to find out what is happening and how are we getting those vehicles back to South Africa. The last but not least, Chair, I want to find out about the government security regulator. I don't understand here what is happening. With the security in Parliament, especially these so-called sergeant of arms, yes, I see that one, but there is other security personnel that is being called to remove members of Parliament. Who is paying for these people? Are they working under the protection services of the SAPS, or is a separate department? Can I just get a clarity on that one? I think for now, Chair, I will stop there, unless if given another opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Shambeni. Honorable Terplanche.
Sorry, Chair, I am before him, if I don't mistaken.
No, according to my list is Honorable Terplanch, then Honorable Grunewald, Marekwa, Sheikh
All right. All right.
Honorable Terplanch.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Groenewald was indeed before me, but I will go ahead with your permission. Chairperson,
Okay.
let me also start with the Hawks, and I also want to echo what my colleague, the Honorable Whitfield, said. I also want to congratulate the Hawks. Really, they are making very, very good progress, and that is really heartening to see that things are getting to move in the right direction. I have only two questions for the Honorable for the General. He mentioned quite a lot of sort of charges that people got. Well, they were found guilty for that, if my memory, serves me right. I would like to know how many people are involved there. And then secondly, he also mentioned about some 66 million rand of goods seized by the forfeiture unit. And what I'm gathering is that is mainly from people working in some for the government service. My question is, Chairperson, is how much money was seized from the private sector? Chairperson, then I'm going to start with the police's presentation from the beginning. We heard that apparently they had some, or they have some 93 focus areas of, and that they were able to achieve 65. And just as a matter of interest, I was just wondering, is it possible at all, if you have so many focus areas or targets that you set yourself, is it really possible to achieve that? And my request is maybe they should be looking at reducing that number to allow them to, to get around that more easily. That is just a recommendation from my side. Chairperson, then we also learned, that quite a few or quite a bit of money was, shifted by environment, and especially from, the supply chain and other environments, infrastructure and so on, to fund other projects. My question is obviously, Chairperson, that is going to impact in future on operational issues, because now they have a lack of resources again. If I just think about police stations, what is happening at the moment is really a very sad case. People need police stations or police services near them. And now we are delaying, to build police stations, new vehicles cannot be bought, etc. So that is just my question on that one. Chairperson, then, if we travel through the country, we've learned, and that was said many a time already to us, that all the police stations have victim-friendly rooms. Now, my request is, Chairperson, that the Commissioner must maybe arrange again that must be checked properly. If we get to some police stations, what is called a victim-friendly room is not so friendly. Quite often that is, an office that is doubling up. People are sitting there, it's doubling up also as a victim-friendly room. And I think that, if we want to be victim-friendly, maybe the room should be able to paint the picture. Chairperson, and then my last question is, we have learned about, and all the other issues like irregular expenditure, stuff like that. And my question is, Chairperson, how are we going to fix it? I think we need one sort of major plan. How are we going to turn the police around? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Groenewald. My apologies, Honorable Groenewald.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies accepted. We will all have a long day and we will ask many questions, but I'm afraid we're not going to ask so many questions. Chairperson, I want to start, and I'll be short. Firstly, on civil claims, I see that during the period of 21-22, there was a total number of 13,262 new civil claims that were registered at a value of about 67.6 billion rand. I say again, 67.6 billion. A total number of 46,020 claims valued at 112.1 billion were still pending at the end of March this year. Now, Chairperson, I firstly want to know, what does the police services do in terms of, can I say acts? Because I know many of these acts is because of unlawful arrests and everything like that. And if we say there are 46,000 claims that's still outstanding, what is the reason from the perspective of the police services? That's the first one. Secondly, Chairperson, we heard now that it is the 4th consecutive year that fruitless and wasteful expenditure increased, the 4th consecutive year. Now, my question is again, and for the last 4 years, we heard that the police will take steps to ensure that there is properly dealt with the problem of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. But it's quite clear it doesn't happen. And therefore, my question is, now what are we going to do? Are we going to be here, or are we going to get into a situation that next year, when we go through the BRRRs, that there's another increase? And so what? So I want to know exactly what is going to be done to ensure that we stop with fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Chairperson, I'm coming back to what I said previously, and I'm coming back to slide number 6, which I referred to. And when I look at that, for instance, section 4 of the presentation actually dealt with the Auditor-General's audit findings. But Chairperson, I don't find the answer to solve the problem. In fact, if I look at the presentation from the police services, let's take, for instance, program 2, visible policing. It states what the Auditor-General found. And yes, it is on slide 6 as well. It's about the materially difference from the supporting evidence provided for the indicators, such as the percentage reduction in the number of contact crimes against women. The reported achievement says, as it is said there, report to contact crimes against women 18 years and above increased by 15%, so and so. But Chairperson, it gives a reported achievement. But what is the difference? What was the finding of the AG on this specific matter? And I would have think, Chairperson, that we get those differences. And I'm asking the Chair that the committee take a decision when we compile our report, that we receive the different physical figures between the police statistics and that of what the AG saw, or what their findings were. So that's the first thing. Chairperson, it's disturbing because if you, for instance, look at program 3 for the detective services, the percentage of outstanding case dockets related to contact crimes older than 3 years, it says it's only 18.4%. The real figure is 10,472 finalized from a total of 56,653. That means, Chairperson, that dockets outstanding for more than 3 years. We talk roughly of about 46,000 files, dockets. That actually projects into 46,000 criminal cases older than 3 years. Are we then surprised when surveys are done and the public says we don't have trust in the police services? 46,000 backlog on dockets older than 3 years. Even if we go further, we will find actually many more. Now, Chairperson, my question is, what is the problem? Why do we have, if we specifically look at the backlog on 3 years old dockets, why do we have that backlog? I have requested many times in this committee that we have to look at our detectives. We need many, many more detectives who can do the work. I've walked into certain offices of detectives. It's a pile of dockets. It is humanly impossible for them to resolve the problem. They are human beings, and even if they work 24/7, 365, they will not be able to solve the problems. And we must remember, the strength of a docket will result into a finding of guilty or non-guilty. And that's why we have a problem in our own criminal system. And therefore, my question, Chairperson, is what is the police services going to do to solve this problem? Are they going to employ more detectives? What are they going to do? I want specific answers on that. Let me go to the opinions, and as far as the biology, DNA, intelligence cases are finalized. Chairperson, only 8.78%. 22,244 from a total of 253,428 of DNA intelligence case exhibits processed within 90-day calendar days. Chairperson, how many questions have we asked? What is the backlog on the DNA or forensics laboratories? Chairperson, now I'm going to ask it again. What is the latest backlog? I think the people of South Africa must know that. Because again, this is undermining the criminal justice system. There are how many cases that it can only be successful if we have the forensics of that specific case. It comes back to women and children. Let's take rape, for instance. It's one of the most vital evidence needed in a rape case. I'm saying again, we are failing the women and children if we look at these statistics. And then can I ask again, Chairperson, can we for once and for all get now the latest figures on the backlog when it comes to forensics? I hear what the Honourable Minister has said a moment ago or so on, and he referred to, I think it was Cape Town, the laboratory that got flooded. And he said the laboratory got flooded with chemicals. Now, Chairperson, I would like to have more clarity on that one. Chemicals, as far as I'm concerned, it's supposed to be in containers tightly sealed to ensure that there's no spillage of chemicals, but it got flooded with chemicals. Thank you, Chair. If I can get answers on that, I will appreciate.
Thanks very much, Honorable Grunewald, Honorable Marekwa. Honorable Marekwa. Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Chairperson, sorry to interrupt you. Sorry, Chairperson.
Sorry.
Sorry, if I may, I've got a very important question I wanted to ask to the DPCI, if you allow me, to make up for the previous one. Sorry, Chairperson. Can I just ask, I want to ask General Labia, as far as the Zamas are concerned in Stilfontein. And can I say, Honorable Minister, you know I live in Stilfontein. If you wanted a cup of coffee or something, you would have contacted me and I would give you some coffee. But that besides, Chairperson, I want to know from the General Labia, what are the charges against these Zamas being arrested? And I want specifically, because there's a rumor, and my ears are on the ground, specifically in Stilfontein, there's a rumor that the charge will only be a conspiracy to commit a specific crime of robbery. Now, I want to know what is or are the charges against these Zamas, because I saw many firearms, illegal firearms, like AK-47s or R5. Wonder where the R5 comes from. So please, if I can also just add that question. Sorry, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Groenewald. Honorable Marekwa. Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, Chief Whip, and I hope you are resting a bit after the long weekend that you've had. But also allow me, like my other colleagues, Chairperson, to congratulate Hawks on the fantastic work that they are doing. If there's one structure of South African police services that really is yielding positive results, of course, it is the Hawks. There's no doubt about it, not just on illegal mining, but in many other aspects. So congratulations to you and your team there. I want to also express my absolute disappointment, Chairperson. You know, sometimes we have matters of very urgent importance to deal with. But let me thank the minister. He's always available to take the call. But when he's not available, you can be rest assured the minister will return your call at his earliest convenience. But when I talk about disappointment, there are sometimes matters of such importance. You can never get hold of the National Commissioner. The phone will never be answered. Never would you get a response, not even a month later. That is how bad it appears to be. Now, coming back to the issue of the current situation in the country, you know, first of all, I've raised this repeatedly, that what is happening is this, that when we are attracting people to law enforcement and the police force particularly, and when you have a high level of unemployment in the country, you have anybody and everybody applying. Can we consider including this as part of the curriculum so that we could attract those with a passion for policing, investigations and things, so that we have a high quality of professionals in the South African police services? This is my plea. The second thing is this, and I must agree with even the statement of the minister, it's something that we've been raising again and again. There is no way the South African police services can deal with the levels of crime in this country. I want to say it again and again. It has to be a collaboration of the different departments, many of whom are the root cause of why the high levels of crime we have in the country. But having said that, again, I want to say, we need to get to the root cause of that. Is there any collaboration between the SAPs and the other departments, you know, social development, basic education? I know at some stage at the schools we had the safety ambassador. I believe it can yield positive results if you identify at an early stage learners that are troublesome, that's coming from dysfunctional homes, that might be abusing substances, hand them to social development, get somebody to deal with these families. You'll save these children. You will also save us from the high levels of crime that we're experiencing. Is there any plan in place to be able to deal with this? Now, on the issue of detectives, how is it humanly possible that a detective with 200 dockets can do justice to any one of them? It's almost impossible. But we are expecting miracles from these detectives with limited resources. Now, I know the minister spoke about 33 billion rand in budget cuts. Yes, we were some of them that raised this before. That with the crime rising, not necessarily because of police, then your budget must increase accordingly. But that is not the solution. The solution is to prevent these crimes. And that is what, in terms of the constitution, the police is supposed to be responsible. Unfortunately, the police are dealing with crime after the fact, which is not what we should be doing. So how are we going to deal with this? And I want to ask the department, why do you sit back and just accept these budget cuts when you know the challenges you have in terms of resources? Now, the other thing is the quality of investigations. You know, many people are telling us they are leaving the police force because there is not enough incentive. People are being promoted even that don't have the necessary skills and qualification compared to those that have them. What are we doing in terms of that to ensure that those that are promoted are the best able to do the job? Now, I want to tell you something that we've identified as a serious problem. We were in Mpumalanga on the weekend, and we spoke to the police commissioner in terms of illegal mining. And listen to this. The lawyer who does the bail applications for all these criminals conducting illegal mining carries with him approximately 250,000 rand cash at a time. And the lawyer is paying the bail for each one of these suspects. And nobody in the police force believes that there is room for investigation as to where is he getting so much of cash? Is it accountable for? Is SARS aware of this? Who is the one that's giving him the money to lead to the kingpins who are behind this? And apparently, we were shocked to hear when the police tell us, no, but there's nothing we can do about it. There's no provision for us to ask any such question. Now, I cannot understand that. Really, when a guy is carrying 250,000 at a time, we know the rules, we know the laws. You can't be dealing with so much of cash. Surely we'd be able to get to who is the mastermind behind it. The other thing that we've picked up is the massive problem as far as the laboratory services are concerned. As a result of many of these cases, particularly with illegal mining, that either getting withdrawn or unduly delayed, or the courts are giving bail because the police are not able to provide the samples tiniest. What are we planning to do about that? Now, I noticed that we are making a lot of arrests in terms of and confiscating, and good job, well done, arms and ammunition. I want to ask the specific, do you not believe that this country is being held hostage or under siege? With the amount of unlicensed or illegal arms and ammunition in the country, together with the high levels of illegal mining, do we have a plan, a comprehensive plan with all stakeholders, with private security industry, South African Defence Force, police, Home Affairs, the whole lot, to put a plan in place, or a 6-month or a 12-month ongoing daily basis, 24 hours a day, to eradicate this once and for all? I think for now, I will stop there, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sheikh Imam. Honorable Minister and the National Commissioner, we're in your hands.
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
Chair, going back to Honorable Mr. Whitefield, with the broken record. Indeed, the record will be broken until the scratch that makes the record broken is fixed. Maybe Honorable Groenewald the flooding laboratory can't be Cape Town. I don't know if you have visited that laboratory in Cape Town, Mr. Groenewald. I think that is the best one in Africa and in many other countries. This is top of the range kind of thing, top of the range, that laboratory in Western Cape. The one that is flooding is KZN in Manzimtoti, that small town of south of Durban. This year it will flood again. When you ask what have we done, somebody said they've diverted the river. Said, well, I know Manzimtoti can't be diverted away from the laboratory. Honorable Huife, the question of the laboratory of Manzimtoti overloads the Western Cape and Pretoria laboratories. Again, I know you have a very close passion of the Eastern Cape laboratory, Gqeberha one. You have a very passion. Fortunately, that one is becoming fully functional in February. All, especially all or almost all samples that Western Cape is overloaded with come from Eastern Cape. Once you fix that Eastern Cape laboratory, that will be fully functional in February. So there will be no overloading of Western Cape, and Eastern Cape will do their own. What will still give us problems is KZN, because KZN, we can't bypass the Department of Infrastructure and Department of Public Works. We can't. For last 4 years, we have been requesting that that laboratory is moved from where it is, where it's flooding. The flooding there will be ground floor, first floor, and as that happens, Honorable Groenewald talks about the chemicals. Yes, they do get flood. That's a report. When there is water, when that level can work together with machines. So, Minister, will be a broken record until that is fixed. You can't bypass, you can't work in that such laboratory. So today, as the National Commission have said, the head of supply chain management is meeting Public Works. We have raised it. We have sat down with everybody. You yourselves, honorable members, you have called us all together with the Public Works, but we find the progress very, very slow going forward on those matters. Honorable Whitefield, you raised the matter of the private laboratories. The president has appointed Dr. Judy Dlamini. Judy Dlamini, together with Dr. Shisane from the presidency and our laboratory people from the South African Police Service, they are working together on this working relationship of the private security. It has not been successful up to this point, and the Deputy Minister of the Police is leading in that to work to say private companies help us on these matters. It has been raised, but there is a person that is appointed until she comes back, Dr. Dlamini, to say, here it is, here's a success. We have not reached that. It's not necessarily in the hands of the police, it's in the hands of Dr. Dlamini, appointed by the president. So the question of facilitating and the question of capacity of the laboratory does not only hinge on the police activities. I think one has explained this, and it will be understood by the honorable members. That does not mean that police have done their work. Again, as a broken record, Honorable Westfield, 16 contracts of laboratory were never renewed. All of them without fail collapsed under the previous national commissioner and the supply chain. Collapsed, 16 of them, they all collapsed. We have put them all in order, they are all in working, while even monitoring them that 6 months down the line, we must work on them to such an extent that they never collapse. There is that smooth transition going towards. So they are well monitored as we speak, 16 of them at the present moment. The personnel that was there, especially in Western Cape, our intern and people that made that laboratory function properly were 24 of them. I've been visiting together with the deputy minister almost every 2 months visiting that laboratory. You ask, why are the cubiles where these samples are supplied in the morning, they were all dark, are all closed. You are told to say those people were allowed to go home. We said, bring them back. 20 of them have come back. They are at the workplace as we speak. They were brought from Khayelitsha and different places of Western Cape. They are working. We couldn't get 4 of them. 2 of them, they've got the better job. I think 2 just did not want to come back, but 20 of them are back. In Pretoria, 8 of them are back. That has increased the capacity of the warm bodies and human beings working in that laboratories. All machines, without fail, honorable members, you'll go to that laboratory, they were all with the red dots telling you that that machine is not working. Not a single machine now that has a red dot. They are all functional because the maintenance of it is in a proper contract as we speak. One thing, bringing back those people, but we have moved our day of laboratory from 8 hours to 16 hours. We've put money there as an overtime so that we work 16 hours a day rather than 8 hours. Actually, we're trying to find out if we can work 24 hours to deal with the backlog. Honorable Groenewald, the figure you talk about, that 251, is a figure of the last quarter, is a figure of April this year. That figure has been moved to 84 from 251. It has 1,000 has been moved to 84,000. Fortunately, last week we met the board, the DNA board. They've briefed us to say the latest that we can deal with the backlog will be December. The figures that are given here will be the figures of the previous of 2021, 22. But so much work, 22, 23 have been done. And indeed, that's how we've moved down on the backlog. We have committed to say that capacity that is put there to deal with the backlog will not be removed so that we don't go back again in such a terrible situation where we'll have the backlog on these matters. So we have hoped that by September we'd have done, but clearly by December, backlog would be gone and we'll be dealing with the daily supply of those samples to those laboratories. So that's a situation of laboratory. Again, Honorable Whitefield, the Chetty police station, indeed, I would agree with you, not fully functional. Visible policing vans are there. We're trying to fix the detective services and all that to fully capacitate that station. It's a station in a community that is growing very fast and very quick. But again, maybe taking on board the same question raised by Honorable Groenewald, what to do with the detectives. One thing about detectives and with their very high level or high volume of their dockets, is that the numbers are few. Somebody said these detectives, I think it's Honorable Shembeni, are moving back to a visible policy, not necessarily, honorable members. It's because if 2010, you had 200,000, actually there were 196,000 members in this organization, rounded up 200,000. Now we're 175, round us up, we're 170. We were 50 million then as South Africans, we were 63 million now. We are almost 25,000 down, which means all units cannot recruit the new blood, whether they are POP, whether they are detectives, whether they are special task force, TRT, we can't. Therefore, the shortage of the warm bodies in this organization is a budgetary matter, because for last 2 years, due to COVID, there was no training here. But even before, the training was being reduced because there were few intakes, except with the present year. This present year, we have been given 10,000 people to be trained. Unfortunately, out of those 10,000 people, 4,000 of them are going to POP. That is according to the instruction of Falam, that in the year 2012, we're supposed to have 12,000 POP members. POP members at the present moment around the country, they are 5,000, which means if we get 4,000, it will be 9. We would not have made the number of 2012. But police themselves, if this 10,000 comes, will go to 186. If we're lucky to get another 10,000 next year, we'll go to 195,000, which is a 2010 number, not a 2022 number. So there are many things that are compromised, as the AG has said, but also emphasized by Honorable Sheikh, to say, what do you do with prevention? All of you, you'll understand one major prevention of crime is the visibility of police. Most of these honorable members have been overseas. You go to China, go everywhere, even in Scandinavian countries, you see a police every corner. We don't have those numbers of putting the police in every corner because of the shrinking warm bodies within this organization. So we believe and we hope that we will be assisted. Unfortunately, one has been hoping to get another 10,000 next year. I've been told by the treasurer that we can't. We'll only get 5,000 because of the demands, other demands across the government. So, which means for a very long time, these units that exist within the police are going to be half strength in terms of warm bodies because there is no enough recruitment in the South African police. So that's an issue that one would like to explain. But Honorable Groenewald, we have covered so much ground in the laboratories. I hope the acting chair here, maybe one day you will invite the board, the DNA board themselves, to come and vindicate or verify of what we have said of the improvement, and then be able to go back to deal with the normal intake of these samples. For now, one would say so. Or maybe the working with other departments. There are few departments that no matter what we do as the police, we are not going to be able to win the war. Public works is one of those departments. The police stations that are overdue 15 years, 20 years. By the way, most money that this money that we take back to treasurer, because somebody raised an issue, I think it's Honorable Terry Plach, of the money that is going for variation. part of the money that we send back to Treasury is the money for infrastructure, because infrastructure of the South African Police Service does not go that fast when we deal with our sister department to help on that one. The other money that is not helping us much is the money for technology, because we need to deal with our sister department communication to be helped by CETA, which we don't get much joy and much comfort out of it. Somebody asked if we're going to deal with Zamazamas. No, we're not going to deal with Zamazamas if sister department like Home Affairs is not helping us to deal with the illegal crossing of the people, because almost everybody you find in Zamazama are illegal migrants in South Africa, which both the Home Affairs, but also the defense that must help us on the borderline. If those sister departments are not helping us much, we're not going to be dealing with it alone. But the biggest department here, colleagues, to help us is the Department of Minerals and Energy. That department has put the figure on the table of 6,000 unclosed shafts. If those shafts are not closed, if those mines are not rehabilitated, that goes also to the owners of the miners, to the big industry dealing with the miners, to say, rehabilitate them, shut them down, so that there is no way that the Zamazamas come back to run around those things and they are chased by the police, when it would have been easy for the police to go and do other jobs because those mines are closed, because those mines don't give attraction to Zamazamas. So sister departments and other people that we work with, if they don't come on board, it will be a bottomless end of the police to put the water of their energy, of their work, without really fulfilling much. So that's a situation that one can put from our side, Honorable Chair, as we speak now. Thanks. Chairperson?
Thank you, Honorable Minister. National Commissioner, you want to take a bite?
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members and the Minister. Just to add on the forensic part, Honorable Chairperson, you would recall at the beginning of the meeting, I did indicate that Lieutenant General Fani is not in the meeting because he is in KZN busy with the National Department of Public Works to attend to the matters around the forensic lab in KwaZulu-Natal. So that matter is being attended to. We are doing our best to get it resolved. On the matter of a question around the expenditure by Program 5, Program 5 is one of those programs that is labor intensive. We would recall that the protectors are doing their work, and when they work out of their hours, that's when we will incur overtime. The type of compensation of employees in that regard is more around overtime. We are engaging various role players with a view to look at the possibility of coming with a dispensation of an allowance, but we haven't yet reached that space, which we think it might reduce the expenditure to an extent. Chati Police Station, as the Minister said, Chati Police Station, it is operational. There is a station commander at the level of Lieutenant Colonel appointed. There are reliefs that are working at that station. There is the complement of the station is there. However, the personnel is not at the right numbers that we would have loved to be, but as the minister said, the area is growing, so we will in the future allocate it a certain number of personnel to increase, but the station is currently operational. However, it has not yet been officially opened, which that will still be done by the minister at some given time. With regard to the utilization of our airwing, yes, over the last 2 years, you'll recall, at some point we had no contract that was there to service any of our fleet. We have started putting contracts in place slowly. Currently, our fixed wing, especially the Pilatus family, which is your PC 12 and 6s, we don't have a contract. We are busy with it. The one that was there, it was cancelled just at the time of the evaluation stage. That's why it was withdrawn. So we are busy currently getting it back so that we have a contract for that. In terms of helicopters, we do have a contract. They are being serviced regularly, and their utilization, they are being used mostly for crime prevention operations. I'm sure Honorable Shembeni must have.
And my battery is 13%.
Honorable Shembeni must have seen during operations in Gauteng, even where the minister was not there. It wasn't an Imbizo, it was illicit mining operations. I'm sure even on TVs, you have seen quite a number of helicopters, more than one. We do use them for crime prevention operations. They are used by the provinces for various operations. With regard to cross-border operations, we do continuously do have crime prevention operations across the border with our cross-border operations with our neighboring countries. I just don't have the figure, we'll still get the figure. But recently we had Operation Usalamo, which was also Interpol operation. So we regularly do have operations. And yes, we do have vehicles in our neighboring countries. I know Mozambique, we have more than 80. In Zambia, we have 75 SUV and 4x4s. In Malawi, we also have, which we are busy currently. Members have left. They are negotiating to get those vehicles in Zambia back to the country, because it is a process to get them back. It's not as easy. And this very week, Tuesday, I had a meeting with the organized crime and DPCI around and crime intelligence around the organized crime related to carjacking and cross-border crime, which I've given them ultimatums in terms of getting the kingpins around people that are making these vehicles to cross to the neighboring countries, because we need to deal with those that are stealing them here at home and making them cross, other than having difficulty in bringing them back to South Africa. With regard to, I do take note of the comments by Honorable Tara Blanche on the 93 focus areas. We will look at it. We will, during our planning session, we'll engage on that with regard to look at whether there are too many or too less, and so on, how we can work on them. With regard to Honorable Tara Blanche, you mentioned that we said that all police stations have victim-friendly rooms. Let me correct you there. I do not recall or remember where SAPS have ever said we have victim-friendly rooms in all police stations in South Africa. I'm aware that 139 police stations in the country, we don't have victim-friendly rooms, but we do have victim-friendly rooms in other areas, be a hospital or whatever. So hence, supply chain, they are busy addressing the 139 police stations. There was, I think, the statement to say, how are we going to turn the police around? We do have a draft strategy that we have developed, which we will go through in the coming strategic session. And during that planning, we'll look at various issues that are impacting on service delivery and work out plan on how can we rectify certain areas. As I mentioned earlier, there are areas that backs a little bit of introspection in terms of the size of certain divisions. With regard to detectives, I think the minister said quite a mouthful that we have the numbers of detectives have reduced drastically. Recall a couple of years ago, I think our detectives were about 25,000 plus, and currently they are just over 17,000 nationally. So we are looking at also at the service allowance that has not been increased for operational members for over the years. I am currently with negotiation, the Treasury, looking at how can we better that, and also it will also encourage detectives, because at the end of the day, it's a question of those that are operationally out there. What is it that they are getting than the others? So we are attending to that. Major General Grunewald, not because the question was asked by Honorable Grunewald, he will respond on the question of civil claims, but just to indicate that when we indicate the number of civil claims that are out there, well, everybody has a right to put a claim when he feels that he has not been serviced or handled well by the SAPS. But at the end of the day, the number of claims that the community put forward does not necessarily mean that it is the number of claims that we will pay at the end of the day. What we pay is actually quite very, very low. But indeed, yes, it is a concern. Civil claim is a concern for the organization. We wouldn't love to have even one. Hence, General Khan embarked on awareness campaign to also make the members aware in terms of what to do and what not, and also identifying those police stations and districts that seems to be prone with more civil claims, to interrogate as to what exactly is happening at those police stations and what can we do to reduce civil claims. On the question of the Imam Sheikh, there was the mention of a lawyer who's paying bail. Well, that one, Honorable Chair, surely the provincial commissioner is the right person to investigate that matter. I wouldn't understand why would they say there is nothing that they can do. It is the police that are in a better position to investigate that matter. I'll follow it up with the specific province. In terms of illicit mining, we have established teams it was initially at 18 districts, now it's to 21 districts where we have problems of illicit mining, theft of copper, and so on, including extortion at construction sites and economic sites. So we have established economic and critical infrastructure task teams that we are looking for that they end up being units at the end of the day. And these task team are the ones that are dealing with illicit mining. Yes, as the minister said, unfortunately, we won't be able to eradicate illicit mining as long as there are shafts that are going down, that are unmanned, derelict, and left alone. We won't be able to eradicate this scourge, but we will continue with operations to eradicate this problem, and continuously we engage our sister departments to come on board and do what is required of them in terms of either reusing or sealing those specific mines. These same units are also dealing with theft of copper cables, which generally we have indicated the successes earlier. I think let me ask General Stlawani, General Dimpani, just to expatiate on other matters. I did indicate earlier that the increase in fruitless and wasteful expenditures, we do take it serious, hence we do take action in matters that are related to that. There are members that actions has been taken. There are those that we are aware they've resigned and joined other institutions, but we do take this matter serious, and we actually said to the support service that we should have our internal audit to go along with all other processes, but in terms of procurement, so that we do not realize matters at the end of the day that they are fruitless and wasteful, but as we go along, we procure, they need to be brought on the loop so that there can be an early warning and we rectify matters before it gets worse. Let me allow General Dimpani, General Stlawani, and other colleagues to talk to the matters. General Dimpani.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I would touch on the issue of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. When we analyze this, these are in the main the penalties that relates to licensing of our vehicles, as well as interest that is charged on claims against the state. We are having these vehicles where at cost center level, they take time to license these cars. To this end, we are engaging other partners such as your RTMC, so that we have a memorandum of understanding that we are going to put, or memorandum of agreement that we are going to put in place to deal with this matter and ensure that we get an early warning of all our vehicles and we can be able to license them at the same time, and we deal away with this particular problem. However, I must indicate that where a member was found to have been negligent and failed to license this car as expected in terms of policies, we do recover these monies that has generated themselves into fruitless and wasteful expenditure. When it comes to interest on civil claims, there was a challenge that we identified, and we put a project together with legal services, and we wanted to interrogate this type of unwanted expenditure. There are continuous engagements with the State Attorney's Office to ensure that we improve our controls and we do away with this particular problem that we are facing. Equally, if we have investigated and there's a determination that a member was negligent and failed to carry out their duties as expected, we do recover in terms of this fruitless and wasteful expenditure. For the current year, there was 621,000 that was incurred. We managed to recover at least 286,000 out of that, where we had finalized investigations and determined that indeed members were liable to pay back those monies that we incurred as a result of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. It's a matter that we do not tolerate. It is a matter that we take serious, and where it is found that the member indeed was negligent in terms of carrying out their duties, we deal with that. We could do more, Chairperson, in terms of expediting the timelines in terms of investigations. This is a matter that we are zooming into and looking into to ensure that then we are within the timelines in dealing with these matters so that it serves as a deterrent in this regard. In terms of the protection services, the National Commissioner has touched on that particular matter. There were also matters relating to the protection of the judiciary that resulted in additional pressures, in particular on overtime, that affected this particular program. When it comes to irregular expenditure, General Hankins will touch on that, on the actions that we had taken. This particular area troubled the department for years, and as a result, we were qualified in the past. And as and when we were dealing with this particular area and putting systems in place, we had identified quite a number of transactions that needed to be investigated. It was quite a lot, and we needed to then finalize. We are not where we want to be in terms of dealing with these matters within the necessary timelines. However, there is a down management of those numbers that we had brought as and when we were dealing with and correcting the disclosure of this particular area, but there is a lot of improvement that is required in that regard. But General Hankins will indicate in terms of the down management, we do admit that we could do more, especially in terms of compliance to the timelines and working with the necessary speed to finalize this particular problem that is facing the department. On the civil claims, Chairperson General Groenewald will touch on those particular matters. Other matters have already been attended to by the Minister as well as the National Commissioner. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Lieutenant General Groenewald.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable members of the committee, the Minister, National Commissioner, and all senior managers in the platform. Thank you, Chair. With regards to the question raised by Honourable Groenewald on the number of pending civil claims and the reason for it, it should be noted that this number of 46,000 claims that is still pending as at the end of the financial year is accumulated from previous financial years as well. Now, the reason for the huge number of claims still pending, it must be noted that the plaintiffs in these matters are all dominus litis, and therefore they should approach the courts in terms of the court rules for set-down dates, etc. But we are being proactive in the matters to see which matters are dormant for quite some time so that we can work those off in terms of our standing operating procedures, that we can close those matters. And these matters that are still active are then accumulated pending claims at the end of a particular financial year. But we are working continuously to ensure that we down manage our pending claims. Then with regards to the new claims registered and the 67 billion rand of the amount, as the National Commissioner has indicated, unfortunately, we have no control over claims being instituted against the police. These are all claim amounts, and it's not the actual payment amounts that is paid out to the plaintiffs, as we've got no control over the amounts that they are claiming. It is a thumb-sucking exercise, and during the course of litigation, these amounts will amend accordingly, and it's being argued in terms of trial, in terms of previous court orders on which precedents have been set. So I trust that I've answered those questions. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. General Skabani on the protection services in Parliament.
Thank you, National Commissioner, and good afternoon, Honourable Chair and the Honourable members, as well as the Honourable Minister, General Cele. With regards to the question from the Honourable Shembeni in terms of the government security regulator, which is the component that is responsible for your national key points and strategic installations in terms of regulating. Now, the question, I think it was in regard to the parliamentary protection services. Whether is it part of the, the component government security regulator, which is GSR? No, it's not part. It's a standalone which reports to Parliament under the office of the Secretary of Parliament. Now, maybe just to add, we have been having some discussion, but obviously would not go into details in terms of looking at that establishment. But there are discussions that we have between us as the police, as well as Parliament, in terms of looking at that structure, and most probably would reconfigure so that then it can talk to, the responsibility and really purifying the responsibilities around, Parliament or the parliamentary present. Maybe the addition that I can just also add from what Honorable Whitfield would have asked, I think the National Commissioner as well as the CFO would have touched on that, but I think just also give the context also in terms of the increase in as far as the overspending and as far as the compensation and around the employees. Indeed, I think you would realize that you would have the natural attrition that would normally happen. Now, if you recall, several times I think there has been, call and explaining even from the Honorable Minister to say that for the past 2 years, we're not able to train. Now, if we're not able to recruit, which currently we have 10,000, personnel, which we have reported several times. Now, all that has an impact in terms of the demands that would have within also protection, because what would have also increased is that within judiciary, which is also another arm of state that we have a responsibility over. So last year, there was an increase in terms of demand, because when we're zooming into that particular arm of state, we would have realized that there were a lot of threats which we as the police were to respond. So those kind of increases, they would have been influenced with that. So it means then we would have been taking the budget, which is allocated in terms of your normal VIP and your static, because then we're looking at both your VIP environment, which is your close protection, as well as your static, which talks to residents and offices of within the judiciary. And so those are the explanations that we have. I thank you, Chair, Honorable Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. With your permission, Major General Mavundla from TMS will be followed by Major General Hankins, Supply Chain, and then lastly, General Rabi on target setting. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, the Deputy Minister, and Honorable members of the committee, the National Commissioner, and all senior managers, executives. The question that was from Honorable Shalembe, which asked on the delays of ICDMS and IPM. In a nutshell, we get a proposal through CETA because of the mandate that CETA needs to procure on behalf of the departments. Where CETA is not able to procure on behalf of the departments, they may then give that authority to the departments. At the same, departments have got an obligation to ask CETA for an approval to do specific procurements relevant to their departments and get that authority. That would happen normally on matters that are specific to the department or security related to the department. Where there are matters that are aligned to other departments, so as this one of the IJS, the Integrated Justice System, there's a value chain where the crime would start, which is SAPS. When we strategize with the IJS board, we would then have a strategy that would realize the value within the justice criminal system, of which these particular systems are the entry of the justice crime system. So ICDMS, although it's not concluded, it is because of the resources that are IT specialists. Years back, we used to use contractors to do the developments when IJS funding was still with SAPS, of which National Treasury called us off on using the contractors, consultants to be specific. We therefore reverted back that the resources, which are human resources qualified in programming or any other IT skills, are going to be sourced through SETA. This is where SETA gets in, where the project will be delayed because those resources are expensive and are a shortage in the country. So with the National Treasury rates, the expertise are very reluctant to get into government projects where we are not going to pay them the equal rate of the relevant skill across the board. So we do lose those specific skills in between the project as it continues, and we also would want to attract new skills when the project continues. But we are tracking and mitigating the risks as we go. That is why the AGSA would report that there were delays. There were delays when the project started, and on ICDMS specifically, the delays are continual because of those matters and also the aging technology that we are using. More of the skill that is relevantly equated to the technology that we are using has aged and they resign. The new skills on board are reluctant to come in on board, but SETA has put in a strategy to prioritize all of the skill that is required within that ICDMS, of which we are looking forward that this will be completed in the next financial year of 2024-2025. And IPM, yes, we had a difficulty to start the project until we engaged with SETA and we said, you need to change the strategy of acquiring these resources. Rather, you acquire a company that is going to work with you. And that's what happened in 2020. We got the skills from a specific company that is working on the IPM. It is continuing well. We are looking forward that we will be implementing in the next financial year. Whilst this financial year, we are starting with the pilot in each of the provinces to pilot that specific development that we have finished with on the IPM. That's all, Chairperson. I appreciate. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. If I may continue, good afternoon to the Honourable Chair and Honourable Minister, Honourable Committee members and the National Commissioner. Chairperson, I will quickly touch on the issue raised regarding irregular expenditure. Chair, as indicated by the AGSA, The concern that was highlighted in the process of the irregular expenditure cases, Chair, is the delay in the determination of whether or not indeed the case in question is irregular or not, Chair. So we acknowledge the finding of AGSA Chairperson. We have 90 days in which the determination test must be finalized. And just as a background, Chairperson, we appoint investigating officers at all the different business units where the possible irregular expenditure case has been identified. And we have indeed picked up delays. So as an initiative from our side, Chairperson, we have got an irregular committee that has been appointed at all the different provinces at the provincial supply chain level, chaired by the provincial head supply chain chairperson, but we've also added other important role players that is quite crucial in this committee. We had, for an example, added a representative from internal audit. So internal audit is part of this committee, as well as representative from the legal services, and then the expert from supply chain management, as well as the financial office. So, Chair, once we have discovered that the investigating officers are dragging their feet with regards to the finalization of the determination test, we have now instructed that all the investigating officers are called to the committee, Chair, where they have to give progress on how far are they with finalizing their determination test. Chairperson, we have already seen remarkable results. It is for that reason, Chair, that the cases that was previously our backlog has now been moved into the space of consequence management and is being investigated as irregular expenditure cases. So we will continue with that initiative, Chairperson, and we will finalize the backlog that we have with regards to all cases. Then, Chairperson, with regards to new cases put in place to completely eradicate irregular expenditure, Chair, or at least decrease it significantly, we have at Division Supply Chain Management, Chairperson, developed the performance assessment tool. And just in brief, Chairperson, it is a tool that has been rolled out to all the provinces, including the lower levels of the accounting office and station level. And Chairperson, this assessment tool focuses a lot on the processes within the procurement space. And Chair, we are already seeing as well the benefits of this tool. Chair, the tool is utilized to determine early on if there's any challenges. We have our teams that do immediate rectification and immediate training when we're picking up challenges within a specific business unit with regards to procurement issues that is raised as a concern. So we do immediate training and rectification of problems. Chair, I want to indicate that after the introduction of this tool, we are already seeing significant decreasing in the reported possible expenditure cases. What we have also done as an initiative, Chairperson, we are taking accountability to the different supervisors in the environment. Chairperson, we have developed a checklist on every procurement file where before the next process or the next stage in the procurement process is activated, the supervisor or the commander of the environment must first verify and ensure that the process follows thus far is 100% regular before the next activity can be initiated. What we have also done, Chairperson, we've also done a significant enhancement on our provisioning administration system, looking at the complete life cycle of when an asset is procured up until the asset is disposed of. And what we've built in this system, Chairperson, is also stages where the supervisor of the environment must first sign off after checking and verifying if all the processes has been followed. And we've also enhanced the system, Chairperson, where we are uploading all the required documentation of a certain transaction. So Chairperson, going forward, we will not have the normal finding that AGSA has picked up previously, where we do not have the necessary support documentations available, Chair. This is now available on the system. And then Chairperson, from Division Supply Chain Management as an initiative, we are doing roadshows, Chair, to all the provinces on a continuous basis. Chairperson, as we speak, the team is now in the Eastern Cape, and they are doing the necessary roadshows regarding irregular expenditure and also on service and enhancement of the skills of our supply chain practitioners in the different business unit. Thank you, Chairperson. I will stop there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. General Masemola, are you fine?
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. General Ravi, anything from your side?
Chairperson, thank you. The National Commissioner requested that we just comment on the issue around the planning that we apply in SAPS and the associated target setting. There are a couple of matters that we have to take into consideration. Now, first of all, it's important that SAPS is a service organization. So it is very challenging to identify targets and commitments that are reflective of, you know, the outcomes of the respective programs. And we also need to take note of the fact that DPME has introduced a results-based approach to planning. So the indication is that in terms of the APP, or the annual performance plan of the department, we need to include outcome or impact-based indicators that are, in most instances, those are the result of activities. For instance, if you look at the respective programs. So if you look at program 2 as an example, where you're looking at visible policing and the prevention of crime, the ultimate impact indicator is the absence of crime, and the more important one is the community perceptions in terms of feelings of safety and security. So what the department is currently being measured on, although we do not have total control over that, is the absence of crime or reduction in crime levels. So what we do not have in the plan is the specific activities. AGSA made reference to those proactive measures that we are implementing in terms of specific activities to prevent crime. We do acknowledge that it's important, but those are reflected in lower level planning in the department, where you have an annual operational plan, where the focus is then on specific inputs and activities that the department is going to execute to achieve a reduction in crime. So, and then annually, when we go through the process to determine the specific targets associated with that, taking into account, for instance, the fact that we have to apply a principle of result-based, result-based indicators, we have to take into account what is determined in terms of the MTF of government, the medium-term expenditure framework. We need to take into account what is being identified annually in terms of the State of the Nation address by the President, the priorities that are being set by the Ministry, etc. So those issues are then filtered into the annual performance plan. And as I indicated to the committee, the fact is that we need to then identify specific indicators that is indicative of the outcome of the specific program. And we have to, if I take then into consideration the comment made by AGSA, we will have to start including indicators, etc., that talks to inputs and activities. The other issue, when we go through target setting in the beginning of the financial year, we actually start almost a year in advance, Honourable Chair, and we take into consideration your historical trends, I think, is your primary indicator. But in addition to that, you need to take into account the competencies or the capabilities that we have in the department. And whether there's an appetite for reducing targets, given the fact that you have a commitment and a mandate in terms of the Constitution to serve communities in terms of creating a safe and secure environment for people in South Africa. The Minister referred to the fact that there has been a reduction in the budget allocation or the capability of SAPS. And that is not always visible in the pure numbers that we see in the budget. So, for instance, you will find that if you look at the MTF figures, the budget figures remain the same more or less over the MTF period, the current MTF period. But the net effect of that is that you are losing 30,000 people, or you lost 20,000 people. And that has got an impact on target setting that we as a department need to take into consideration. So all of these factors we analyze it, and it is then presented to the various forums. We will appreciate, Honourable Chair, if it is in any way possible to reduce the targets. We agree. We have a lot of targets, and these are legacy. Some of these are legacy issues that's been with SAPS for a number of years. And there's also constantly new commitments added by means of decisions, for instance, on gender-based violence, etc. So if it is in any way possible, it will be appreciated if one can have an opportunity to look at the targets and the indicators that we measure, and whether we can reduce the actual numbers that are reflected in the documents. You know, Program 3, if you look at the investigation of crime and the constitutional mandate associated with that, is the effective investigation of crime. So the final result or the success lies in the effective investigation of crime and presenting it to court. Taking it through the criminal justice system in terms of the conviction, etc., falls outside the mandate of SAPS. Yes, we have got a role to play, which is there, but we are not in control of that process. So our aim is to ensure that we have an optimal detection rate that we can report to. And those are apex indicators in terms of the, specifically program 3. Even those indicators that lies within your forensic services environment has got a direct link to the detection of crime, our ability to solve crime. So we are aware, we've noted the comments, and we have engaged with AGSA Chair, and we've been busy. I think it is important that we acknowledge the fact that yes, there is a problem with record keeping. And we have been trying to resolve that. We have not been successful. We need to do more. What makes it challenging for the department is the fact that, as I earlier indicated, is that we are a national department, and our footprint, we almost have, Chair, 1,300 business units reporting to us in terms of performance information. And that complicates it, because that means you have to have effective control at all of those. And that is not an excuse. We need to fix that. And we are currently, NASCOM indicated, we are implementing measures to ensure that we get that right. But it is challenging, and something that we commit that we want to address. The other issue that I would like to touch on, Chair, is the time that we have to respond to audit findings. It is the audit report it's a retrospective. It reports on what happened 6 months ago, a period that ended 6 months ago. And for instance, if findings are made on the accuracy of records that talks to a recording of crime, the principle that applies is that when the findings are made, we cannot only fix the findings that are made. We need to go and fix the total population, and we have very limited time to do that. Since from the time that the audit concludes until we have to start with the process of submitting our reports to the necessary oversight bodies. So that is something that we've been talking to AGSA and said, but can we have more reasonable time to physically respond to audit findings? If I may use an example, Chair, if I need to, or not I, if the department needs to go and validate all reported contact crimes, it means that in a matter of weeks, we need to go and validate over 600,000 records at 1,158 locations. And that is something that is very difficult to coordinate. And the result is then, if any single finding is made, after that, we revert back to the initial finding. But Chair, that is, we would also like then to indicate then just the fact that some of these activities in terms of the proactive measures that are not in the APP, they are in lower level planning. We have been granted the opportunity to soon to present our national policing strategy to the portfolio committee, where those specific proactive measures are being embedded. Chair, I'm going to stop there. And I think I've addressed all the matters that relates to that. I think it is, as I said, it's important we acknowledge there is work to do. And there's also certain areas, Chair, where we have clean audits. It's not a matter of everything that is audited that we don't have. We have areas where we have clean audits, and those areas that are problematic, we are trying to attend to. And we will definitely, we are already in a process to schedule meetings again between DPME and Treasury, AGSA, to ensure that we measure the right things and report on the right things. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. National Commissioner, are you fine?
No, thanks. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. That's all. So, thank you.
National Commissioner, would you mind if I request the PC of Mpumalanga? Is it General Manamela to comment on the 250,000 issue?
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Yes, General Manamela, can you come? Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, National Chairperson and the National Commissioner and the Minister. I'm not sure about the issue of the 250, which part needs clarity, if I can be assisted in that regard. I did not follow. Chairperson.
One honorable member said there's a lawyer who has the capacity to carry 250,000 cash to pay bail for those people who have arrested, especially the kingpins of illegal mining. And when we were doing oversight in Mpumalanga, Honorable Sheikh Imam talked to somebody from your office, and this person said, there's nothing we can do. We are aware, but there's nothing we can do.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. In that regard, I'm sure you're all aware that in such allegation, the investigation will be instituted and the response will be given in due course. We will not dispute the fact that it is paid or not paid, but we will also do diligence to make sure that the investigation is conducted in that regard. I submit.
Chairperson.
Honorable Minister.
Chairperson, if somebody can just help my ignorance on this one. In South Africa, is there a law that says you can't carry this amount? And if you are carrying that amount, is a question of police to check you, or is it for SARS, or is it for FIC? Because if I'm not mistaken, if I have money, I can go to the bank and withdraw 500,000. And bank will give me my money, and then maybe they'll report where they're supposed to report that other deposited or withdrew this amount of money. But police can ask, I guess, and you explain your money, but the person that will have to explain more is SARS or FIC. So if I can be clarified that, can really police arrest you for carrying such amount of money, or they can ask, give the answer, or they can report further themselves? If I could be clarified on the by people that maybe have information.
Yeah. Anyone to clarify the minister? Honorable Sheikh Imam. think it's Honorable Sheikh Imam who asked the question. Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Hello.
Can you clarify the minister?
Yes, someone. Sorry.
You raised the question about the 250,000 in Mpumalanga.
Yes. Yes, I have. Sorry, I'm on in another meeting as well. I want to apologize. Standing Committee on Appropriation. Yeah, you know, we had a discussion even with the provincial commissioner and raised serious concern as the portfolio committee on police on the allegations by many of the police officers and things from your force, who raised concern that the lawyer himself, he virtually lives in court. 250,000 rand at a time is not unusual for him to be carrying in cash to pay the bail for all these different suspects. And strange enough, the provisional commissioner does not seem to think that it is part of her mandate or authority, due authority she would have to be able to, you know, investigate this or get him to respond as to where does he get, who is he acting for, who is the person that is giving him instructions, whether this 250,000 in cash is being accounted for based on the Reserve Bank and the limits that are attached to it. So that is my concern, but I'd like the department to get her to understand that we have a right to question it when you are, because that's for me is money laundering. If you're dealing with so much of cash, and it's not one instance alone, it seems to be the norm. This is what we've heard.
Yeah, the provincial commissioner has answered it, said they will do an investigation. Now, the minister says, is it wrong to carry 250,000? He wants to be educated. Is it wrong to carry such a lot of money at once? If I have money in the bank, oh, Minister?
If I could repeat it to Honorable Sheikh. So now, my question, if I go to the bank and I withdraw 300,000, bank will give me that money if I have it. I'm on the roadblock and I explain to the police that I have 300,000. But indeed, there are structures that will have to look at you moving in or out the bank with 300,000, which would be SARS, which could be the FIC, which could be this bank if it is business money and all that. So I'm asking on behalf of my minister and understanding of the police that can really police arrest, harass, and find out from you if you are carrying 200,000 and you explain where you got that 200,000, except these structures that I've raised to go deep to find out where did you or why did you withdraw 200,000? Why do you pay cash when you withdraw the 200,000 that morning from the bank?
Yeah, can I respond, Chairperson?
Yes.
Yeah, I think the question that I'm raising is in light of the fact that we are failing to identify the kingpins behind this, okay? I thought that there might be some process by virtue of the fact there is limitations in terms of cash withdrawals. And yes, I think the minister is correct that you can go and draw, but also the question that arises, why do you need to do in this 21st century with all the risks attached to it, carry 250,000 or hundreds of thousands at different times, almost every other week or month to the court, when there are simpler and safer means to transfer. So obviously they are dealing in a whole lot of cash. Now the question is, and maybe the minister can assist us here, is there any way, because we're trying to get to the kingpins, that we'd be able to follow some, I'm not sure, you know, that's the question I'm asking. Is there anything we can do in terms of the law? Do we have any right to question? And because what I've heard from the police officers, and your officers are having great difficulty with this, is to get to the kingpins. And the lawyer is very, very clear. He comes there with large sums of money. He says he's got the money from his handlers. He's not willing to tell them who the handlers is. I'm not sure whether the lawyer himself can now becomes a suspect or not. But if we want to get to the link, is that not one of the ways to be able to trace it? Or as the police, if people are dealing with cash, do we not have the authority whatsoever? And yes, they might be doing it legally. Do we not have the authority to say, can you please tell us, you're carrying cash, there is other means of payment, why is it just paying cash? And based on that, we want to conduct some inquiry whether you are compliant. I don't know, Minister can advise.
Chairperson, I agree that police can pursue if it is linked on what the honorable member is raising. But for police, it still remains with some problem when it comes to the laws of South Africa. For instance, people that are dealing with cash in the industry, transportation industry, they carry cash every day, pick one. They buy their next cars on cash. When they buy the new Toyota and all that, and they tell you that they don't bank it. And I think maybe it's a question of looking at the law of how much you carry, how long you carry, what you use. Are you forced to use your credit card as you go there? But I know that there are people from taxi industry that buy their Toyotas cash as they go to, because that's how they work on their money. I'm simply saying, is a question of police really having this lacuna of the law in terms of that money. But for investigation on this issue per se, I agree that police will have to investigate. But there is this lacuna of the cash around South Africans and how to use cash, how to keep it, and when you use your systems when purchasing. I know for sure that taxi people, they carry money, they go to Toyota and buy Toyota cash. And they say they've kept their money because that's how their money runs in life, it runs cash. So that's a point I was raising, that could be immediately the police find that you have broken the law by carrying and coming with the cash. But vis-a-vis this specific case, yes, because we're trying to get the kingpins, that can be followed. So I wanted to separate on those two issues. Thanks, Chairperson.
Okay, thanks, Minister and Honorable Shembeni. Already the National Commissioner and Provincial Commissioner said they will have to investigate it and follow it up and bring a report. Honorable Shembeni, you are the last. I want to move away from this one.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to quickly check with the FICA Act that the purpose of the Financial Intelligence Centers Act is to assist in the identification of the proceeds of unlawful activities, combat money laundering, and combat the financing of terrorist and related activities. Is this act not the one that is helping the police to investigate such matters? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I think, like I said, the Minister, the National Commissioner, the Provincial Commissioner, and even Honorable Sheikh Imam are agreeing that in the context of the issue of illegal mining and as a way of getting to the kingpins, they will investigate it. I think they will look at every law that is available to assist them to investigate whether this is not money laundering or something else. Maybe if we leave it there and we'll wait for the report at some stage as to what is it that they have found in the context of this person representing the kingpins and paying a bail for them and carrying cash. In that context, I think we are agreeing that there must be investigation, and we have assisted that there is that law that they can refer to as they as they do their investigation. Somebody has also written, PRICA Act can also assist when you do your investigations. Thanks very much, colleagues.
Sorry, Chairperson. Can I make a very quick point on that one? I'm sorry to do this to you.
Acting Chairperson, may I come in here, please?
Oh, you are back. Okay.
I've been listening to you. You're doing very well, Acting Chair. Acting Chairperson, may I please request that we now close this matter, not take any further hands, that we then take a break until 3 o'clock, and that we come back at 3 o'clock and reconvene the session. We can take any further questions from there. I'm just worried that we are going to be pushed for time, and then we will not do any justice to the civilian secretariat. So I'm requesting, Chair, that that this session now, that we do not take any further hands. A number of members, Honorable Sheikh Imam has spoken several times. I see Honorable Blanche also raising his hands. But I appeal to the members that we now take a break until 3 o'clock, so that 3 o'clock we can start with the civilian secretariat. And if there are critical questions, then I will take it with the civilian secretariat. And Chair, I think you actually should be doing this job, because you have chaired 100% better than me. Thanks, Chair.
Chairperson, may I just ask? Chairperson, may I just ask, are we going to allow to come back to the police? Are the police still going to be there at 3?
Honorable Blanche, the police must stay even through the civilian secretariat. The minister can be excused, but these BRRR reports are important, and I would request that the police stays in that report, because there's a number of decisions which we have to take, and I think we have the legislative processes which have to be fast-tracked, and then we need we need the national commissioner. In fact, we do need the minister there as well, but we pray that we will be able to get through the civilian secretariat. So I'm requesting, honorable members, that you lower your hands, that we take a break until 3, and that we come back after 3. Thank you.
But before we take break, Chair, just for the secretaries to record that there's a need to visit the laboratories in KZN, Western Cape and Eastern Cape, and to have a meeting with the DNA board so that we are able to understand it better. Thanks very much. We can then take a break.
Chairperson, can I also make a comment that we had a very good session with SAPS, and it's one of the better sessions that I've listened to. So I really think we should thank the National Commissioner, the Minister, and SAPS, just in case the Minister doesn't return after 3. We should commend the Minister. This is really one of the best sessions I've attended. Thanks, Chair.
Let's break and reconvene at 3. As per the
Recording
instruction of the
stopped.
chairperson.
still want to respond, I'll give them a chance now.
All right.
Members, we're going to start now. Could we load the
Recording in progress.
And could we, in the meantime, while we're waiting for the civilian secretariat, we could give General Sabia an opportunity to respond?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. There were 4 questions that were posed to the DPCI, starting with the questions from the Honorable Mr. Shembeni regarding the 109 arrested individuals. The question he posed was whether there are kingpins that have been arrested. Without divulging much about the case, we are aware that 22 of these individuals are not just at a lower level. Considering the fact that the prosecutor is the one that deals with the charge sheet, and to be a leader of a organized criminal group is also an offense in terms of the poker. So we don't want to go ahead of the prosecutors, but safe to say that we have identified what we call a leader, which is why at the first we shall have arrested 87 and thereafter arrested the second one. The ones that we arrested 2 days ago are actually at a higher level than the ordinary individuals. This matter is always looked at if one also look at what we have done in Kudzon, where we have arrested 6 that are not the one that go underneath. The matters of the 88 is postponed from today to the 15th of November, where the possibility is that it will be referred now to the High Court, but there are developments that are taking place. And then the one for the 21 accused is postponed to the 20th of this month to consider the issue of bail and other matters. The second question from the Honorable Mr. Terblanche, with regard to the counts that we have indicated that the individuals have been convicted of. The question was how many people are we talking about? Those are the accused persons that have become convicts. That is 1,060. The second question that he posed was the items that we have seized, which are being forfeited to the state, that whether there are also the private sector assets that we are dealing with. This figure that we are referring to is inclusive of both the assets that have been confiscated from private individuals and the assets confiscated from those who are working in the public sector. So it is a combination, Honorable Sir. The last question coming from the Honorable Dr. Grunewald regarding the charges that he may have been informed that we are only dealing with conspiracy to commit crime, robbery. We, again, considering the fact that the matter is still now in the hand of the prosecutor and the accused persons have not yet been arraigned. Arraignment meaning that you inform the accused person of the exact charges and thereafter you ask them to plead to what you shall have put in place. So among the things that must be taken into consideration is the doctrine of common purpose. And the offense that we are talking about, conspiracy to commit of robbery, is an inchoate offense. And such offenses are as serious as the original offense. So when we were releasing our statement, we have indicated that the accused persons will face preliminary charges of conspiracy to commit robbery, possession of firearms, illegal possession of firearm, illegal possession of ammunition, contravention of the Immigration Act, and we are not ruling out the possibility of other crimes, including the trespassing and the like. So that is how we can respond to the questions. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members.
Thank you very much, Dr. General Labia. Honorable members, we are now ready for the presentation from the Civilian Secretariat for Police Service. And please, not services. General Labia, we've listened to you.
Chairperson, you promised
You may
that you're going
start.
to give us a chance. Chairperson, you promised that you'll be giving us a chance to ask a question.
Yes, Honorable De Blanche, I have not forgotten. I'm taking the presentation now and then I'll give another round for discussions. You may start your presentation.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Minister, Acting Secretary for Police Service, all protocol observed with respect to the members that are present in this meeting. Our presentation today, Honorable Chair, covers the general structure of our annual report in a summarized version, covering the background and strategic overview. I'll briefly touch on the audit outcomes, but not in much detail, given that the AG has already spoken on the matter. Our service delivery environment, organizational environment, our performance information, and lastly, through you, Chair, I'm going to take the committee through slides 2 to 23, at which point, if it's permissible, I will hand over to the Chief Financial Officer to appraise the committee on the financial information.
You may. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Given that the background against which our report was compiled has not changed, similarly with our strategic overview, it has remained largely unchanged. I will, with your permission, then, Chair, go straight to slide 5, touching briefly on our audit outcomes. Honorable Chair and members, we are of course happy to again report the attainment of another clean audit for the period under review. As the AGSA indicated, with no findings, specifically on the audit of performance information as well as on compliance. The AG in her report commended the department, of course, for maintaining a good, sound internal control environment, and also for providing those levels of assurance that are required to maintain our positive audit outcomes. Without belaboring the point, Honorable Chair, we take note as a department of the AG's recommendation that we should then utilize this as an opportunity to better support SAPS to implement its mandate, and then we will action this accordingly. Honorable Chair, on slide 6, with regard to our service delivery environment, the 2021-2022 financial year was still characterized as a COVID-19 year. And as such, we continue to utilize a hybrid working methodology to minimize on the impact of the restrictions on mass gatherings and traveling on the work of the department. During the period under review, Honorable Chair, there were a total number of 11 officials who were infected, of course, with the COVID-19 virus, which led us to have to close our doors a number of times during the year under review, resulting in a loss of more than 10 productive working days. This closure affected service delivery in some of our critical areas, such as recruitment and financial transactions, as these can only be done in the office. Despite these challenges, Honorable Chair, we then managed to achieve 24 out of our 26 predetermined objectives or indicators, translating into an annual performance score of 92%. So as and when the COVID-19 restrictions eased, Honorable Chair, in the later part of the year, we saw a surge in the demand for our public engagement programs, which is why you see here that the department had conducted a total of 9 workshops on the establishment of CSFs, conducted 25 capacity building workshops on our crime prevention policies. We also undertook 8 anti-crime campaigns in response to the surging of cases in gender-based violence and gang-related cases. And we also saw a demand in terms of the Minister's public participation program, where of our 8 planned targets, we ended up undertaking 11 Izimbizo during the period under review. Honorable Chair, at the end of the period under review, we had filled 143 of our 156 post establishment, which meant we ended off the year with a vacancy rate of 8.33%. Honorable Chair, the continued implementation of our integrated human capital strategy helped us also to ensure that the required employment equity targets for the public service were met by the department. So we currently have 3 people with disabilities who are employed in the department, translating into 2.10% of the staff complement. With respect to gender parity, we have 76 females and 67 males. With respect to gender parity at the senior management level, Honorable Chair and members, we have 15 females and 14 males, which translates into 51.72% and 48.28% of the staff complement respectively. We also have 32% of our staff complement comprising young people, which means we've also complied with the national target of ensuring that at least 30% of our staff complement comprises youth. Further to that, we have appointed a total number of 7 work integrated learners. Honorable Chair and members, slide 8 is simply a graphical representation of what I've just explained, so I will go straight to slide 9. Honorable Chair, with respect to our performance information for the period under review, a significant amount of work has gone into ensuring progress on our 5-year outcomes as articulated in our strategic plan since the beginning of the medium term. So during the period under review, Honorable Chair and members, the Integrated Crime and Violence Prevention Strategy was approved by Cabinet. So this implies that the implementation thereof has commenced in earnest across the 3 spheres of government and in society in general. The department also completed a perception survey to measure the levels of satisfaction with police service delivery. So both of these outcomes, Honorable Chair and members, were also targets in the medium-term strategic framework, which the department was responsible for. So their completion implies that as CSP, we have achieved our MTSF commitments well ahead of the end of the 5-year period. Honorable Chair, if I may humbly also indicate, there are other continuous interventions that the department makes with respect to addressing complaints from the public against the police. And the positive feedback from the complainants demonstrates that our work is having some kind of impact on the ground as well. We've also highlighted on the slide the study that we did on analysis on the policy framework by SAPS on managing civil litigation. So the findings out of this analysis point to the fact that the operational policy and interventions by the police to manage civil litigation are not necessarily as effective as they should be, and these should be reviewed. So we are also indicating that the review should focus on the proactive aspects of managing civil claims in order to effectively address the serious challenges and poor management in this regard. Honorable Chair and honorable members, I am now on slide 10 dealing with the progress on our bills. So, Honorable Chair, if I may respectfully indicate that subsequent to the period under review, the work on these bills has advanced significantly. So I'm not going to go into too much detail in terms of what is articulated on the slide, maybe just to highlight where some of these bills are currently, if that's okay. So with respect to the Firearms Control Amendment Bill, Honorable Chair and members, the drafting team has held those bilateral engagements with the firearms fraternity, and they are currently consolidating comments, those comments that they've received, and refining the bill accordingly. With respect to the IPID amendment bill, this bill has served before the JCPS Cluster Cabinet Committee, and it will proceed to Cabinet at its next sitting. With respect to the DNA bill, Honorable Chair and members, as you know, the bill has been adopted by the National Council of Provinces. It's currently awaiting the assent and signature of the President. And then with respect to Pogdatara, the bill has been introduced to Parliament and it's currently undergoing parliamentary processes as we speak. And then with respect to critical infrastructure, Honorable Chair and members, I will just indicate here that the draft regulations were published for public comment, and these interim regulations will be submitted through the Minister of Police to be tabled for scrutiny by Parliament in due course. Honorable Chair and members, I am now on slide 11. Slide 11 reflects both our quarterly and annual performance, but I will only focus on the annual performance side in the interest of time. So, Honorable Chair, in terms of our annual performance levels, since the start of the medium term, we've noticed and observed a trend of a year-on-year average increase of 3%. So I indicated earlier when I started the presentation that in the period under review, we are at 92%. In the previous financial year, we were at 89% achievement of our planned targets. And in year one of the medium-term period, we were at 86%. So this 3% year-on-year increase, we are attributing it to the continuous efforts to improve our organizational compliance, performance and compliance, thereby also echoing the views that were expressed by the AGSA in their earlier presentation. Honorable Chair and members, with respect to our detailed performance per program, I will try as much as possible to summarize each program's performance without going into detail on each and every indicator, only highlighting maybe perhaps the areas of non-achievement and some of the highlights in terms of the work that has been done. So slide 12 to 14 rather, outlines the performance for program 1, which is administration. Program 1 during the period under review had a total of 6 predetermined objectives. 4 of these were achieved, Honorable Chair, and 2 were not necessarily achieved, rather. So this program achieved a total of 67% of its predetermined objectives. So on slide 13, it's indicating there that the non-achievement with respect to the vacancy rate is reflecting the non-achievement with respect to the vacancy rate. So with the vacancy rate, Honorable Chair and members, just to indicate that although the nationally accepted rate is 10%, we had set our internal target at 7% in an effort to keep the vacancy rate as low as possible and at acceptable levels. So at the end of the year, we had a slight variation of 1.33%. And this was due to the departure of some employees and the internal promotion of some employees, which although the internal promotions were positive, they had an adverse effect on the vacancy rate. So the other non-achievement on slide 14, Honorable Chairs, with respect to the expenditure in relation to the budget. So the deficit in terms of our expenditure was mainly due to the delays that we encountered in moving to our new office accommodation, which then resulted in the delays in paying CETA, also delays in the procurement of furniture and other accommodation charges that we had anticipated. Honorable Chair and members, I'm now on slide 15, which represents the program performance for program 2, which is intersectoral coordination and strategic partnerships. So program 2 had a total of 6 predetermined objectives for the period under review. All of these were achieved, Honorable Chairperson, with 4 overachievements, and this is with respect to those indicators on our public engagement programs, which I indicated earlier that we saw a surge in the demand for these. So this was based also in terms of the additional demands from provinces and other stakeholders for these services. So the overachievements were with respect to our capacity building sessions, anti-crime campaigns, the assessment of CPF regulations, and with respect to Minister's Public Participation Program. Honorable Chair, I am now on slide 17, which speaks to Program 3, Legislation and Policy Development. Program 3, during the period under review, had a total of 4 predetermined objectives. All of these were achieved. We note also on slide 18 an overachievement with respect to the number of bills that were submitted to the Minister for Cabinet approval. And this was due to the fact that the bills were fast-tracked for Cabinet approval, given their priority on the legislative program for the period under review. So the 3 bills were the DNA bill, the Pogdatara bill, and the IPID amendment bill. Honorable Chair, I am now on slide 19, which deals with Program 4 performance, civilian oversight, monitoring, and evaluation. This program, Honorable Chair and members, had a total of 10 predetermined objectives. All of these were achieved. We note 1 overachievement as a result of the consolidated provincial oversight report that was compiled at the end of the financial year. Chairperson, the performance information for this program is from slide 19 to 21, so I'm not going to go into detail on the other 2 slides. Suffice to say that a few highlights from this program include the continuous monitoring of SAPS's implementation of IPID recommendations, the continuous compliance monitoring with respect to the implementation of certain legislation, such as the Domestic Violence Act. And in the period under review, the program also did an assessment of SAPS's implementation on the Child Justice Act. And another highlight maybe I could mention is the assessment study that was done on the effectiveness of the SAPS detective training program. Chairperson, I'm now on slide 22. We just wanted to also highlight or indicate rather to the committee that on the 2 areas of non-achievement, we have come up with some strategies to improve the areas of underperformance. And this includes prioritizing the filling of the vacant funded posts and also continuously monitoring our expenditure in order to avoid underspending. Maybe if I could also just indicate that the continuous implementation of our risk management strategy, Chairperson, also forms part of our approach to continuously improve our organizational performance. Chair, on the slide 23, during the period under review, departments were still obligated to report in terms of their institutional response to the COVID-19 pandemic. So we have previously indicated to the committee that our interventions were largely internally focused. So the interventions that you see here were with respect to measures that we took to limit the exposure of infection in terms of our employees. So in the last financial year, we spent a total of 176,988 on the procurement of sanitizers, cloths for surface cleaning, cloth masks for employees, and also the fumigation of offices after each confirmed case was identified. Chairperson, with your permission, I will now hand over to the Chief Financial Officer to take the committee through the financial information, which is depicted from slide 24 to 27. I thank you.
Thank you. You may continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, the Honorable Office of the Ministry, Honorable members, Secretary, ESCO members, and the generals present, and everyone else in the platform. My name is Tumelo Nkojwana, the CFO at Civilian Secretariat. In terms of our expenditure as the department, you'll note that as the department, we spend about 138.4 million against 151 million, which is an equivalent of about 92%. This is against the 131.5, which was spent in the previous financial year, against a budget of 137.1 million, which was then 96. I need to also mention that in terms of the administration for the period under review, the administration program spent about 93% of their budget, and intersectoral coordination and strategic partnership spent about 98% of their budget. Legislation and policy development spent about 85% of their budget, and civilian oversight monitoring and evaluation spent about 90% of their budget. The next slide. The next slide talks to the economic classification. We can move to the next slide. The next slide talks to economic classification expenditure. You'll know that as the department, in terms of compensation of employees, we spend about 102.5 million against a budget of 105.5 million, which is an equivalent of about 97%. When it comes to goods and services, we had a budget of about 43 million, and of that 43 million, we spent about 34.5 million, which is an equivalent of about 80%. I need at this stage maybe to share that we had three highest cost drivers, one of which was computer services, which spent about 11 million. And then we also had another high expenditure item, which was operating leases, which relates to the building that we rent as the department, which is about 3.5 million. And then travel and subsistence for the period under review came to about 7.6 million. Next slide. In terms of transfers and subsidies, as the department, we had a budget of about 507,000, and of that amount, we spent about 409,000, which is an equivalent of about 81% of the budget. And then looking at CAPEX, which is payment for capital assets, we had a budget of about 1.9 million, and we spent about 900,000 of that, which is an equivalent of about 48%. We can move to the next slide. The next slide is just a narrative of what I've just discussed. Needless to mention that, as you would have noted, that as a department, we underspent by about 12.6 million, and of which 3 million was actually for vacant funded posts, and that is an equivalent of 24% of the underspending. I thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. That will be, okay, I was saying that will be our presentation we submit.
Thank you very much, Acting Director. Honorable members, I'm now going to take all the discussions and the comments, which will include those members who still have outstanding questions, not new questions, only those questions which have not been responded to. I have asked that we all remain in the meeting. Honorable Peacock had problems with her network. She's back in the meeting. So let us please have patience. We are going to do this with the outstanding questions or comments which you still have. Honorable, it was Honorable Tablanche and Honorable Sheikh Imam. Honorable Tablanche, what would you like responses on?
Chairperson,
yes, Honorable Tablanche.
Chairperson, sorry, the first part of my question was answered. I just wanted to, just to alert you that General Sabia didn't have a chance yet at that stage to respond, and in the meantime, he responded. Then the last thing that I want to know, Chairperson, the Honorable Groenewald raised earlier, the tremendous number of backlog cases that must still be investigated. And, I just want to know what the police plan to do about that, because if you take the number of investigators that we have, then obviously, those people will have to carry, I think, a lot more dockets in the first instance if that needs to be investigated, and I don't know how long that will take. I just need a response on that. Thank you, Chairperson. I have a question also, or questions now for the Secretariat, but I'll wait for now.
Thank you very much. Honorable Shaky Ma'am. Honorable Groenewald, could you mute your mic, please? We can hear your grandchild, who sounds very nice. Honorable Groenewald, please mute your mic.
Sorry, Chair, I never unmuted it, but it unmuted it by itself, but it's fine. Sorry, my apologies.
Ja, ons het 'n kleinkind daar gehoor, Dok. Is die
Ek het baie
kleinkind...
klein kinders, ons moet hulle oplei.
As hulle ook in die vergadering? Ons moet net vir hulle ook op die rekord plaas, nee.
Nee, hulle het maar net verbygestap en iets gesê.
Dankie, Dok. Is Shaky Mum still here? Doesn't seem like it. Could we get a response to Honorable Blanche, please? And then we'll take the questions on the Civilian Secretariat. Could I get an indication who will respond to Honorable Blanche? Colonel Steyn?
Yeah, Honorable Chairperson, thanks. I'm not sure if General Libya would respond on that. Thank you.
No, it's that one of the cases.
Oh.
The one on the DPCI has already been responded to. Thanks, NASCOM. It's the second part of the Blanche. Do you want us to repeat it? NASCOM?
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. Maybe I missed this one. Thank you.
You want us to repeat it?
I'll appreciate that, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Blanche, can you just refresh NASCOM's memory? I think he missed your question.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity. No, I just wanted to know, I said that the Honorable Groenewald informed the meeting earlier about the number of cases that must still be investigated, and that is quite a substantial number. And I was worried, that if that represents, the backlog, it will take the police, if they only concentrate on that, a number of years to be able to finalize that. And obviously, being the case now, they will have to, formulate some response, how they are going to deal with that. And that is my question, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, NASCOM.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. I think it relates to the number of conduct cases older than 3 years. You will always have cases that are older than 3 years, Honorable Chairperson, in various categories. Some would have been closed, but with warrant issued. In other words, you're still looking for a suspect. You have not yet caught the suspect. And the case is closed, but we're looking for the suspect. As soon as you open it, you have a brought forward system where every year you open these cases, work on them again, and close them. It's not a new system. It's something that has been there. There will always be cases that are a bit older. It does not mean they have reached the end of life where they are not being investigated, and it doesn't mean they are going to be dumped. Those cases, they've brought forward a date, which every year they will, or if it's brought forward 6 months or a year or two, you'll always attend to them. But in the meantime, if the suspect is found, the case get moving again. And of course, some might have been maybe undetected and so on. So it is, General Mangale, I don't know whether you want to add on what I've said.
No, thanks, Honorable Chair. Thanks, Honorable Minister. I think the NASCOM has, and honorable members, I think the NASCOM has adequately responded to it. This outstanding case over 3 years just implied that there is an investigation that is pursued. Some of these things then are filed for one or other reason as undetected, and they are open now and then for further investigations. Now, as we are all aware that there is shortage of investigators. There are initiatives that have been embarked on, and there is a cabinet memo to the effect that we wanted to capacitate the investigation capacity. This CAP memo is intended for the ministers in the IGS space, so that they can assist us in terms of having additional personnel to adequately solve crime. Thank you very much, NASCOM.
Thank you very much, NASCOM and General Mahali for the responses. Honorable members, I'll take questions now. The next round of questions should relate to the Civilian Secretariat. I've noted Honorable Shembeni and then Honorable Groenewald. You may start, Honorable Shembeni.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to correct the question that Honorable Groenewald asked is the total investigated cases from the court cases. It's 10,000 out of 56,000. Now, the question was not the reason
Honorable
why.
Shembeni, Honorable
Yes.
Shembeni, I've made a ruling already. So I'm going to rule you out of order. I'm now taking questions on the Civilian Secretariat. Please, Honorable Shembeni.
Honorable
Yeah,
Chair, if
I
I
can
might.
hear you, Chair, but the question was not answered.
Yes, yes.
The question was not answered. I was just
Honorable,
trying to
no,
direction here.
no. Let the chair make a ruling. I first said, because we are going to engage, I can see Groenewald also wants to come in here. I have noted that. Please let me make a ruling. I will continue with the Civilian Secretariat, because now we are engaging now with the Civilian Secretariat and previous questions. So can we please continue with the Civilian Secretariat, finish it, and then I will give you more opportunities. So please continue with the Civilian Secretariat. We are
No,
going
you
to
can continue. I don't have a question for that. You can continue.
all right, I'll come back to you later. Honorable Shembeni, I need to finish the Civilian Secretariat, please. I'm not rushing. You come back. Thank you, Honorable Groenewald, and then Peacock, and then Tablanche.
Honorable Chair, no, then I will also have to wait, because I must be honest and we must be fair. While you dealt with the follow-up, or not the follow-up questions, I've raised my hand because I wanted to respond. Then after I've raised my hand, then you've asked for new questions on the Civilian Secretariat, but I will wait. If you're going to allow that, we just follow, because I'm not satisfied with the answer. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Groenewald, I mentioned that I also saw your hand raised. Now, Honorable Groenewald and Shembeni and members, because your hands, I saw all your hands. Either I can first do the Civilian Secretariat, complete the Civilian Secretariat, and get back to this matter. Or we can continue with this matter and not complete the Civilian Secretariat. Members are also indicating to me that they are leaving. So could I please complete the Civilian Secretariat and then we go back to the matter? Honorable Peacock and then Honorable Tablanche.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me take this opportunity also to to appreciate the presentation on Surveillance Secretariat. Chair, I'm not sure if I had correct because I had a network problem while I was in the meeting. I had to log out and in again. But now the question that actually came to me regarding the presentation was the issue around the vacancy rates. The concern that I'm having is that with such high unemployment rate that is there, it can be justified that there was an underspending due to vacant funded posts. The presentation stated that it was due to promotions and other reasons that they've stated. But to me, I still believe that there's a policy that speaks to on how to appoint, on how to promote, and how do you deal with the transition of doing that. Because it can't be that because it affects two ways. Is the issue of unemployment, is the issue of unemployment, and as well as the issue of underspending. Then how do they intend to make sure that the policy speaks to making sure that strategic position and important position there's a smooth transition in terms of making sure that we don't find ourselves not spending because of the issue of not appointing people into position, because wherever you go, even at the oversight, it was an emphasis stated in all the provinces that were at that the problem was the issue of them not being able to appoint into position, and automatically it will even affect on how the police are operating, or it will affect their performance in this regard. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Blanche.
Chairperson, thank you. I also had a problem, when the Secretariat, did their presentation, and I missed the part on the legislation, and specifically, on the Police Act. And I just want to get information on that. That's my first question. And then my last question, Chairperson, is they also mentioned, some anti-crime campaigns, what they did. And I was just wondering if they can explain to us exactly what they did. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Do we have responses? Any further questions to the Civilian Secretariat? Civilian Secretariat, you may respond.
Thanks, Chairperson. The question on the vacancy rate, we acknowledge that the 8.33%, which resulted into about 24%, is extremely high for us as the department. And I need to indicate that as much as when the vacancies occur, we even appoint people to act on the position, but there will always be an amount which is not spent because of that position being vacant, even though somebody is acting in that position. And one issue that we experienced was the levels at which it automatically affects your spending. If even if we fill the position, then you still have now to appoint somebody at a initial notch or the first notch, whereas the person who has exited was appointed at a higher notch. But I need to indicate to the committee that most of the positions that were vacant at the time have either been filled currently, or they are in the final stages of being filled. And as the presenter had indicated, we are doing everything to make sure that we monitor the vacancy rate and fill the positions as soon as possible. And we will continue to do that to make sure that we don't have positions that remain vacant for too long. I will ask Mr. Nduli to respond on the question about the campaigns, and then we will have Mr. Ndwana to assist in the question about the SAPS Act. Through you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Acting ED, who's responding now? Mr. Amaro, where's your person who
Okay,
must...
Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, let me respond, Chairperson. In terms of the SAPS Act, as we indicated, I think in our last presentation to the committee, we had a challenge since July, where we couldn't go forward as we're still resolving the issue around the funding of the CPFs. And currently we are finalizing the funding model, and the legislation team, both SAPS and ourselves, are refining now the wording of the legislation. So we believe that before the end of the current calendar year, we will have initiated now the process of going through the
Am I struggling to hear, or is it common? Am I struggling to hear Mr. Amaro?
No, we can't hear him, Chairperson.
Oh, honorable members, my apologies. Acting ED, I'm not the only one who's struggling to hear you. Mr. Amaru, something's wrong with your network?
Chairperson, can I come in?
Yes, you may.
Yes, Chair. As Mr. Amar was explaining, Chair, that the only issue that is still outstanding with regard to the SAPS amendment bill is that we are still busy sorting out the issue of CPF funding. And there is a meeting that is scheduled quite urgently this week to sort out this issue, Chair. So once that issue is then sorted out, then the bill can be processed so that it can be tabled in Parliament, Chair. Then I think Mr. Nduli then was supposed to answer the issue of the question about anti-crime, Chair. So if Mr. Nduli is in the floor, then that issue can be addressed. Thank you, Chair.
You may. I still have a question from Marekwa. Honorable Marekwa has a hand up. Could you please complete those responses before I take Honorable Marekwa?
Good afternoon, respectfully, Honorable Chair. Mr. Ntuli is not in the meeting, but I can respond on the issue of the anti-crime campaigns. So in the second, third, and fourth quarter of the period under review, we had anti-crime campaigns on several matters, one being the gender-based violence and femicide. We also had an anti-crime campaign on the responsible liquid trading compliance enforcement program. We had anti-crime campaigns on youth against crime through sports in the Western Cape province as well. Honorable Chair, we also had several anti-crime campaigns, about 3 of these, on crime prevention, also held in the Western Cape. And we provided assistance to the SAPS as well in terms of the ministerial national launch on Operation Safer Festive Season Anti-Crime Campaign that was in the Northwest province. So those were some of the issues that were covered in our campaigns. I submit, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Are you done now? Can we have the acting ED back again? Is he back?
Honorable
yes,
Chair,
apologies, Chair. My network kicked me out, so I'm using someone else's computer now. Yes, I think we have responded to all the questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Amaru. Honorable Marekwa.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon. No, Chair, I hope I'm not going to ask questions that were asked because for some time my gadget froze. So I will ask them anyway. Having read the report here of the Civilian Secretariat Chairperson, I've noted, let me start by saying we welcome and appreciate the representation that has been done today. And then also want to touch on the issues that were highlighted in the auditors, by the auditor, on the auditors that highlights the issue of underspending, continuous underspending by the department. And it also further mentions that this underspending has been happening since 2012. So it's a very long time, Chair. And what one would like to maybe input is to say that this needs to be corrected, Chairperson, so that in the coming year or financial year, let things be better, because we cannot have continuous, according to the AG, continuous underspending of the department. I think we touched also on the issue of underspending earlier on when the AG presented that underspending is robbing people or beneficiaries of the resources that were supposed to be channeled towards improving or delivering service to them. So I think the department must seriously look into this matter of underspending continuously. I mean, from 2012 is quite a long time. Then the next one, Chairperson, under Program 3, still talking about the largest underspending area there, it mentions that the largest underspending has been found on the area of legislation and policy development program. And this is regarded as the main service delivery program for the department, Chairperson. And one would request that an explanation also further, because when you look into this slide to say there's underspending, but there's also overachieving of targets, performance targets. How do the two really get together? Maybe an explanation will assist to say, I've overspent, but I'm overachieving. The budget and the targets, how does the two come together for you to be overachieving? So I think maybe a kind of an explanation from the department will assist me to really can understand how they manage to reach this overachieving whilst there's underspending on the other side. And then also, Chairperson, the issue of non-functioning of CPFs. I think somebody touched on it. I wanted to raise the question also there on the non-functioning of CPFs and to hear how is this going to be corrected or addressed. Besides the funding, are we having enough people? Are we having the trust of the community to can participate in the CPFs, Chairperson? Because it's not just about funding, but are we also getting people who are really willing to be assisting the police in this regard, to be in the CPFs in our societies, Chairperson? So I think that's also needs to be looked into, and not just about money, but to say, are we having right people who are really assisting in their participation in the CPFs, and or are there any other forms of infiltration of people pretending to be there, but being like people spying and giving out information? So I think this needs also to be seriously looked into, Chairperson, and make sure that we've got the right people who are very committed and dedicated in making sure that they assist communities and fighting in dealing with issues of crime and reporting to the police where there's challenges and so on. So I wanted to raise only those issues, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Marekwa. Honorable members, I will be logging out of the meeting now, and it will be recorded that I've logged out. and not just being listening to the meeting, but I will have to actually log out. The Honorable Whip will conclude the meeting. I just wanted to also inform you that earlier I said I would give direction on the Kinnear report, which is classified as top secret, and the responses we received from the speaker. However, I'll do so on Friday because I know that the members would still want to comment on it. Lastly, we also have to get a response on how far we are with the IPID amendment bill, because that is a serious matter which is still outstanding. Honorable Whip, you also do remember that there's matters which still need to be discussed. I just wanted to listen to the Civilian Secretariat. So, honorable members, there's outstanding matters which were asked by Honorable de Blanche and Honorable Groenewald, and those matters are important. I'll receive a report on it after the meeting. And thank you very much, Honorable Whip. Thank you, honorable members. We'll be with each other again on Friday. I humbly apologize that I have to log out of this meeting now, but I'm doing a presentation in the next meeting and I have to do so personally. Thank you very much, honorable members. Thank you, Honorable Whip. I'll be logging out now.
Thank you, Chair. Secretariat, there is a question or questions from Honorable Marekwa.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will start with the question on the CPFs. Yes, I can indicate that we still get people who are willing to participate in the CPF. So as the department, together with provincial secretariats, we are in the process of evaluating the functionality of CPFs at various stages. And each time when we identify that there are challenges, we come up with initiatives now to try and assist them to be able to function. And in most cases, we conduct training for members, because it's one area that we've realized that poses a challenge if members don't understand what they are supposed to be dealing with. So we are busy with those assessments and then follow them up with interventions. Yes, there are instances where you find members who might be in the committees but are not really dedicated. So then we come in there and assist to make sure that we get people who are interested and are willing to assist the community and assist SAPS in dealing with crime. I will ask the CFO to respond on questions around the underspending. Through you, Chairperson, Mr. Nkondwan.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I noted the comment of underspending since 2012. I think it was just a general comment to say that we must make sure that we overlook that. We must make sure that we see how we can manage that. But I need to indicate that for the current financial year under review, the underspending was mainly on goods and services and some capital assets, which were supposed to be procured relating to us moving to the new office accommodation. That process was delayed. We only moved to those new premises in the current financial year. So the underspending was mainly related to the underspending of those matters which we needed to procure before we move. We even tried to request a rollover from Treasury, but unfortunately, such a rollover was not approved, and we will have to see how we manage in the new building. So there could be definitely some hard spending this year. On the issue of program 3 relating to legislation and policy, I need to indicate that there was money allocated for new posts that were created, because legislation also deals with the legal matters of the department. Then there was a post created for them to actually occupy. And then there was also a post created in policy where they needed to actually cost the policies that they were developing. And that post was created But unfortunately, by the end of the financial year, the processes that we had to follow, which included treasury also, we couldn't have finished those processes. And only in the current financial year, those processes were completed. And I need to indicate that for both those posts, interviews had already been conducted, and surely in the current financial year, those posts will be occupied. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. On the IPID bill.
The IPID bill was served before the JCPS Cabinet Committee and is supposed to go now to the full cabinet. So that's where the bill is currently. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other hand. Oh, Honorable Groenewald.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. A short question. May I ask, why did Treasury not approve the rollover? Can I just get the reasons for that, please?
Acting Secretary.
CFO, please respond.
Thank you, Chair. According to Treasury, the amount, because it belongs mainly to goods and services, then it exceeded the threshold which we are supposed to be granted for rollover. So that's why they indicated that they were not going to approve it. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Are you okay, Honorable Groenewald?
Yeah, Chairperson, it's very widely. We would like to have more specifics, but okay. I've heard what was said. I will follow up in other ways.
Okay. If there are no more questions, I'm moving away from the report. And there was a promise from the chairperson that after this report, we'll then have one or two questions that were still outstanding from the SAP's presentation. And I think it was subject to correction, Honorable Groenewald and Honorable Shembeni. I'm not sure about Honorable Terplanch, whether you were also part.
Person, no, I'm covered.
You are covered. Okay. Honorable Groenewald, are you covered?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, no, I think I've already said what I wanted to say. I think the Honorable Shembeni was before me. I don't think we're going to get the answers, but the crux of the matter is, yes, we know that some dockets are still waiting evidence and it must be followed up, but for 3 years. The question is, what priority is attached to these cases? If I look and overall and all the dockets that are there, then I get the impression that this docket is 3 years old and outstanding, so nothing has happened. So it's not a priority. So it just keeps on like that. We wait till someone walks into the station and say, listen, about that case 3 years ago, this and this happened. So I want more a question, what is going to be done? Are they going to be prioritized? What is going to be done? But maybe the Honorable Shembeni has got something more. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Shembeni at the last.
No, thank you, Chairperson. My biggest question was, if you have 56,000 cases at the present moment and we have dealt with only 10,000, now we are talking about the cases that are 3 years and above. And at the same time, we are having cases that are having 2 years, which will be 3 years in the next financial year. While you have dealt with 10,000, you'll be having more, meaning you will not be dealing with those cases until you finish them, because the number is growing every year. From those that are having 2 years, next year will be having 3 years. They are adding to that number. Those that are having 1 year in the following year will be having 3 years, are also adding on in that number. So we wanted to hear exactly how is the SAPS going to deal with these numbers or with these dockets. And another thing, SAPS, when they are responding, they are not explaining to us members to say, when we say there are these dockets or backlogs, there are dockets that are closed, given dates, those brought forwards. What is the meaning of that? It's when that there is a suspect that has been circulated and it's not found at the present moment, then the docket is closed, given a brought forward maybe for next year, or when the person is being arrested, that docket is being thrown from the file and the suspect is taken to court. Then it's minus from the backlog. Those are the reasons that must be explained to members, that what causes backlogs in some other instances. It's not that those dockets are not investigated. The investigation is done. Maybe the suspect went to court and he ran away, did not come back to court. That docket remains alive, but it will be closed and be in a file, but it's still alive because when the suspect is arrested due for being circulated and he did not come back to court, yes, the docket is still there. It does appear, but it does not need any investigation. It needs just the person to be arrested and be brought to book. That's it. Those are the things that must be explained. A lot of dockets, meaning they are in the files because investigation is done. People don't appear to court and then they have got a warrant of arrest, which means one day we'll have to ask how many dockets are in the archives that have got warrant of arrest only from the 56. You will find that 25,000 have got warrant of arrest. Then that means the investigation is done in those dockets. It's just that people are not appearing to court. They need just to be rearrested and appear to court. Thank you very much.
Thank you. National Commissioner.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson and members. The fact that this matter is here, it indicates that it is being prioritized. If we don't prioritize it, it wouldn't have been in this annual report, and we wouldn't have put it in the APP. But the fact that we are prioritizing it, we are working on these dockets, we have a project dealing with them, they are part of our priority, and hence it is indicated that they are using other means, including PIVA and suspect profiling, with a view to reduce this specific number of dockets that have been ring-fenced. I will ask General Mangale to contribute towards the response. Thanks. But Honorable Shimbeni, I think he explained what I explained before, that some of them will have some, not all, some will have warrant of arrest. They'll be closed with a brought forward date. Some will be undetected, but with a brought forward date, meaning it's going to be reopened. Whether there is a warrant of arrest or not, it will be closed, but it will always have a brought forward. And these dockets have been prioritized. That's why they are in our APP and we are measuring ourselves on them. General Mangan.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, and honorable members, the National Commissioner. No, the National Commissioner is correct. There is a project for contact time, for reduction of contact crime. This project, we call it MEDA project. What we do to reduce these numbers, we draw lists, We guide the provinces as to what needs to be done in terms of reducing these dockets. Of course, some of these dockets, which will then form part of the bigger figure, will be waiting for court to decide whether they can prosecute. The investigation would have been finalized. It is not like that the docket are filed there, nothing has been done. We are prioritizing the dockets, we are giving them attention, and the provinces are also having special team to deal with this type of dockets, so as to make sure that we reduce the caseload and we inspire confidence to the citizen. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. Are you fine, National Commissioner?
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. I am fine. Thanks.
Okay, thanks very much. I think we are now at the end of our meeting. Otherwise, our meeting was scheduled from 8 to 4:30. We're now left with 15 minutes. I think it will be a good time to say, I see a hand of Honorable Groenewald.
Thank you, Chair. If you want to make up time, I didn't ask a follow-up on this, what has been said. May I then ask, we talk about cases, dockets 3 years old. Can I ask, what is the oldest docket, if I can put it that way, that is outstanding? Can I have that? And I would also like to know how many dockets has been closed as cold cases, or should I pose the question to the Honourable Minister in Parliament if they don't have the figures? Thank you.
Acting Secretary, I see your hand.
Yes, Chairperson, I wanted to correct something that we said in terms of the IPID bill.
Yes.
Got an information from the ministry that Cabinet had actually approved the IPID bill to go forward for publishing for comments.
Okay, okay, thanks. National Commissioner.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Yeah, I think I want to have an answer for Honorable Groenewald. We can send it, we can write it and respond in writing. Definitely, I won't be able to say what is the oldest docket now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks everybody for attending. I think maybe before we close our meeting, can we agree, honorable members, that we definitely need to do an oversight visit to the laboratories, whether in KZN, Western Cape and Eastern Cape, whether the three of them or one or two of them, and also have a session with the DNA board. Is there support for that?
Yes, Chair, I agree. Starting also from KZN about this one that they say is flooded. I think that's very important that we go and look at that. Thank you very much.
Okay, Nicolette.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Honourable Chair. I just want to highlight we are meeting with the DNA board next week on the 19th of October, but we've noted the request for oversight visits to the labs.
Okay, okay. Thanks very much. Thanks very much. Let me thank the honourable members for attending the meeting for the whole day. This shows commitment. Our support staff. Let me thank the minister and the staff from the ministry the National Commissioner and your delegation. I'm happy that today we're having provincial commissioners in the meeting. It really assists. If now and then we can have them in our meetings, so that when there are issues that are directly impacting on their provinces, they are able to respond immediately, or they are able to take note of them and follow up on them when they go back to their provinces. Thanks very much, everybody who was part of the meeting. It was a long day, but it was worth it. Especially parliamentary staff, because you are expected to draft a report, which members will then look at it and approve or disapprove. Having said that, let me say the meeting stand adjourned. We'll meet again on Friday. Thanks very much, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members, and the National Commissioner and the colleagues.